Smello, good morning. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on this wonderful Saturday morning. This is Drinks Glue, and I am joined by the one, the only, definitely the only Turdsman. Turdsman, how are you doing today?
I am doing lovely. I got a big fat cup of coffee in front of me. Looking forward to watching some professionals.
Yeah, Joe and Fury Blizzard, they know their way around a career day, I tell you what.
Absolutely.
And so this is resuming the Ultima Derby from yesterday. Blizzard and Team Mobliz, or excuse me, Team Interceptor, about 10 minutes ahead. Wait, I had that backwards. Did I put that backwards?
I think you might have that back.
Yeah,
Well,
I have that.
no.
We have that backwards. Let me fix that real fast.
Oh, you had the
I had the teams
person
backwards.
right, but the team's back. Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
The production value around here is amazing these days. But Blizzard's team is about 10 minutes behind, so we are going to let Blizzard start on about a 10-minute delay, and Joe will get started here in just a moment, and we'll let Blizzard eat the 10 minute that he's behind for his team, and then they'll be caught up and good to go again.
All right, excellent. Looking forward to it. So this is a. Should we talk about the seed a little bit while they're finalizing, getting ready?
Yeah, of course. So you may notice that big bingo board on your right side. We're actually doing a boss hunt today. Joe and Blizzard, their goal isn't necessarily to beat the game; it's to beat all the bosses. They get one they can skip on their bingo board, so they are welcome to not they come across something nasty in Fork Tower or something. They're welcome to skip it. However, they only get one skip, so they're gonna have to pretty much clear most of the game.
Mm. So, all right, we get started with some time mages. So I think something, I guess, that we should probably be open about here at the start is that Drinksglue and I have a passing experience with this one. I've played a bunch of this casually. I don't really know a whole lot about racing specifics necessarily, but I do know that time mages have some great abilities on them. Not a whole lot of offense, if I'm not mistaken.
At
And
Career Day in Final Fantasy V isn't like you would say Worlds Collide. You definitely in Worlds Collide, if you have the choice between uh, anything support magic or an Illumina, if you pick support magic, I have questions about your character. However,
Mhm.
in Career Day, you can do all types of shenanigans with the various jobs, whether it's chemist, whether it's dancing. Again, whether it's chemist, Joe and Blizzard have exclusively promised to go out of their way to find a chemist if they can, just to show off some of the how broken it is. But
They did. They
yeah,
signed contracts even.
yeah,
Oh, chat pointing out, yes, rods. I forgot that in this one, in order to actually use breakable rods, you have to have a character that can equip that rod. You can't use it from the inventory. It has to be from the little like equipment part of the menu. So yeah, one of the things that this flag set does start with is all of the key items and all of the tablets. So looks like first things first that Judge Joe's doing is going into the sealed castle and picking up a bunch of random high tier items here, which you get three of. I think it's three per tablet. Picking up some alright stuff. Got white level 6, man eater. Got this earth hammer.
yeah. We're not just getting the 12
Medio.
legend. Ooh, that's nice.
Hello.
We're not just getting the 12 legendary weapons, despite the sprite on your screen. We can unlock various jobs, various pieces of defense equipment, or we could get one of the 12 items that happen to be in there. Some of them are pretty good, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually since you don't necessarily have access to all of your tablets right away, you get a little bit pickier about what you want to get first. But pretty strong chance that everything in this room is going to be good. So Judge Joe is just going to go ahead and grab all of it. Why not? Have a spare Apollo harp in your back pocket just in case you need it.
There's the Ragnarok.
Looking at the Twitch stream despite having a whoopsie. So yeah, Magic Sword, the Mystic Knight is going to go really well with a couple of those swords that we found. We've got an Enhancer and a Ragnarok. And that is the big item.
Yeah, one of the cool things I like about Career Day, and it's kind of a quality of life thing, is that you can see Judge Joe showing off that in his inventory he has a warp shard, and he is able to warp at any point in time to the little self-generated randomizer exclusive multi-world that sends you to World 1, World 2, or World 3. So you don't have to do as much walking, but because of those 3 worlds, and some of them, essentially are the same world twice, there is quite a bit of world to explore. So it's a nice little quality of life option.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it does have that sort of handy secondary effect of giving you an alternate ways of routing your path through. Like you can go down a really lengthy corridor that might not be easy to get out of without some sort of exit spell equivalent. I'm pretty sure there's like a exiter. Oh dear, look at this guy. Probably not that bad because I want to say that boss HP is based on placement in the world.
Yeah.
In this one, so these barriers he is definitely not invincible. Yes, you can defeat him. No worries there.
Yeah, this could be a much tougher boss in a later part in the game. However, I think this is like because of the location. We're location-based scaling, whereas in Worlds Collide, maybe some other games, it's based on number of pieces of progression you have. We're pretty fortunate here to find them. Even though Judge Joe is resetting, that's fine. A little more extra power, and this is just going to be an easy spot. Question from the chat: why is Wizard standing there? His team is 10 minutes behind, as this is a multi-game relay race, and day 1 took place yesterday. So what we're letting Wizard do is just wait 10 minutes to catch up. The time his team is behind, and once that time has elapsed, and he's got about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, he'll get going, and then they'll be on a level playing field again.
Mm-hmm. It was just to even out the streams that we're watching. Looks like Judge Joe is heading into Moore's Forest. Going to go ahead and take care of see what the boss here is, and I apologize. This is early morning for me. I forget if you mentioned that one of the few things stopping them from going to a location is you can't actually do Forks Tower unless you do the Moor Forest here. Like they have access to every dungeon, every boss, every check, every what have you. This is one of the few things that they have to actually do in order.
You have access to just about everything to simplify the boss hunt. However, this is one of the things we have to do to get access to Fort Tower, which does give us access to 2 bosses because there's a boss at the top of each tower.
So definitely worth it. Yeah. But kind of Venemax.
That was some blue magic. I don't think we have blue mage unlocking. It's just time mage and mystic knight, but
yeah, nothing just yet. That's one of my favorite parts about this randomizer. Again, only really playing it casually, is just how aggressively you have to make good with what you got on this one. There's a lot of instances in some other randomizers where you can kind of get away with holding off a little bit until you find that specific kind of build that you really want, whatever, what have you. But with free or Career Day, it's much more like, okay, I've got, I have Time Mage and Mystic Knight. I can make that work. It would be great if I had, I saw in the chat that Knight and Freelance are the only one who can use that Ragnarok sword. So like, that would be great to have one of those. But unfortunately, that's not what we're playing with here. And that was
another reset with Joe. Yeah. So Joe has done some
Callista
looting.
Fieri.
Yeah, Joe's done some looting, but he hasn't really made any headway with his 10-minute start with the bosses. So that's fortunate for Blizzard and Team Mobile is.
And not quite yet. Did find some info, though, at the very least. Fiery Blizzard upping the ante here. With an interrobang, one of the strongest forms of punctuation in the English language. Um, so, on one hand, yes, Judge Joe has not been able to get started with the boss bingo, but has made a lot of headway into knowing what's where, right? Like, I believe all of the bosses that Judge Joe has run into have not been on the bingo sheet. So it would have been nice to get some experience out of Necrophobe, for example, but would not have strictly been quote unquote progression.
Mhm. Yeah, and those are spots I would fully expect Wizard to go to.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
low scaling spots. They're pretty easily accessible. They don't take that long to get to.
Hey!
So that's sometime when Wizard gets going, he'll have to make back up.
And Judge Joe finding a fantastic cache of elemental rods to snap. I remember doing that a lot with the 4-job Fiesta. That was a big part of that event, was whether or not you were bold enough to, ooh, there's Knight. Say, hey, now we can use that Ragnarok there. But whether or not you were willing to sacrifice your ability to use breakable rods, they are very strong in this game.
That's Ice Sword 3.
This is
Oh, this Mirage is where it's at, apparently.
yeah, this is quite the shop.
Yeah, well. In the vanilla Final Fantasy 5, Mirage is like, when things kind of get interesting, for me at least. But oh, that's some fire rods as well.
That's the full stack. So we do have a question from the chat. If somebody wanted to donate, make life more interesting for our runners, what kind of incentives are currently available? I do know that for the race that's next up, the Link to the Past race between
Sawyer and
Leaf and okay, yeah. So you can decide which sprites they're going to have to play with. Not necessarily directly damaging to them, but hey, maybe there's a sprite in there that looks really obnoxious. You can pick that one. Oh man, look at this guy. Oh, Judge Joe, I feel that so much. Why remove that that punk? All right, looking over to sell some stuff. I didn't see anything in this particular shop that really spoke to me. Looks like they got some softs and some red shoes.
I like red shoes.
I think they're dancer only. They're one of those really restrictive, accessories. I mean, I guess in real life, yes, I also like red shoes. 5 Aegis shields. Oh, no, only 2. Okay. Just have a couple extra just in case. Oh, and there is some of the information.
I just realized I had to make the other scene for the infographics. So I'm doing that real
Aha!
fast. So Sturgeon sees some behind the scene action. However, he is what he
I
sees.
am. If I have no other ability, it is keeping my mouth shut.
There we go. So during the
Well,
next race,
hey,
if Leaf gets $25 donated to their team, Team Mobilis, Leaf will proudly sprout a Terra Sprite during the Link to the Past race randomizer that happens next.
all right. And I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think we do have another incentive for the Team Interceptor side as well, for I believe Mog as their sprite. That one is a lot easier to picture in my head. I really want to see. I want to see the stout little stumpy Terra that got plugged into the Link to the Past randomizer. There are so many sprites in that one. All right, Judge Joe getting some characters together, putting some abilities on. We're going to go look at another boss here. Catastrophe. Not on the bingo card.
Ooh.
But it's been a minute. Uh-oh. Thankfully, we got a bunch of softs, but looks like we're just going to get rid of this problem first. No, Bork got poisoned, unfortunately.
And last but not least, if Team Interceptor gets $25 donated to them during this Career Day race, Sawyer will proudly display a Mog sprite during their portion of the Link to the Past randomizer race.
Mm-hmm.
And really, if you ever seen Sawyer play Link to the Past randomizer, first, it's very impressive. Second, he always picks the Mog sprite, so it would be cruel to force him out there. A professional at his
Right,
craft.
yeah.
It would be a professional at his craft without his favorite tools.
Exactly. Ooh, wait, Fiery Blizzard finding that dancer crystal. Looks like in I forget the name of this town, but it's the other town near the water castle. And ooh, Judge Joe running into Atomos. Deciding against this one, not on the bingo card, and he's a bit of a jerk. Unfortunately, it looks like
Oh, that was on the bingo card. Maybe they changed it when they actually.
is that Muslim?
I thought it was.
Oh, it is.
It's
Oh my
C2.
goodness. Yeah, C2.
The false
Whoops.
information I think is displayed during the Ultima Derby is outrageous.
Hey, look, man, I'm not paid for accuracy. I'm not paid at all. Wait a minute.
The only thing that matters, Tersman, is what is the crystal that goes in the Jedi lightsabers.
Oh yeah, that's the Kyber crystal. I really appreciate that, by the way.
Thank you.
There's a lot of crystals in the world. You know, you got to keep that stuff. You got to keep that stuff straight. There's earth crystals. There's quartz. That's all. You know. All right. Actually, I'm not. Maybe I'm not the expert on this one.
There's darkness crystals. We saw the darkness crystal yesterday.
You're right.
In the Tower Azat, which is where you take
that's right.
the earth crystal. So lots of crystals all around these days.
There's a crystal that you drop after you've been dead for 3 turns.
Oh yeah, of course. And that crystal sometimes can teach you move +1.
Need to find one. Getting a little older these days. Chimera Brain, finding that at the through the Crescent Island. And ooh, yeah,
yes.
Okay. I love this. The Conjure ability only picks from a list of, I think it's a list of stuff you already have. Oh, maybe not, because there's Demon Eye. Took care of that business. Holy.
So I learned 2 things right there. I learned what the Conjure ability does, and I also learned Chimera Brain is weak to stone.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's something, that is another one of my, I love that about Final Fantasy V, is there are so many backdoors to a lot of these bosses. You know, there's that weird thing you can do with Twintania, where as he's charging the Giga Flare, you just bop him with a death spell and he goes down. There's a lot like status ailments are good in this game, if you can believe it. A Final Fantasy game with good status ailments in it. Good for you, obviously. They're usually good for the enemies, but they're actually good for you this time too. Here you plant.
So I don't think Hebrew Plant is on their bingo board, but I think at this point, Jojo, like at some point in time, you gotta get some levels, right? So you might as well.
Yeah.
You might as well call out our zone. You're here.
Yeah, I feel like that's what this is for. Plus, Conjure is just doing work here.
Yeah.
Demon Eye is coming out a lot. My understanding is it picks from the summons that you have available at that moment. So having Sildra, finding that in a shop earlier, that was a fantastic find. Now you have a petrify effect coming in every now and then, but free Sildra for basically any party member, yeah, okay, that's fantastic.
This is pretty much what we were talking about when we said you get a time mage, you get a black mage, you get what you get, and then you just make the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen a lot of running around looking for exact builds. You're getting these builds, the game saying, hey, this is how you're beating the game today, and you know
Yep.
what? Let's have a career day.
Odin's another good op. Thank you for. I really appreciate. I really appreciate we got some true professionals in chat, making sure that we know what the business is here.
Oh, that's
Liquid
boss number.
Flame.
That's bingo number 2.
Excellent.
For Joe. So as the board
Ooh.
highlights, you'll
In a
see
corner.
Joe. He will be the blue squares on the bingo board, and as Wizard defeats the same bosses, they'll split the same color. And if Wizard happens to find a boss that Joe does not find, he will occupy that square with a red villain.
Ooh, Fiery Blizzard finding a magic lamp at some point, which, if I remember right, it goes through a summon list from like best to worst. So it'll start at Bahamut and end at Remora or Chocobo or something like that. Fiery Blizzard may be able to take out the Necrophobe here. Dealing with Flash, but that's fine. Found that Dancer.
Oh, nice. Yeah, not on
Found
the
that
board.
Dancer Crystal.
Not on the board. What does it mean? I mean, like it's experience he got while he was here that Joe didn't.
Mm-hmm. Like Joe has been around. Fiery Blizzard is probably still going to be hitting a lot of the same points and finding that there's no progression on the bingo board there. But if Fiery Blizzard can manage to get experience, get through those bosses instead of having to dip out, then might be able to gain a couple of minutes on Judge Joe here. Also going to get a few little goodies here at the top.
Yeah, I think like
okay.
So
well,
when
Air Knife is good.
Not sure the tier of Air Knife, but I think these crystal shards. Once you get the fortress shards, I think those are more high tier, but these are at least mid tier stuff that he gets.
Mm-hmm. Another thing that is a little bit more exciting and worth your time if you don't have all the key items in the world to get everywhere, but a quick pack of items, pretty easy to grab that while you're here. Equip whips. Well, Judge Joe is heading through the library now, dealing with a sergeant and some Karnaks. Yeah, this guy doesn't quite seem to have the cachet as the sergeant from Final Fantasy IV. He's only allowed to have a dog division. Thankfully, all the dogs got away scot-free.
Yep.
They ain't here to hurt nobody. Oh, that was Iron Claw. You're right.
I think I don't know what happens if you petrify him. Maybe he doesn't transform.
I guess not.
Because I've never in the vanilla game you don't have access to the ability to petrify him before you get to him, right? So today we learned.
Do you? I don't think so.
I think you just have to physically take him down and then get through Iron Claw.
Mm-hmm. All right, that is another one on the board for Judge Joe. Oh, and Adam and Teamy found on Fiery Blizzard's side. Meteor is going to make pretty short work of this, yeah. Shote, however, I don't believe is on this bingo card, unfortunately. He will only transform if the dogs are killed. Another great reason to save the animals right there. Thank you, chat. We're heroes here. We pet the dog. We saved that one guy who was about to get his head cut off. Chrono Trigger. Fritz. I'm really glad Fitz isn't here. He would have been very mad at me for not remembering that guy's name right away.
Well, here's the thing with that. Do you think they would just imprison him and send him to execution if he didn't do anything bad?
Yes.
Like he no, he did something bad. Like I understand the Chrono Trial situation is a little bit of a sham, but let's be honest here.
Okay. We can't have this discussion right now. We're gonna have to wait.
We have to have it in about 8 hours.
Right. Yeah.
But that's a little preview of what's coming later.
You're gonna hang on to that one.
And I'm not scheduled for comms. However, I have some hot takes about that situation, and they will be coming out then.
I guess I'm playing during it, so I'll try to. Yeah, Taco Magic knows what's up. Beheading innocents is just aristocracy things. It's it's similar to, like, have you heard the term girl dinner? It's the same kind of idea. They wake up one morning and they're just like, you know what I feel like today? Bit peckish. Golem not on this list, unfortunately. Going to do their best to take care of this business. Casting Meteo. Only hit the Golem once. Maybe he's okay.
He's fine. He's a tough guy.
I guess it might be a question of whether or not they want Golem in their list of spells, right? Because that would affect what Conjure is going to bring up when you use it. You know, it's a great summon, but it might not be something that Judge Joe wants in the list if they want Conjure to be an exclusively offensive command.
I think Blizzard is about to do the underbelly fight of the. I think this is where the. Is it Antlion that attaches it to the hole and you fly up and he drags you down?
Oh, I don't remember what this thing. This isn't Carl Boss. Maybe it is Carl Boss. It's one of those weird lobster guys.
Nevertheless, this is Chimera Brain. This is going to be the first dual boss that fits, Blizzard and JoJo have found. So the bingo board will now display that split color we mentioned earlier. So again, we don't have to clear everything on the board. We get one whoopsie who, we get one tough boss we don't want to deal with, or we get one that we just don't find. So we need to do at least 24 of the 25 listed.
Oh, that's right. This is Blackout. This is not going in a line. I was just about to comment on how they both have they're both essentially even at this point, since they both have 2 in a line. But you're right. I completely forgot about this being Blackout. So Judge Joe still in the lead, maintaining the bonus that they got from the beginning, with 3 bosses down. Fiery Blizzard doing a little bit of shopping. Since I didn't see it as they were in there, but my understanding is got through Mirage Village. I imagine that is a quick pick for most runners as they're going through this too, if they have access to it, since there's a lot of items there. There's a lot of shops there. I'm not sure if any of those items are guaranteed to be of a higher tier. My guess is yes, because that's a wacky place. It's where you get, in the vanilla game, you get that the Brave Blade or the Chicken Knife.
What do you prefer, Tersman, the Brave Blade or the Chicken Knife?
I usually prefer the Brave Blade because I try not to run when I'm playing a vanilla game, but I have to admit that the Chicken Knife is objectively better. Pains me to say it, but
well, it's the only way to live.
I mean, yeah, sometimes, yeah. Hey, yeah, stay up. Don't worry too much about pride. Yeah, keep on your feet. He's got Judge Joe heading to the end of the ship graveyard. Going to find another boss here. While Fiery Blizzard finds an old man digging around in the dirt in the desert. Hey, Twintania. Here's, oh boy.
Ooh.
Low HP section. probably not going to give Judge Joe too much trouble unless
I would say
it's Aquareg.
if he's
Ooh.
punching for 0 damage and getting wiped in one turn, this may be a reset.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I take it back. Why would
Yeah,
JoJo
wow.
reset? Listen to me.
Aquareg doing a lot more damage than I expected it to, but thankfully that spot, I want to say, has about 1,000 HP in it, maybe a little bit more. It took care of that business. Unfortunately, Twintanian not on the bingo board.
You know, uh, let's pull Joe. Let's pull Joe up and ask him about that Twintanian, because I thought Joe obviously clearly knows what he's doing, and I know nothing. I probably would have reset once I saw the second Aquareg come out, but Joe just eats it and turns around and one shots him. So let's ask Joe what's going on. Joe, Joe, can you hear us?
Of course.
So Joe, that Twintania fight, you eat a couple Aquaregs, you stare it down and you say thanks but no thanks, and then you take him out. What was going on there?
So I accidentally attacked with my time mage who didn't have a weapon. Punched twice, took double counter.
Oh, is that what it was? Was it a double
Oh.
counter situation? Like
Because you
each
punched
punch?
twice.
Oh, man.
Oh,
It was a mistake that almost wiped and cost me a bit of time, but we're good. Just looking for some tents, cause
It's put on a good show.
yeah.
gotta heal it some way.
What do you think of the power so far in the seed? Because you got the Time Mage, you got some Mystic Knight shenanigans, plus the Conjurer's been doing you well. What's the power been like so far for you?
Solid power. Took me a bit to find a boss that I could kickstart the party off of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mhm.
I learned Aqua Rake from that.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
Oh, everyone's got learning on automatically.
Yep.
All right. I did not realize that a 2-hit punch would result in a double counter.
Today we learned.
Learning's what matters.
Mhm.
Am I really shopping here?
All right, so Blizzard obviously is a grizzled career day veteran. You had a 10-minute head start, Joe. How do you feel like what do you feel like you've done with that 10 minutes? Do you still feel like you're in a good spot? Do you feel like maybe he's caught up to you a little bit? What do you think is going on there?
I feel like I've done all right. Could have gone a little better, could have been a little cleaner, but with this, it's a matter of we just really won't know who's going where for a while. So obviously Blizzard's gone someplace I haven't yet. And there's where Timmy was. Possibly has level 5 Doom, so it could be, if he has level 5 Doom and the ability to use it, it could be straight up anywhere and it's an insta kill.
Mhm.
So it'll be fun to find out in the future where that came from, but meantime, just working on setting up a dancer that'll really kickstart my super strength. Basically give it another 10 or so levels and 50% of the time she'll be doing Niner. And the other 50% of the time she'll be doing nothing.
What abilities and equipment are you missing for your dancer that could be out there?
I got
I mean, just put a Ragnarok on it, so that's pretty good.
I was running Knight until I learned equip swords. Purchasing equipped swords does the same job. You get the strength of the Knight and the ability to use a Ragnarok. It also bypasses.
Oop, I think we lost you there for the last half of that.
I kind of cut off when I saw Leviathan.
Oh, that's okay. That's fair.
Well, speaking of more Aquareg, my goodness.
Oof.
All right, Joe, we're gonna let you get back to it. Thank you for joining us for a brief moment. We appreciate you, my friend, and good luck on the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Joe's such a great guy. Nobody tell him
Oh,
he says
yeah.
that.
It's on. I mean, it's you recorded it, so I think it's It's good. Everybody's gonna know now.
I'll just say that was AI generated.
The glue bot.
All right, so as Joe mentioned, there's probably quite a few spots he thinks boys would win, and it's pretty much true. Crayclaw
Mhm.
right there. So they've gone pretty. I wouldn't. It's kind of. It's always kind of hard to say because they're both clearing stuff pretty fast. However, there's still some things that could be some roadblocks, and you can see the bingo board still has a ways to go. But they're
Mhm.
both pretty much still. I would say that 10-minute gap still exists.
Yeah,
But
I
that
think Fiery might have shrunk it a little bit.
yeah, that
By
Leviathan doesn't help because well,
no, that was
or,
unfortunate.
yeah,
And another situation where like I don't know if that was no. I think Entangle was the counterattack. I think Leviathan just had a double move, perhaps, but extremely unfortunate. Oh hey, well hey, who's got Leviathan now? Judge Joe finding it in the Moogle chest.
oh nice.
It does not look like Levi is on the board. No, there are a lot of bosses in this game. I think that's something that
I think there's definitely like over 50.
yeah, easily. I just realized I don't see a single Gilgamesh on this thing.
Well, there's 4 of them, but 0 today will be on the bingo board.
Goblin. Oh no, Conjure did not provide the desired. Oh, these are updated goblins. Oh right, it makes sense because these are goblins that are now at the middle of the game. Dang, these guys got some health on them. And Team Mobliz, Fiery Blizzard making their way through the library as well.
When was the last time you've been in the library?
Oh, in real life?
Oh, you know what? You work for a school. You work for an organization that would have a
I do.
library. So
I
I
was
just
not even.
realized.
I wasn't even going to count that, but
I realized I
guess
do
yes.
as well. So
I guess yeah. 2 days ago, technically.
So technically,
But,
last week.
Yes, 2 weeks ago, I went to one. I didn't borrow anything at that time. I'm kind of in the middle of a couple right now. I'm trying to read a lot more these days. I understand that that's a good way to prevent yourself from becoming a dumb person.
I realized as I said that when was the last time I've been in one? And it's like I walk through one every day at work to go to the bathroom
Yes.
multiple
It's
times a day.
Literally 18 hours ago.
Yeah. So when was the last time you were in a library, chat? Maybe if you don't work for a public institution, maybe a little farther time, but
Yeah, throw that out.
Yeah.
Some book recommendations. I picked up a book called The Employee, translated from a Swedish author. I want to say 2021, about a little vignettes of people having to take care of what I think is a robot that lays eggs, but I'm not sure just yet. We're getting there.
we'll get there.
Ooh, Odin. Not on the list. I guess it's thinking.
He's right there.
Odin?
You see 3R4.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he just went down so fast.
Wait. Oh no, I read Go-Go and I thought I saw Odin, but no, he's down there. Got it. Okay. So that does put Fiery Blizzard in the lead with 4 bosses. Not that Judge Joe hasn't fought 4 bosses, but also running into a couple of problems with taking some big hits here. Oof, Gilgamesh 4 swinging for the fences.
I think Joe's Dancer is online. He just did 7,000 damage.
Yes, that was pretty great. It's not the 9s that they're looking for, but pretty darn close. Fire Blizzard takes care of another boss. I missed that whole fight. So yeah, it looks like Fiery Blizzard is making their way through a really shop-heavy, shop-dense area here. You can just go downstairs. You have access to a bunch. My understanding is the way that the randomized shops work is it randomizes a list, and different shops in an area will pull from the same list. Like I think there's like 2 or 3 at least in World 2 that all have the same items together. Hey, there's that chicken knife.
We found it. I'm not sure what the chicken knife, if this chicken knife can stack with some dancing shenanigans, but Blizzard, if anybody will know, Blizzard will know.
Well, for what it's worth, Joe did put it on the dancer.
Well, then I would take it Joe would know as well. Uh-oh, this guy is
Oh wait, no. This is the
okay.
This is number 027. This is not. Okay. we're all right. We're okay. We're okay.
Okay. I was a little scared there. I didn't realize Career Day was that mean, but it is not.
Yeah,
we were just making assumptions.
Oh man, can you imagine like Monster in a Box? Everybody's a Magi Master. I guess you don't have to imagine. That's happened once. Meanwhile, Fiery Blizzard running into Carbuncle at the opening.
Carbuncle is on the list, so that will give Mr. Blizzard his 5th boss off the bingo board. And Joe sitting at 3. But I don't think Blizzard's gone anywhere super unorthodox, so I think eventually Joe will make his way across all of these same bosses.
Yeah.
Blizzard has more bosses, but Joe still has more levels because he's level 24, so he's a little bit more powerful. It's just running into a few more walls and.
Mm-hmm. Well, and like we've mentioned, or like Joe even mentioned, like I don't think there's going to be too much variance in where they're picking. It looks like there's maybe a little bit of personal preference for where a good spot to get some bosses are. Oh, the Stalker. That's also on the list. So see if Judge Joe can take care of this problem. This one's annoying. Ooh, found the right guy. I think. Is that how it works? Will it not do damage? Will it not show damage if you hit the wrong one, or am I thinking of a different version of this?
I don't think you can just straight YOLO it and throw out AoE everywhere. I think you have to actually target him down.
Yeah.
Or else bad things happen.
Ooh, meanwhile, getting a look at equipment that Fiery Blizzard has access to. Pretty decent stuff. There's another ribbon. And a defender.
Very nice.
Ooh, Dancer has gone down.
Orc number 2 has also gone down. But I'm gonna say it was seizure or poisoned, or I guess hurricane.
Yeah, it's everybody got hit with something that gave him seizure, and they're using hurricane. Man, seizure is got no chill. That status of ailment in this game. Holy moly! All right, searching for it. Okay,
ooh, there we go. Yeah.
There we go. Very nice work.
Nice. See, Joe is a professional. That's like the third time we thought he was down and out.
Yep.
And he has calmly stayed on the course and very gracefully worked himself out of it.
Trust the process.
Yeah.
That does puts another one on the Judge Joe side, and the Wind Temple, in my memory, is not a very fun dungeon to navigate. So we'll see how long it takes Fiery Blizzard to go in there. We do know that they're going to have to eventually, unless that's the one that they decide to say no thank you to. Meanwhile, it looks like Judge Joe also headed into the pyramid. Does it have a boss at the end, or is it just the one in the beginning? I seem to remember it's just the one. Yeah. Because I know it's got a lot of. Okay. I know it's got a lot of great items in it, but.
Because you fight all of the tablet demons at the beginning. They're the same one at each one, and that's shuffled into a boss, and then I think there's a boss at each one. At each end.
Okay. Oh, hey, these guys. I've seen anybody who's played vanilla Final Fantasy V knows about these little fellas right here. So meanwhile, Judge Joe using Showtime Carbuncle. Yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Big brains being put on display here at 8:46 Pacific. 8:46 a.m.
Yeah, Lily pointing out, I forget, but there is a boss. You just don't fight it in the temple.
Okay.
You fight it next door. However, for simplicity's sakes, it's shuffled to the top of the pyramid.
Okay, making the pyramid more valuable. That makes sense. I did know that the pyramid gets a bit of a bump in the quality of items.
Mm-hmm. It is a cool dungeon, too.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, you see it the entire... Like, I always, like how do I get there? It's like, I never forgot to get there. You move on, and you just assume that
love that.
There's so many things you just assumed you missed, and then, but you didn't actually have X ways to get to them.
Yeah.
So when you actually get in there...
It's one of my favorite things to do with a world map for an RPG, is to just show you, just there's something real sick on this island surrounded by mountains. You can't get there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Gotta breed those chocobos. Fiery Blizzard dealing with an Archaeosaur. Is this a regular enemy? I don't remember this as a boss. Must have been a monster in a box or something like that. Yep, okay. Aegis Shield, though. And Judge Joe, I want to say, is at the Odin spot, runs into another Greg.
Looks like this is Gilgamesh number 1. I would assume that because there's a 1 next to his name, but... Ooh, this is the Guardian spot.
Oh, see ya.
So, Joe noped out of the rest of the temple. So it may be a while. So he does get the 1 pass. However, if he doesn't, you don't get another. So it may be a while before he decides to go back into the temple and...
So that's a couple of bosses on either side that our runners have gone down a longer than average hallway to get to that the other runner has not. So that's pretty interesting. Question from the chat: are Phoenix Downs still super expensive? They're, I think, 1,000 per in career day, which eventually no, but at the start, oh yeah. Judge Joe taking a world tour here.
Right, so we do have one spot that we do need some power to get through. However, there are quite a few bosses in there, and that is the Void. So we will eventually at some point in time expect Wizard and Joe to both make their way in there, and it kind of like becomes like a guessing game. How many bosses left do I need? How many of them do I think are in the Void? So I want to start, like in Joe's case, does he want to go back all the way up to the top of the pyramid and maybe guess there, or does he want to go to the boss dense spot? So we may see some strategy come into play as far as risk tolerance. How many bosses do I think in the Void that are on my board?
Yeah, that'll be interesting because there's a bunch in the Void. There are like 9, 10, something like that. A huge chunk in that weird boss rush that you go through during the entire final dungeon. So we will see. Yeah, hard to say how I would make that particular decision. You know, like how many missing spots on the bingo board I'd be comfortable with before going into the final dungeon. Because you're really unlikely to get all the way down to, 1 to 3, considering how many bosses are in the void. But I would feel really uncomfortable with 4 or more spots on the board that I would have to do. Judge Joe takes down that sandworm. And we got Fiery Blizzard Meteor that fully targeted Golem. Guild Toss. Another interesting divergence with available abilities. We saw Fiery Blizzard throwing some money. Another fantastic move, but I just had not seen that on Judge Joe's side just yet. Difference. Lena is the one on Fiery Blizzard's side doing the good work with dance. That was something I did forget about as well, is the abilities selected kind of give you stat buffs based on the original class that you would get those abilities from.
Mm.
Judge Joe running into Carl Boss and deciding, you know what, I don't need this negativity in my life. Deciding to go with I don't know if there's an official name for this for a lot of these checks, but this one's kind of interesting. I think you could just go straight to the boss. I don't think you have to fight the extra little gagoos along the way, but Zaz's fleet. That's right. Fleet. That was the word. I don't know why I couldn't pull that word out.
Well, I think you get the Gilgamesh spot on the ship, and then you go down. So it's a chain, but you get a handful. You can get a handful of bosses. And we're about that point where it's kind of risky. It's like the world's collide equivalent of floating continent.
Right.
Maybe some longer checks in some other games, but the pros are we're looking for bosses. There's a few bosses there. The cons are, what if we run into something we can't do? But based on what we saw earlier, I think the boss pool is getting a little thinner on some of the tougher things that could be out there.
Oh, Biblos.
Biblos, how are you?
Well, Foden can take care of it, then we don't gotta really worry ourselves too much about this. I think that is another that's another bit of the calculation too, since Judge Joe now I haven't seen Fiery Blizzard's summon list for a while, but Judge Joe has access to Shote and Odin, which both are different ways of taking care of an enemy fully that are unreflectable, that you could theoretically get for free out of the Conjure command. A lot of different bosses that might be super scary. Maybe aren't not so much, since you have access to these really good versions of status ailments. Ooh, all right, heading into the totally normal castle. Absolutely nothing weird about this place at all.
Looks like we just had a few donations come in for Team Interceptor, and they've officially they're right at the $200 mark, so they are catching up in the race. Blizzard's made up a little bit of time, not quite there yet, but they're also catching up in the donations now. So exciting stuff going on.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your donations.
And just a reminder, this is the career day portion of day 2 of the Ultima Derby. Up next, we have Link to the Past key shuffle race between Sawyer and Leaf. And then after that, we have a And Steve Worlds Collide presentation. If you're never familiar with Steve, well, great news. You're going to meet him. You're going to meet him a lot.
Mm-hmm. Steve will make Steve known. And then after that, something I'm very excited about, the Crystallis randomizer. Been putting in the grind on that one a lot lately. Boy, action RPGs are different than the turn-based ones.
You gotta do more than just press A sometimes. It's
Yeah, use a different part of your brain, those things. All right, Fiery Blizzard taking out Atmos. I said the full name earlier, Atomos or Atomos, or it's just Atmos. Bullying Bork and Terabang a bit with those Comet casts, but we've got better Comet, so
yeah.
Unfortunately, Atmos. Wow, I could have sworn that was going to be it. Ooh, Judge Joe heading through the sunken tower, normally where Gogo is found, but we're gonna find something else that's potentially a little scarier down at the bottom. Oh, info from the chat that I appreciate. Highest HP boss outside the Deep Void. That is very interesting. That's it is one of those things where potentially it's going to be something that you have to do. Probably see Judge Joe. Yep, okay. That's what I thought. It's still looking at this Atomos. Atmos. I haven't even played the newer versions of Final Fantasy V that much. I don't know why that one's in my brain. Probably from one of the other Final Fantasies. Big HP pool on this boy.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Nicely done. Bork cosplaying as Bartz was getting awfully close there to maybe not making it back from this fight.
Oh man, I wish they had the courage to just make you lose a character permanently in this game. It's like, oh, you did the Atmos battle wrong.
Yeah.
No more Ferris. Keep going. Load a save, idiot. It's all right. We got Fiery Blizzard. Looks like they're heading into Castle Ball. Is this Ball? Yeah, I got it right.
You know, I
don't
think we've seen the Go-Go spot yet either. The Go-Go spot is well, we haven't seen Go-Go period.
Well, we haven't seen Go-Go, but that was Judge Joe had gone down that way, and that was one of the Gilgameshes. Fiery Blizzard taking care of Liquid Flame.
Nicely done.
Another bit of overlap between our two runners. Judge Joe taking care of them triplets real quick. And just deciding to dip out of the waterfall immediately afterwards.
That is
I do believe they're... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's a robust amount of damage for a kill toss. Blizzard just do it.
Oh, yeah.
There. Just highlighting there's more than one way to skin a cat in career day.
Mm-hmm. Has that ability been buffed for this this randomizer? Because I do not remember getting quite that much play out of Guild Toss.
Well, I imagine at a certain point, you know, your money, once you got, you know, what you got online, that a character's or the GP is kind of worthless to you. So
that's true. No buff, Guild Toss is just that strong. All right. Not familiar with this game.
I really like probably should have maybe ventured out of dual wield every once in a while.
Right? Yeah, it's like dual wield X magic flare sword. Like that's home. I don't need to.
Yeah.
I don't need to leave home. I got everything I need right here. I can get delivery of, a summon a golem every now and then. Okay, Fiery Blizzard heading through Zizat's fleet as well. Well, Judge Joe finishes off. Was this the Dragon Grass? Yes, this is the Dragon Grass Mountain. Not going to be Dragon Grass here, obviously, but...
Some gargoyles.
Hey, all right. Not on the board, though, unfortunately. As Judge Joe dips out. Fire Blizzard taking care of this Biblos. That is something that I'm finding pretty interesting. I'm wondering if it's just the, our players are just very hyper aware of the rewards that they're going to get from these bosses. Because Biblos is also not on the list, but Fiery Blizzard decided to just go ahead and take care of this guy.
I think because of where he's at, it's getting him to another boss behind it.
Oh, you might be right.
And two, if your builds are depending on levels, you might as well.
Yeah, Fiery Blizzard's throwing Gil. They've got that Dancer, who is not quite doing max damage just yet. So that could be it. Because Judge Joe did the same thing. Abductor. Bye. So glad I saw that pop up, because there it went. And yep, Fiery Blizzard also going to be making that trip up Barrier Tower. Probably not going to be too terribly happy with what they find at the top there.
Mm-hmm. I think Blizzard's got to be close on closing in on doing the one X-Death Tower in World number 2, and then 3 the Void. There's a few bosses in X-Death Tower, not as many as the Void, obviously, but it kind of get to that point where we need to just do we need to do these massively long checks? Can I get 2 or 3 bosses out of them? Maybe hone in on the Void and whatnot.
Well, and with a marathon too, you tend to want to play a little bit more conservatively, right? So I can definitely see an earlier Void check for Fiery Blizzard or Judge Joe. Frankly, they're both starting to scratch off a bunch off of this list. So just going in there early and taking care of all of that, so that way they know exactly how much time they have to spend out in the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, chat. 3 bosses in X-Death's Castle.
Yep.
So
Carbuncle,
another pretty dense spot to check.
I think you get Carbuncle. I think you get the Gilgamesh fight that you don't do it there when you actually when you're passing through when you first get to the World 2. I think you get the Gilgamesh spot there, the Carbuncle, and then obviously the X-Death up top.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty dense.
Yeah, I think
pretty
the Carbuncle one's the one that I always forget. Judge Joe running into Wing Raptor. Gonna just... Oh, got to see Gungnir. Well, killed it one shot anyway, that's fine. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Oh, hey. Old Hallie. I believe, was it Judge Joe or Fiery that had come by here earlier? Because I think we've seen Halicarnasso on the screen already. There goes the Tyrannosaurus. Blink and you'll miss it. No undead flags for this seed. You throw that Phoenix down at that undead boss, and you just feel good the rest of the day about it. Joe noped out of Holly. Okay, that's what okay, I was not crazy. Always nice to get that reassurance every now and then. So, Fiery Blizzard ending that fight with a couple of frogs in their party. See if they take care of it. What's going on? Oh no! Oh dear, look at this place.
What's going on with this place all of a sudden?
Some sort of evil castle. Fiery Blizzard showing off another one of my favorite parts of Final Fantasy V is all of the little secret passageways in a bunch of dungeons. There's a bunch of them in towns as well. Obviously, the Sea Passages ability, you just get that one for free in Career Day, or at least in these flag sets. So you can see all of those little hallways that you can use to skip some sections. You can use them to find some treasure chests out in the out off in the thing. Really neat. I really like it when Final Fantasy games do a lot with earlier Final Fantasy games do a lot with map navigation stuff. Because a lot of the later Final Fantasy games just some of them don't do that at all. But always a fun time to find a secret wall. Go get an item back there. Bahamut!
Not on the board, but I think definitely in the top 5 of cool Bahamut summons or Bahamut bosses in Final Fantasy series.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Plus the way he introduces himself, like, hey, come up on this mountain, cool things will happen. And like, yeah, okay, sure, let's go.
It's like, well, welcome in, sucker. Judge Joe, I really appreciate them slowing down a little bit before going up to that one pit that everybody falls into all the time. A Fiery Blizzard running into Go-Go.
Go-Go is on the
see. Ooh,
he's on the board, so
he is. We do have Fiery Blizzard casting a haste spell on Go-Go. Presumably to make this whole thing go a little quicker. Gonna eat that flare as a counterattack, but I like that idea. Meanwhile, Joe taking care of that soul cannon up there. Another bit on the board. So let me do a quick count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 12 for Judge Joe and 10 for Fiery Blizzard. So Fiery Blizzard about to take care of this Go-Go, obviously, but oh, ooh, yes, thank you, chat. Joe is the first one to get bingo. So congratulations to Judge Joe for kind of winning a little bit. See if he can manage to win the rest of the way after that. God, the Odin Summon's so cool. Hey, Fiery, how's it going? What are you up to right now?
Reading my phone, actually.
Just gonna check Twitter real quick. Answer some emails.
On Twitter, probably in.
Oh yeah, no, I honestly, good call. Just for some reason, that's like the default in my head. Still, like that's just the funnest social media name to say.
I have no idea what my password is for that, by the way. I got logged out randomly one day. I'm like, I'm not even gonna bother.
Yeah, no, my Twitter's dead to me.
Yep. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. Oh, it looks like you graduated.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Unfortunately, I don't have a mimic class, but I wish I did. But I literally just have time mage and dancer, so that's what we're rolling with. I should probably clean up some of World 1.
It's like,
I like how Joe and I have very clearly done different things. I love it.
So you have access to you guys can both see the same bingo board, correct?
Yes, so I can see what he's marking off. He can see what I'm marking off.
Okay,
And
that's
so
exciting.
There's a bit of metagaming that we can do. It's actually why the having the delay be built in is actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can metagame, but you can't do it as neatly as you would if we were both starting at the same time, which can get really, really silly when we're both converging at the void.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the first person there is basically going to tell you what is going to be at the second spot, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So.
Yeah. That raises a very interesting question that I didn't think of. Do you try to plan around that when you're doing one of these seeds? Like, do you avoid, for example, a bunch of early game spots? Because if you find something there, if you don't find something there, you can kind of like trick your opponent into going or not going to like the wind shrine or the canal, like stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous. You can't do it immediately just simply because you need some early levels. But for instance, since Joe isn't in this chat, I guess I took so long to loot the pyramid that once Joe defeated Carbuncle, decided not to go through and take on the Guardians up there. Which is also a square. So I think we're both kind of doing a little bit of that just subconsciously, but like I can probably guess what's going to be up here based on sort of the timing of when Joe marks off squares, but it doesn't really change how I'm doing this.
Okay.
It's more like what could I have done to get levels faster or power faster? Right, like the early-ish pyramid play, which I could have done a lot earlier just because Meteor is silly, was more like, can I find summon 4? Please.
Right.
And I just ended up with Guild Toss. I'm like, I guess this worked.
It seems to be working so far. I did not realize Guild Toss was that good.
Oh, Guild Toss is, yeah, it's... winning with money is Final Fantasy V.
So okay, that's interesting. So you don't think that there's necessarily a whole lot to be gained by trying to get into your opponent's head with these sorts of the bingo runs?
With 24 out of 25 bosses, you're probably doing most things. It just probably takes... It's somewhat not worth the effort to metagame completely.
Okay.
I mean, theoretically, if Joe wanted to, he could delay clicking on boxes, and technically that wouldn't be disallowed. Like you
we might rule that bad manners, but
yeah, you might rule it bad manners. But chances are, in a seed like this, you're probably completing 90 plus checks. 90 plus percentage. So what are you really gaining from it?
Yeah.
Just do the checks that are in front of you that you're close by, and in this case, spam the Guild Toss button.
So sorry, please finish it.
No, go ahead.
I want to learn about Guild Toss. Like there's some exciting numbers coming out of of your screen for sure. I don't necessarily want to distract you too much with like essentially interview questions, but like, is there a thought process in your head over, are you worrying about going to certain bosses at certain times, or is it more of a function of how much power you have versus like, oh, there's a big chunk of bosses? Like, I guess the void would be specifically what I'm talking about. Like, at what point do you feel confident to go in there and see what you can scratch off the bingo board?
I mean, I could have gotten the void. We're a little over an hour, or I'm a little over an hour in. I could have gotten the void 40 minutes ago. It wouldn't have been an issue.
Oh.
I mean, Meteo is Meteo. You get free, basically unscaled 6 to 9k damage for most bosses. But it's also like, do I want to commit myself to doing the full void?
Yeah, exactly. Like
the void is good because you get pretty high tier loot, so we didn't turn off loot scaling or anything like that. No guarantee that we find anything, but it's a good place to look. But yeah, ultimately it's what's going to be fastest, and get your levels first. The more levels you have, the more damage Guild Toss does. So that is not the world I'm going to, but I guess we're stuck here now. But yeah, it's I don't know. I am not even following the same route that I did last time or any other time. It's just, what do I feel like doing, right?
Right, yeah.
Some of the bosses I took early that aren't on the bingo card were more for like, what do I find as a reward? And I think one of them, or like the tool early, getting the magic lamp out of the monster in the box is like, okay, well, that gives me Bahamut, Leviathan, Sildra, and Odin. And Odin, of course, coming in pretty large on that Guardian fight with that True Edge. We also had Odin at the start. It's just we don't have Summoner or Summon 4, or I don't. But it's like, okay, where can I go to possibly get that? And I have words right now. So this is an expensive guild toss, but we're going to do it anyways. Because it's still the fastest. But
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it turns out hitting 4 targets is not cheap.
Yeah.
Which is what that is.
Yeah, this guy's obnoxious no matter what you come in this with, pretty much. I mean, I guess single target, like physical attacks are fine, but I hate this little guy.
Yeah, so the big thing about the SNES version of Sandworm is that it's never considered in the front row. So if you're doing physical damage, it really sucks.
Ugh, okay.
So just like things like that are minor differences. In the Pixel Remaster, that's not the case. So it's a little bit easier there. The real question is like, it's not the void of the question of when do I feel comfortable? It's the Fork Tower. It's like, when do I feel confident wanting to take Fork Tower, splitting my party into 2?
Right.
And generally, my guideline for Fork Tower is, do I have instant death? Either through X-Zone or Choked, Break, or something like that. I mean, Guild Toss might as well be instant death with a couple caveats. Marigine is pretty... It wouldn't really respect it. There are no Gregs in this bingo board. Unfortunate.
No, unfortunately, there's a lot of Gregs in the game, but none are required.
Yeah, that's a shame. Although I'm kind of glad I don't have to deal with 48,000 HP of Greg 2. That fight does get quite a bit obnoxious, and Fork Tower specifically, you would be able to tell just how fast Greg 2 does get. But like, here's Guild Toss. It's like, okay, I have physical damage, but you know what I also have? I have money. So
yeah, that is kind of
Guild Tosses, it's done.
That is sort of the wild thing about the Gilgamesh fights being put into, a general pool like this, is they're all so different from each other that you really have to remember. Like, thankfully, there's the little number.
Yes.
At the end, it doesn't just say Gilgamesh, get lucky on what you think it actually is.
Or is it 4 or is it 2? I mean, you'd be able to tell just from the script, pretty much.
That's true. Yeah, within a couple of attacks there, but
we see weird abilities coming out. It's Greg 4. If the Greg is forward on your screen, it's Greg 3. If it runs away after your first hit, it's Greg 1. Then you don't care. And if it's none of those, it's Greg 2.
Yeah, none of them start with any of his little speeches, if I'm not mistaken.
The first attack at Gilgamesh 1 does have, like, the ha as it hits.
Okay.
But chances are it's going to run away before you even bother. I wish I had Blue Mage. I have all my Blue Mage stuff, except for not the blue ability. It's sad. When we did our submission seed, we had Blue Mage basically immediately. Tiara is not what I want. Where's my rainbow dress?
Yeah, I definitely have more experience with the 4-job Fiesta than Career Day. So I can at the very least speak to situations like that where, having blue magic in the 4-job Fiesta at the very least it's not necessarily going to solve all of your problems for you, but it means that you have you're potentially going to be able to solve all of your problems, right?
It's cheating.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
it's all
especially in 5, since you can manipulate levels so much, like you can fuss about with so many numbers in Final Fantasy 5 that having
Oh.
access to blue magic and mix is like
You
it's
can
going to be
kill
kind of
every
slow,
boss-
but you can take care of it. Yeah, exactly.
You can kill every boss, but well, you can't kill Omega because of the reflect, but
Mm.
basically anything else with Mix and Blue. Although, that being said, if you could kill Omega with blue magic, I don't know how great it is to give him level 255.
Well,
But
yes.
probably still survive that more likely than any of other Omega scripts, so we ball.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, the auto reflect does catch that. I just want my blue mage. There's no guarantee that blue magic's even in the seed, and this is what we call obnoxious.
Question from the chat. Yes, our runners do get to skip one of their choice. So essentially, getting all but one of the card filled will be go mode for either of our players.
So do you want to see an old man hit really, really hard?
Yes, I'm not playing, so that sounds fantastic.
Okay. Well, this is why you generally don't Berserk Omniscient. Is because it will do lots and lots of damage.
Oh.
At the same time, it is by far the fastest way through this fight, so we're doing it
Mhm.
anyways.
Well, and he's just any physical attacks. He says nope and then resets the thing, right? Like you can't get through it with dance or magic sword or anything goofy like that.
Correct. I mean, Magic Sword with Mute Blade, but that's it.
Oh, okay. That makes
Because
sense.
you can mute Omniscient, and in fact, in a 4-job Fiesta run, if you were to have the Mimic class show up and you don't have a, you don't have a mage of any sort, then you have to do the whole, let me go find Reflect Ring so I can buy a Mage Masher so I can then hit myself and reflect the mute status off of Omniscient.
God, I love the 4-job Fiesta so much. Just some of the stupidest cartoon Wile E. Coyote crap that you gotta do to get through like a boss that's absolutely nothing in vanilla.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't yet got the 4-job Fiesta the run to have to do that on stream.
Mm-hmm.
1 year we'll be back
Yeah.
to do the run.
Eventually, it'll show up.
And then we get to watch them grind wall rings for a considerable amount of time.
There'll be an article about it in Variety. Just like everybody's talking.
You mean the good old artificial intelligence?
Right? Yeah. Beep boop. Everybody's talking.
But yeah, it's Guild Toss. It's really, really powerful. There's another Greg. We're just gonna kill more Gregs. I hope no one loves Greg. Well, Greg's gonna be back.
Yeah, I do, but he's fine. It's getting killed
He shows
doesn't
up
really.
later.
Yeah, getting killed doesn't really
Doesn't
slow him
scare.
down too much.
No.
I mean, he's in Final Fantasy VII now, so I think.
Oh, I honestly haven't. Yeah, I heard about it. I still haven't played it, so. I mean, he was in Final
It's a
Fantasy
big.
VI.
I'll tell you what, it's a big meal. it's a tasty meal, but I got full pretty early.
And then you had was in Final Fantasy VI.
Yep.
Right, in the
Yeah,
advanced version.
Got into the advanced version. He's in Final Fantasy VIII. He's kind of in Final Fantasy IX, although he's been skipping his creatine.
Very
that
much
one.
in Final Fantasy XII.
Yep.
On a bridge. And then runs away from the bridge.
Oh, he's
across
not in.
another bridge.
He's not in 10.
No.
Got Yojimbo in that one. He's in 13 too, but not 13-1, I don't think.
That sounds right.
FF12 Greg is. Sorry, please continue.
Obviously in Final Fantasy, or World of Final Fantasy, in which
Oh yeah, but
Sparta
that
and
would be
Naboto also appears.
that would be insane if that was the one Final Fantasy game that he didn't show up. Was like the big like celebratory whatever anniversary one. Like, oh crap, we forgot to call him.
How
250
much
DLC.
do
I really like Final Fantasy 12, Greg. Not least of which that he's voiced by Jake the dog.
I didn't realize that, or maybe I did. I just ignored it.
It's not necessarily an important piece of information, so I wouldn't blame you for.
I'm surprised. I know we were talking about, okay, let's have a piano incentive, but I guess we didn't really put that up.
No, I don't think we got anything set up for the career day. We are still getting donations in, thankfully. We got $10 from Schwantz to Team Mobliz, so thank you very much. Schwantz27. Stalwart of the community. I mean, the Worlds Collide community. I don't know how much free enterprise, or not free enterprise. Why do I keep doing that? Career Day, excuse me, that the Schwantz has played, but I know a lot of us are branching out. Like I'm noticing that in the past year or so, a bunch of longtime Worlds Collide players are kind of dipping their toes in a couple of the other ones. A bunch of us got into Jets of Time. Cerise Rose got me into the Crystallis randomizer super hard.
Huh. I hope I don't die. Okay. Well, I can still die. The Stalker might be dead, but that doesn't mean the rest of the Stalkers are dead.
Right, yeah.
Case in point.
God, these guys.
I love Stalkers so much. That's a lie. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and do this.
Oof. The sap or seizure or whatever you want to call it is so brutal in this game. Like, it goes down so fast. Is that a function of haste also? If you have haste on a character, then that's going to speed up the loss of HP?
I believe they're separate.
Okay.
Okay, new plan. Get even more screwed. Man, Kara's not having a good day. No one's having a good day. The quad mind blast.
Yeah, these guys are particularly stinky.
Yeah, I do
Really?
have Sleep Blade, but yeah, no, these are not fun. And they do cheat, as we literally just saw. They were dead. It was dead. And yet, it was not. Somehow, Palpatine returned.
It's one of the funniest sentences that has shown up in my adult life. It's like, how did he get here? Did you play Fortnite?
I do not. I'm just trying to think, do a little bit of calculation right now to see when I can start throwing out money. Because I would like to start throwing out money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do not have a good setup for this, unfortunately. Although I said that, I'm pretty sure, again, I do have Sleep Blade, but I guess I do have probably Magic Sword. I think I picked that up somewhere, but I would rather just...
Yeah, I know there was a handful of them floating around in the shops. I have noticed that. Okay, that's maybe even a question for some of the career day folks in the chat. Is there how much does the randomizer kind of put its finger on the scales a little bit? Like, is it going to generally give you? Is it weighted to give you things that are kind of connected to each other, or is that not really a function of the randomization? Like, you're going to run into Mystic Knights, but also you might run into a couple of their abilities. If you find this job, you might be more likely to run into X, Y, and Z.
I believe it's pretty agnostic on that.
Okay. That's what I would have figured.
But yeah, there is tiers for each of the items, and that's what's coming up.
Okay.
Well, I know Joe's in the void, given what's been happening.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how much of that.
Well, either that.
I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. I'm still watching the mainstream, but I'm trying to be a good boy about accidentally revealing information.
Like I said,
I am very excited about what Judge Joe's doing.
You can sort of tell based on sort of timing of things. God, this is not going well. Okay, let me go ahead and heal.
Yeah, I remember these bosses being a big roadblock for me when I played the game the first time. The stalkers, Wendigo, I think, or whatever they were called, and because I got the PlayStation combo pack. I got all those things well before I had a PC that, I had access to the internet and could go and get a bunch of emulators and play every single video game that's ever existed. So I have a special place in my heart for the Wybirds of the world.
Yeah. Not the load times, though.
No, okay, maybe not so much. Yeah, oh my god. Adding load times to Final Fantasy VI was bad enough, but then I got the Chrono Trigger.
Oh god, yeah, no thanks. I'm surprised about how many bosses seem to be in the void here, though. But, in the sense of, okay, I know what's not in the void, so let me continue until I find those.
So... Sorry, please continue.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I'm curious what your reasoning is. Like, how did you come to that conclusion that Judge Joe was in the void? Was it just sort of like the frequency of which things were getting clicked?
Yeah, it's the frequency. I mean, there is travel time between things. I mean, so Fork Tower is the other possibility. With some of this, dungeons do take a while, even without encounters, to go for. So, you know what? We're just gonna kill this Greg. We'll kill this Greg with money. But that's sort of my reasoning. Whether or not it's true, I mean, I could be totally off base here. It's interesting because I also know what Joe hasn't done, based on what squares he hasn't marked off.
Yeah.
So, I know Joe hasn't gone to Xdef's castle. I know Joe hasn't gone to the Bahamut spot. Right? Things that I would expect him to do at some point. So it does get a little bit interesting because it's certainly not a guarantee that I'm reading that correctly, but it's... I mean, what you got in the span of 2 minutes, Joe marked off 3 squares. There are so few places in which you can actually do that, especially given World 1 has been cleared.
Right, and one of those places would be Xdef's castle, which you saw what he was checking off, so you would be able to then infer that that's not where he's going. That's interesting. Yeah, Woo Bear pointing out in the chat, the meta stuff with bingo is a lot of fun. I did not realize that you each had access to the full bingo card. So that is really fun.
Yeah. No, I think it's a major part of bingo, and even something like this where it's very much with a 10-minute delay, I think it makes it more interesting, so you just end up paying attention a little bit more and trying to remember certain things. Whereas again, we also do have the log, right? So, Joe clicks it, and I see the log about when he clicked it, so I could go through and be like, okay, if I think this is the void, this is what Joe has faced in what order.
And presumably it wouldn't take you too long to confirm that either.
No.
If you do happen to go there and you fight the first boss and you see like, oh, okay, this wasn't it, but that doesn't mean that, by the time you get like 2 or 3 bosses in, you'll realize like, okay, I was right or I was wrong about this assumption.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting because, again, with the 24 and 25, when do I want to go into the void, or do I just want to finish up cleaning up outside the void, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, checks that I haven't done yet. Here Valley in World 2. This is worth to think about it a little bit more. I haven't done Fork Tower. Titan is not on this card, and I do not want to deal with 40,000 of Titans, so we're just going to leave. I feel like I'm missing some other stuff in World 1, but I don't remember. This is where it's also where I'm not tracking anything, which is unusual. So I'm just like trying to remember what I've done and what I haven't done because I have not been keeping track that much. I'm like, did I go to Moogle Waterway? I don't know. We're going to assume I did, and if I didn't, then I'll figure that out at some point. But we'll just continue going, for sure.
I love all these little tendencies that that pop up with all of these, a lot of these randomizer communities where you figure out like a new, just off the wall, bananas way of playing one of these games. Like the idea of playing through one of these randomizers as a race is wild enough, but then to also implement a bingo card system that's just great.
Yeah, we do have general bingo goals, although I think in the showcase like this, so we had done a bingo tournament about 1.5 years ago, and there was, different modes for each of the 3 games. It was a best of 3, but the tournament never actually saw a third game, which was a lockout boss bingo, which Joe and I think we had done an exhibition match afterwards to showcase it off, and I think it went really well. The issue is that sort of format doesn't work for something like a relay, right? Simply because you need to have the some time difference, right? You can't end at the same time, so a lockout doesn't make sense. So it's just like, okay, let's just do a blackout bingo. And I thought about it for like a couple more seconds, and I'm like, that doesn't really make sense. Because 25 out of 25 is really unfortunate a lot of times. You want to give some room to be able to just skip something, right?
Yeah. And I think given the amount that's gotten filled in just this past like hour and change, I think having one freebie, like one free space, like I guess that's also just how bingo works. But I think that is... having just that one free space works out pretty well. So, you get to... That gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room for lots of different things. It gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room to feel confident about, perhaps going into the void a little bit sooner than you might otherwise. A little bit to, if for example, you just happen to find all of them out in the overworld, like that's great too. So that just means that, okay, I hit 24 out of 25, I'm done. I don't have to go hunting for and hopefully get lucky with that last boss.
Yeah, it's very much a case of, again, what are you trying to do? And with the settings that we have here, with all the worlds open, all 4 tablets, there's not really a question of where are you going to try to find your power in the beginning. You're going to get some. Media, unfortunately, is kind of it's not my favorite just because it's so slow and it's really boring. Really, really boring.
A little bit, yeah. Seeing it at first is pretty rad, but then I imagine it's a nightmare when you're actually playing and you have to wait for all of those medios to come down and all those numbers to pop off.
Yeah, if you're in, say, the if you're underwater, say Sunken Waltz, and you're using media, you may as well just say goodbye to about a minute for every gas.
Is that because of the slowdown?
Yeah, you get so much lag.
I remember running into that with the X-Death fight. And again, it was in a 4-job Fiesta context, so I really didn't care. It was like, that's fine. You take as long as you want. I've done 3 Berserkers in a night. Like, no problem.
Hey,
Like,
I found the
I'll
mixed
sit and wait.
ability.
Hey!
I don't have Revivifies, I don't think, so it's kind of whatever. This is actually scary.
Also, another example of, like, Mix is an unstoppable superpower in this game, but it does tend to take a minute. You know, you don't necessarily get the benefit of it right away. You know, you have to spend a little bit of time.
So this is interesting, because I made this play into Fort Tower thinking, okay, this is probably where some bosses are, that Joe had checked off. And now I'm just like, okay, Joe never even went to Fort Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no antlion card. There's an antlion boss, and it's not checked off. Now, what Joe's going to know, and he's obviously going to know this based on what I've clicked and what I haven't clicked, I haven't gotten into the void.
Correct.
There's no antlion in the void. So how quickly does he get out? You know. And here, there are 2 bosses here in Fort Tower.
Mm-hmm.
So instant deaths are good for this type of thing. So Megisa could get annoying if Forza comes out. Megisa is in Final Fantasy V, and that was really dumb for me to do dummy. Please kill. So instant death, there's a non-heavy flag, which is different than death flag. So I was just playing off of that. So there are 2 bosses that I expect are outside the void, maybe. But I'm curious, it may be time to go into the void. So what am I missing? Siren, Galura, a Panda, Ifrit. And I think 3, if not all 4 of those are going to be in the void. So I can hop in
You go check them out.
as well.
How easy is it to get out of the void? Because I
It's
seem
a
to
warp
remember it. Huh?
It's a warp shard. The warp shard does work.
Oh, right, the warp shard. Duh.
That item that we have been using.
That thing, yeah, the item that is used more than any other item in a career day run.
Yeah, so I feel like I've gained a bit of time on Joe. And I mean, again, Gil Toss is Gil Toss. It is such a fast animation, and it does such a ridiculous amount of damage.
So I will make sure that I don't tip my hand too terribly hard, but I will say that that Judge Joe has been putting in some pretty good work.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is power in this, depending on where you want to go. I expect Joe had gotten Dancer as well at some point. I know Joe loves to Dancer, and I thought it was the best way forward here too. Unfortunately, I had sold the Ragnarok immediately, which would have been really good to pair with the equipped swords, but
Well, yeah,
blue ability.
with stuff like that, it can be kind of frustrating, right? Because you really want that money early on, because when you run into a shop and it's got something that you really like, you want to make sure you get enough for everybody, et cetera, et cetera. So, you run into a legendary weapon that nobody can use, and you can kind of see your builds out on the horizon. You found Dancer, you found Time Mage, you found Mystic Knight. Like, you kind of have a decent idea of how it's going to play out. But so you get rid of something, something like that, something like the Ragnarok, and then not too shortly after that, find the thing that you need to actually use it.
Yeah, I mean, I generally don't like Knight Swords in this game because of how often they miss, but Dance doesn't care about accuracy. So we have gotten a full bingo board, and we have all gotten various squares that don't actually exist in our boards right now. So there's Ifrit. I do have Shoat. So again, a lot of times the best way to through a fight in career day is just to set its HP to 0. So something like that.
I completely forgot how like Odin and Shot just like solves 40% of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, I don't have summon 4, so it's a bit unfortunate, but we can deal with Shout for sure. So it's, unfortunately, there's no like square counter, so I'm also trying to figure out how many squares do I not have. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need 3 more bosses. Yeah, this is gonna be.
Let's see.
Close.
You are okay. Yeah, you're the red squares. So yeah, you still need 3 of Siren, Galura, Poroboros, and a panda.
Yep. Which, again, sort of given how things have gone, I think I'm pretty aware of where I am. It's interesting to see what Joe has skipped, though. Fork Tower is required in the seed, given that there were 2 bosses in there. Of course, if you do that last, you only have to do one side of it.
That's true.
Yep. So, again, following sort of what Joe had sort of picked on, I knew this was in the void. So, we have 3, and now we just need either Poroboros or a panda. My expectations, we find a panda in the next 2 fights. And it's like, okay, what's the best way to deal with a panda? Well, I think I bought a bunch of fire rods. Or no, I didn't. But I do have a power staff, so... We can also use the power staff, which inflicts Berserk, on a panda and make that significantly less annoying. But, yeah, so... Once I find either a panda or a Poroboros and beat it, that's going to be the time for the second race to start, which I don't know... Which one is that? Is that the Jets of Time, or...?
That's the Link to the Past randomizer coming up.
Okay. Yeah, so this is a panda. Again, very much expected this to be somewhere in here, so...
Yeah, that was something that I was talking with Glue about earlier in this, is I love how status ailments are good in this game. You know, like you can use them on bosses sometimes, it's just always much more interesting when a Final Fantasy game has good status ailments in it, and I think 5 might be the poster child for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, Joe's got to find either the Bahamut spot or just go to Xtef's castle. So, meanwhile, I just have to beat this panda here who can't do anything other than literally attack me physically, so... Thank you for the Berserk status. But yeah, I really love 5 for that aspect, is that it's so much status effect elements. Where in like 6, it's not really all that relevant at all.
Yeah, like there's a couple instances where, you know, you use mute on magic on the final boss, like stuff like that. But the regular bosses, for the most part, you just want to do as much damage to them as you possibly can, as fast as you can.
Yep.
But not the case in 5.
And that
5 has... Oh, sorry, please continue.
So yeah, once this disappears, that will be time for the next racer to start. So...
All right. Yeah, we'll get to see, let's see, who is on Team Mobliz for this? That would be Leaf.
Go Leaf! That'll be exciting, too. So yeah, it'll be interesting to watch this one back, because just in terms of decision-making, right, normally I don't think of having a lot of time up on Joe in sort of seeds like this, because he's also very aggressive. So it just really comes down to check efficiency, and I guess I just had a better sort of power route than he had.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to watch it back. I hope you also enjoyed commentating on this one.
I haven't played a lot of Career Day outside of just sort of casually. Like I've got, you know, like 10 some odd seeds on my phone, or not my phone, my 3DS. And it's a lot of fun, but I have not experienced it too much outside of just watching you all play. Yeah, guild toss is a hell of a drug. I learned that today for sure. I was like, oh boy, okay, yeah, guild toss is good in this one.
Yes,
Ooh.
very much so. Yeah. Oh damn it! I can't pause it and have the music being listened to. It's unfortunate. I have blue ability too. I could have done one final death by math. Although they shouldn't be watching the stream anyways because it should be on leave.
Yeah,
we're
getting that set up right now, but we still have Judge Joe going. Just ran into Atmos.
Yeah, at the Bahamut spot, and then I'm guessing really doesn't have much else other than Exodus Castle to go to.
I think early on went to the basement of Exodus Castle, but I don't think did the rest of it. I want to say that's how that went, but
maybe. But Howie's down there. Howie's in the basement of Exodus Castle.
Right. I want to say he bounced off of Hallie.
Okay.
Early on, but is probably going to end up going back because Judge Joe knows that boss is down there, unless it happened in a split second when I was looking away from it, because that seemed to be how a lot of the back half of this was going. Was outside of the stalkers and all the goofy bosses that can pop up. It kind of seems like if a boss is straightforward, it's like, no, you're gonna win. You've got the moves, you've got the power.
Yeah, Meteo is one hell of a drug, but Giltoss is an even stronger one. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
and we're the lack of not introducing the stream to our earlier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But GG's Joe. It looks like he is finished as well. So.
Oh, hey, yeah, excellent. Yeah, running into Holly right now. At least on the stream that I'm seeing. I know you guys are a little bit ahead with the taps on the bingo board, but there it goes. Holly is down, and Team Interceptor moves on to the next leg.
This is going to be a very exciting day as well. Looking forward to seeing how it shapes up, and I got tagged in to do the last Ultima Derby seed, I believe, at like 5:45, and I'm going to be looking forward to playing in that and what shenanigans we have in store. I believe Auto Berserk and a Steel Runic Gal is part of that.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we should let the Link to the Past commentators introduce themselves, should we?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to hand it off to the next group of folks. It looks like we've got in the booth, we've got Schwantz27 and Rainbow Wombat. Hello.
What's good? What's good? So, what's happening, everybody out there in Worlds Collide Land? Thank you, Tersman, Fiery Blizzard, Joe, for putting on the Final Fantasy V showcase that we just saw. And there's a second sword already and a bottle from Leaf, who got a bit of a head start here on Sawyer, but I believe Fiery Blizzard has caught some time up for Team Interceptor. Is that correct, guys?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think Fiery did.
So
Fiery caught up.
Yeah, so I put in the delay at the beginning of the stream, so I started 10 minutes late.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and now they're pretty similar.
Very nice. And thank you to your donations that allowed us to get these fun sprites that we have. Team Mobliz being the Terra sprite as appropriate, and Leaf is doing something really cool here, Wombat. They use the mirror to go and check Castle Tower. I think we talked about this very briefly before.
Yes. So, as I was mentioning earlier before we came into chat, but they already got the Hyrule Castle small key, but for this mode, it can actually require you to come into Castle Tower to find that Hyrule Castle small key to finish Escape. But this is a nice heads-up play by Leaf to come here and do that check, which would otherwise get very isolated very quickly.
Yeah, the only other good time to do that is maybe when you're doing pyramid or big bomb with that mirror that we got very early on, which is always nice to see an escape early mirror, so that this way we don't have to walk out with the princess. For those of you that missed it, for the very beginning of this seed, there was the Palace of Darkness big key in Link's house. There was an Ice Palace small key inside of Uncle area. I don't remember if it's Uncle or if it's a chest by Uncle. And we also got a Desert Palace small key in here. So we already have some keys, which means they're not in their respective dungeon. So Wombat, do you want to tell us a little bit about this game mode and what it sort of entails here?
So the mode that we're playing today is one of the modes that will be coming up for the main tourney, which qualifiers end tomorrow if you are looking to get into that tourney. So what we have is a casual boot start, which is a standard start where you have to go through escape and rescue Princess Zelda. You also start with boots and an assured sword. On top of that, all of the dungeon items are shuffled into the rest of the game, meaning maps, small keys, big keys, and compasses are all randomized in with your normal item pool. Your objective is to beat all of the dungeons.
Okay, so it's an all dungeons, casual boots, key shuffle mode, essentially.
Yes.
We do have a donation coming in from Sigil to Team Mobliz, $100. Thank you so much, Sigil, for your immense generosity. Team Mobliz, remember, is playing for the St. Jude Children's Fund, and Team Interceptor is playing for the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada, which we did hear from one of their representatives on the stream last night. I thought that was really cool to hear from the charity itself to show exactly what our cash money is going towards. So that was really, really cool. So thank you, Glue, for organizing that.
Okay, so Sawyer not mirroring and going back to Castle Tower immediately. So we got a little bit of divergence here. I'm surprised he didn't go and pick up that bomb, but you should be fine with the boots.
Yeah, you can bonk the one of the rocks by the fortune teller's house to go get your first bomb, and then go down to that rat cabin to get the rest of your bombs here. But it looks like he's going to go and check what is at the lumberjack ledge. Right, we do start with boots.
Plus here we can also check our tree poles as long as what the bush crabs are dropping as well.
Fairies from the bush crabs and some red rupees from the. I did not even see.
I'm not sure. So there are 3 tiers of tree pole. I know I wasn't paying enough attention to tell you what tier the Sawyer got the red rupees from.
Yeah, that's usually a pretty nice one to get early on here. Leaf, however, has found ourselves the Moon Pearl, a set of gloves, and I believe the small key to Swamp Palace, which is really important in a key shuffle mode, because if you don't get the small key to Swamp Palace, you can't even do anything in the dungeon besides the very first chest, right?
Yeah, so Leaf did a little bit of what I would consider unusual routing. Some people like to avoid Kakariko right from the start. Sawyer is doing what I would consider a more traditional route here of going basically to Lost Woods into Kakariko.
Yep, going to be able to bonk this bomb to start off the bomb chain if we need more. It looks like he's going to go bonk one more time because we did get lucky with one of the drops there. Yeah, there's your red rupees from that tree pool as well. So that means we're going to be able to afford Bomb Merchant, which is really nice. Oh my goodness, all the bomb drops. All right, that's a piece of heart. Not a piece of heart, rather. That's a heart container on Lumberjack. So even though we do have to do all dungeons, as you mentioned, Wombat, I don't think we're going to do it for that particular item.
No. you will not see them go back for that.
All right, so we are looking for basically a sense of direction. Big key to Mire, so definitely need that one if we need to complete the Misery Mire dungeon. You did mention that the items in the dungeons are shuffled into the rest of the treasure. So if I pick up like a map or a compass, does that actually help me at all? Like what do those items do?
So I don't actually wholly understand it. Somebody else could probably explain this a lot better than I can. But for a non-entrant shuffle mode that has key sanity, actually getting the maps and compasses can tell you whether doing the or completing the dungeon is in logic.
Oh, nice.
There's something there, and like I said, I wish I could explain it better. That having the maps and compasses to a dungeon says something about the logic. I'm just not sure what that is.
Well, I do know that the map will tell you if you open up the actual like overworld map whether that dungeon is a pendant or a crystal. In this mode, it doesn't much matter because we have to do them all anyway, right?
Oh, that's a nice ice rod on the bottle vendor.
Yeah, those red rupees coming in handy already.
We're finding some of the more like annoying items to find really early, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that small key to swamp, that small key to desert, right? Those are some annoying ones. And then I believe the compass will tell you how many items are left in the dungeon, right? It's got like a dungeon item counter above it. So I didn't realize that also could mean whether or not you're in logic. And Sick Kid giving us all of his allowance, all of his life savings there. Big 300.
Not so much relevant to this mode, but if you have the compass for a dungeon as well, it will tell you what boss is the boss of the dungeon, with a nice hammer in the tavern.
Yeah, so that means we have Dark World access between our two runners, right? We have the glove and the Moon Pearl, which was at Mini Moldorm Cave, and then that hammer there in the back of the tavern gives us our Dark World. So how early do you usually like to check out Dark World, or do you still have your set plan in place and you try not to deviate from it as much?
It really depends, but to answer a real quick question from chat, from Christopher Workin, this mode is Kabuki.
Which is casual boots, key shuffle, and then all dungeons, you said, right?
Yes.
All right, big key on race game, so we went and did it. Unfortunately, it's not one of the required big keys that we know of as of yet, right? It's Skullwoods' big key. Don't need it to beat the dungeon, but it might contain something interesting. And it looks like Sawyer is going to go ahead and do the south route here, so he will get his Dark World package.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Leaf has a decision to make, and it looks like that decision is let's go to the Dark World now.
Yeah, so
can't go that way though. There you go.
To answer your question from before, it really matters if what where I am and what my current route is.
Mm-hmm.
If I have Dark World access and it leads me that way, sure. So like if I was in Leaf's position, I would probably route exactly how they're routing. I'm done with Kakariko. Well, where do I go next? I have Dark World access and I'm here and there's a portal. Let me go in it.
Not an Eastern Dipper.
Nice heads up. That's a what do you call it? Homemade beer is a real fan of in like key sanity mode like this. Immediately going to Eastern. There are people like that. I am not one of them. Especially if I have a mirror this early, and if I can manage to loop both Pod and Eastern together, so I don't have to double back to that area, I prefer to do that.
Especially without a flute, right?
Yeah.
These Gibdos are going to be kind of a problem, but we do have a hammer and we have an ice rod, which is really,
the
really
boomerang
nice.
will also stun them.
Do we have? Oh, we have the blue boomerang. That's right.
Yes.
The red one won't.
Leaf has the blue boomerang. The red boomerang will also stun them. Any boomerang will stun the Gibdos.
Okay, I didn't remember if it was just there are some enemies that one of the boomerangs will stun them and some of them won't.
I feel like that's usually the difference between hookshot and boomerang.
Oh, hookshot and yeah. We can clearly see who is the better Link to the Past runner out of the two of us.
Sawyer collecting some money from 20 Rupee Cave here is probably going to do Zora out of logic.
Well, we have a glove, so it's in logic, right?
Zora is, but with the equipment that we have, we will see Sawyer do the man under the bridge as well as Waterfall Fairy.
Yeah, little water walk action here, setting it up by clipping the edge in Ice Rod Cave. And looks like we're going to go do this route first. I did not see what was on Hylia.
Oh, we have the mitts and what do you call it? Billwoods there for Leaf.
All right.
So, I don't like early mitts. It opens too much.
Yeah. Because now we can go to almost all of Death Mountain, right? Because we have the hammer. Oh no, we can, and the mirror. We can do all of both regular Death Mountain and Dark Death Mountain here.
Yeah.
Plus,
so
we can go into into Misery Mire and do the couple of checks.
Well, we can't do Mire yet because we don't have a flute.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
But it'll be interesting to see when Sawyer does pick up those mitts where he decides to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming he would probably do more of the Dark World first before going up the mountain. So the interesting difference between these runners is I know Sawyer is capable of hovering. So if he does do the loop up to the mountain, we could see him potentially hover Hookshot Cave for those items. Leaf, I know, does not hover.
Okay. Yeah, so let's see. We did just get a donation from Sigil, and his comment was, for the Chrysalis run, want to see a Sword of Wind tower. So get your donations in for some of the later runs. We do have coming up on the schedule after this is another Worlds Collide race. It's Need for Steve. If you have never seen a Steve race, prepare to be very confused, as everything in the game is named Steve, including the spells and all of the items in it. So you have to be very diligent about the placement of the items in the menu, because that kind of stuff will matter. You have to check descriptions of weapons, which is something you normally never have to do in Worlds Collide. So it's a bit interesting to see. It's a bit of a mind bend there. Then the Chrysalis rando is going to be up after that with another Worlds Collide Ultima Derby seed, and then finally rounding it out this evening is Chrono Trigger Jets Up Time. So we still have lots of Ultima Derby left. Get your donations in for some of those runs a little bit later on.
Probably Sawyer picked up that money there because he's probably going to go and do Arrow Game right here because he doesn't have enough money for Dig Game.
Yeah, Dig Game is what, 80 rupees?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So gotta do that first.
This is always like, you may think that doing Arrow Game is hard. It's actually surprisingly easy. You basically just put yourself right up against the NPC there, and as soon as the squid touches the left black line of the second curtain on the right, you shoot your arrow.
Yeah, it's also a bit unfortunate that Sawyer did not pick up the mitts here, because he could have continued on through Village of Outcasts with the mitts.
Yeah, so what we'll see is after he's done here, he's going to mirror and then take the Dark World portal in Kakariko and see where he goes from there. If he gets the mitts, though, we're probably going to see him go through North Dark World rather than continuing south, which I'm not sure if Leaf has done yet. So
we did
a little
only
bit
get
of crossing over each other.
Yeah, so we are activating the flute here. I don't know if we found that in the first 4 of Thieves Town or not. We don't have the big key.
I think that was in Thieves Town.
Yeah. Yep. So we're going to see some of the rest of these ones here, and as you had indicated, Wombat, Sawyer is back in the light world here to go out ahead and take care of some things, including the powder. I don't know where powder was. It must have been one of the things that they picked up in their South.
I think it was
Dark
Hype.
World
I think
route.
it was Hype Cave.
I think Leaf did Hype Cave, and I don't see powder on their tracker.
Huh.
Their tracker must be cut off on the one side, but they don't have it on their tracker on their stream either. So it might not have been from Hype Cave, but it must have been from somewhere. Over there.
I don't think they did Hype. I don't.
Was it Ice Rod Cave?
And I missed it.
I don't think
don't-
Leaf did Ice Rod Cave. Either way, the reward at the bat was not any good, so not going to be missing out on that for a while. So
sometimes the powder can just be a nice safety to have, though.
Oh yeah. We're not doing random enemies or anything like that, so nice little glitch through the person there. If you're carrying an item, you can walk through stuff. Apparently, who knew?
What do you call it? So Leaf had done the dig game there. Once you start the dig game, the NPC won't stop you. Lifting up the bush was mostly to go through the portal and not mirror bonk.
Okay.
Because if you are holding an item Leaf. And you walk past your mirror portal, you won't actually go in your mirror portal.
All right, there is a map, and since we have to do all the dungeons anyway, Leaf is not happy about that. I would not be either.
Hello, Leaf.
All right, so what dungeons do we kind of have access to here? Taking a look at some of our trackers. We have Palace of Darkness, we have the big key, and we have a few small keys, so we could actually get a decent amount of items out of pod if we do certain shenanigans in there, like
yes,
if we do the bomb jump.
I think both of them are proficient at mimic clipping, so
okay,
that's really the key one if given their current item loadout of getting multiple items out of pod. Because if they use their one key to open the front door, they're going to be very limited in how far they can go into pod.
Yeah, the other thing is they have a bottle, so you can potion glitch if you don't mimic clip. But I know Leaf basically is
one pass through.
Yeah, Leaf is like a TAS on on mimic clipping. It's ridiculous. They did it during the submission run, and it was insane. It was no menu buffering at all. It was wild. So
that's usually how you will see people do it.
Yeah,
most racers in the community will do it unbuffered, unless you're me, and it just seems to be the trick I refuse to learn how to do.
Well, listen, everybody has a sore spot for stuff, right? So, all right, we're turning in our friend over here, and we'll see what the reward is. Now that we have the flute, it makes it much easier to go do the purple chest. And there's a bow.
So
even
now,
more of an incentive.
Now we don't have to do
there.
any more shenanigans in pod. So we may, if and it's a big if here, Leaf really wanted to, we could defeat Helmet King in pod.
Yeah, would you wait until we got the Eastern Palace big key, or would you sort of just say, well, the game is screaming at me to go here. Should I go here?
Given the items that Leaf has and where they are going, I would probably just go into pod. Would I beat it immediately? Likely not, and so unless I came up with a number of other small keys.
Ooh. Speaking of small key, there is one at Cape Cave there, so we might need a cape for getting that small key. That'll be in the back of our runner's mind the whole time until they get that cape. So that'll be interesting.
We'll see. I mean, we do have some of the more annoying small keys to find.
Yeah.
So as far as what we need to beat the game, that may not even be necessary. So yes, I would keep a mental log that it's there. I'm at least currently right now, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, because we found the two worst ones, right? The Desert Palace small key and the Swamp Palace small key. Those are usually the big ones that are like, oh my god, where are these? And then as far as Palace of Darkness, usually that number is how many small keys
there are
beat
6
it.
keys to Palace of Darkness. If you are like me and like to route it like a dingus, you can full clear Palace of Darkness with 4 small keys.
Okay.
Which basically means you are never ever opening that front door.
Okay, the powder was in Hype Cave. I was mistaken. I thought that Leaf had done this when they first entered the Dark World.
I didn't think that they had come down to Hype Cave yet.
Oh, that's right, because they entered in the other way. Yep, that makes sense.
So now we will see them probably make their way to Pod. Now, whether they decide to do Pyramid and Catfish first before Pod will be interesting to see. It looks like they're probably going to check the bomb vendor here to see what our red crystals are.
Yeah, because remember, until you get the maps...
Thieves and Ice Palace for our red crystals.
Yeah, until you get the maps, we don't actually know what the red crystals are. That's one of the interesting things about this kind of a game mode, and it makes it kind of cool, is the maps are actually somewhat valuable in that case. So yeah, another question for you. Since, as I mentioned, we have like lots of keys that may not be in their own dungeons, do you try to avoid double dipping dungeons in this mode, or are you more likely to do it because of that fact? I know most of the time people hate double dipping dungeons, but in a game mode like this, does it happen more often?
Yeah, so in a key sanity mode, like typically the goal is don't double dip your dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, I mean, obviously if the game forces you to, you're forced to.
Right.
But for the most part, you want to try to single dip dungeons. So with that being said, we're seeing Leaf do the route that they're doing because they only have one small key to Pod. So we're trying to find a couple, like some more small keys to Pod, which I think Sawyer found one at Graveyard Ledge, which is not a check that people usually like to do.
No, yeah. It's kind of out of the way, and the good news is that we have the mirror and we have the myths for doing King's Tomb and things like that. We just don't have the cape yet. Taking a look at the trackers here, it looks like we have the small key, and Leaf just picked up the big key for Hera. So Hera looks to be a fully clearable dungeon as of now, and we can definitely get there. It's just a matter of, is that the one we want to do first?
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them go up the mountain at this point in time, because there is such a huge density of checks.
Wow. Nice splash delete there from Leaf. We do not have flippers yet, but if you put enough sprites on the screen, the game will not check to see if you have flippers on when you get in the water, something like that, or there's some sort of splash
so
sprite
what it
that
actually
doesn't
is,
get written out.
if you overload the sprites, the splash sprite doesn't show up, so the game doesn't register that you've splashed.
Yeah, it's wild. I usually it takes people a couple of times to do a splash delete, but Leaf did it, first try.
Yeah.
So
both of these
amazing,
are rather experienced. So.
Yeah, amazing job there. That's a trick that I don't even bother trying. All right, so just some arrows from our King of Ripoffs, and that was a heart container, I believe, on the Zora Ledge. So I think we're done with that area. So what are you thinking next? Like, do you go for highest density of chests here, or do we go to stuff that we could very easily check very quickly?
So okay, I agree with kind of what Leaf is doing here. They're going to the Mire area so we can learn what medallion we need to get into Mire.
That was Bombos.
So Bombos, and then there's a couple quick checks you can do here and in Desert. But I think after doing really the overworld checks, I'm not sure if I would dungeon dive here. Like, the mountain is kind of screaming to me. There's so many things there I can do, plus I can beat Hera.
Yeah.
It's too many checks to ignore, at least for me.
Yeah, there's a bigger density of checks up at Death Mountain. The thing is, you kind of want to do as few mountain climbs as possible, and without the goods to go through Turtle Rock yet, that feels bad. But we still need a lot of stuff to get there.
I personally think it's fine, just because, again, like, there's so many checks up there that you can do, and who knows when you're gonna get back for Turtle Rock anyway, because we don't know what medallion we need. You need a cane. You're not usually you don't get very far with the fire rod. But we'll see the game has in store.
All right, so we did get the big key to Thieves Town there, so that means that we kind of had to double dip Thieves Town to go get the flute, right, and then come back to go get the big key here.
Dipping for the front floor of Thieves Town, though, is not really any kind of big deal, especially if you have a mirror.
All right, so that was it from Desert. That was a pretty fast trip into there, as you mentioned.
All the Light World dungeons are very quick, so we have the key, or the small key, for this dungeon as well. We got that early. It didn't pan out to much of anything, but we have it. So
yeah, the worst decision is do I go in the back to go grab a small key to potentially burn it, and then I might need the right side of Desert at some point later in the seed, and I'm kicking myself for doing that now.
Yeah,
right?
So I mean, at least logically, the game expects you to have the small key to beat the dungeon, from a logical sense.
All right, we don't have a lamp yet, so the old man is not in logic. However, this is one of the very first dark rooms that you learn as a runner in Link to the Past. So these two will have no problem with this, and that also means that we get the start off point at the mountain, which is really nice because we already have the flute. So yeah, how many checks do we get up here? There's got to be at least 15, 20?
So there's what? You have the old man.
Oh.
One. There's the 2 that are in Spec Rock, so that's another 3. We can grab almost everything out of the Tower of Hera, which is another 5, which brings us to 8. Spiral Cave, 9. There's 7 in Paradox Cave.
And there's
so bring us to 16, and then there's one more logical one that we can get in. There's 2 more in Super Bunny, and then the Bonk chest that you can get to in Hookshot Cave.
Yeah. Thankfully, we did just also pick up the hookshot from the old man, so that's 4 more checks that we can do in inside of Hookshot Cave. And so we got the floating island too, right? Because we have mirror. So yeah, there's a ton of stuff to do up here.
And now we just got the lamp as well, which put that hookshot into logic.
Yes. Yeah. So how concerned do you usually get in a key shuffle mode like this for the logic of the seed?
I guess my crazy way of doing things is I try to do things as efficiently as I can. Logic be damned. Yeah.
Oh, the worst enemies in all of video games.
Yep.
The dead rocks.
But like if I get something out of logic, I'm keeping that in the back of my mind, going, all right, well, I know I have this thing, and it was locked by this other thing. So if I get stuck, I have a better idea of where I need to go to find the small key to Thieves Town. Here is also very nice.
Yeah,
having to go back for that chest is horrible.
It is, yeah. Like we mentioned, there is a small key up on the cape ledge, right? So it's not the small key to Thieves Town. It very well might be. No, it's not the small key to Hera, because I think we have that.
No, we do not have the small key to Hera yet.
No, we don't. Okay. That's the big key that's lit up. I'm sorry. Yeah, so it could be the small key to Hera, or it could be just one of the other random small keys that may or may not.
If I had to guess, it's probably a key to like Meyer, GT, or Pod.
Yeah. Or Ice Palace small keys are also pretty useless too, right?
Having one is nice.
We definitely have one from Escape, so. Very quick dungeon there from Leaf, and unfortunately Sawyer got a fairy from one of the kills. Yep, so he can't. You have to be careful. You can't do the Herapot with the fairy, right? There's some sort of weird.
It happened to him again.
There's some sort of weird like sprite rules and verticality and stuff like that I quite don't understand. So.
Having the flying enemy messes with your Ancilla, so when you try to walk back into the bomb, it doesn't put you in the correct position that you need to Herapot.
All right, so we do have a couple of donations that I want to read out, but first we did mention before we have
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just seeing what secretly a sliver is saying. I know the flying enemies mess with like how you like get pushed with the bomb. I had the wrong term.
There we go. All right, so there's Bombos. So now we can get into Mire, and we have the big key. So that's another dungeon we could do almost all of. We do need the Cane of Samaria to get to the back of Mire, but we could do all of the rest of it. I don't know if our runners are going to be running to go do that, right? Anyway, so
Ice Palace, but I'm not sure I would want to do that without the big key. Having the cane also makes that dungeon significantly quicker.
All right, there's another key to Castle Tower. So now we can get to that second chest there. We saw there was nothing in the first chest already from Leaf. Need for Steve is up next. So if you'd like to donate towards that incentive, I believe there's a $10 incentive there. I didn't know exactly what it was. So there's another small key on the floating island there. But we do have a couple of donations that I want to read out. So first is from Knitting Ram, going to the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada. Thank you so much for your donation. And then Taco Mage as well, donating to get a little closer to forcing Sigil to interact with puppers. I'm guessing that is for the Chrysalis run later on. Yes. Let's see. No, that's for next run, for Need for Steve. So there's a $10 donation to get Sigil to pet all of the dogs in the Worlds Collide race. So there you go. That incentive has been met thanks to Taco Mage. Thank you so much, Taco Mage, for doing that. So now Sigil is going to be forced to pet all the pups during the next Need for Steve run. That's very, very fun. All right, we are in basically the same part of the world here. Hookshot Cave and Super Bunny was just the cache cave today.
Sawyer routing this one a little more efficiently.
Is going to go pick up the small key here.
Yes, so we will see Sawyer mirror and then do the light world side of this. It'll be interesting to see. Like he'll probably end up going back for Spike Cave, which again people usually don't like to do.
Yeah, we just got Berna very recently, so it's now in Logic. The big key for Turtle Rock we just found here. The key almost under the door in Hookshot Cave. Did we see what the medallion for TR was?
Yeah, Sawyer did see it, and because he opened up the TR portal, and then I completely missed what it was.
It's also not on his tracker, so it's in his head. So yeah, maybe we'll see Leaf go ahead and see what that is, because we have Quake and we have Bombos. We just need Ether to ensure that we have all the medallions. So chat says it was Bombos medallion, and Leaf had opened the entrance to it. So thank you so much, chat, for looking at that. I was too busy trying to look at donations and incentives and things like that. Really appreciate it. So
we have Bombos for both dungeons.
All right, so we have a lot of different dungeons that we haven't gone into yet. That was quite a funny interaction there with the bomb and the magic bat.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see, I guess, once Sawyer's done with the mountain here, where he goes. Because he could full clear pod if he wants to, like I said, route pod like an idiot.
And we're not supposed to be disparaging on commentary. Come on now.
and never open the front door. But it is possible to full clear pod with those 4 small keys. Pod also has 14 items in it.
Yeah, yes.
So it's quite a bit of item density there. Plus, once you're done, you can mirror and dip Eastern, which has really been in Logic since we left Escape. And no one has been to yet.
Yeah, there's another 4 items in Eastern, right, without the big key, because we came to
Correct.
the big chest in the back. So
that's
20 items between them.
Yeah. Plus with the lamp, the item that is in the big key chest in Eastern is in Logic now.
And we haven't even gotten to Saha yet either, right? So that's another 3 items there too.
Mhm.
But
So we're
Leaf
saying
is-
forget Spike Cave, which I can get behind.
yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it.
All right, so it
it
looks
is a
like we're
longer
going
check.
to do Thieves Town from both runners here, because we have all the keys, we have the hammer, we can full clear this, we can beat it and never have to come back here.
Yep.
Which
Oh,
in a
God.
mode like this is kind of your priority. It's like what dungeon can I full clear and never have to go back to ever again? Because
Yeah, the
you need
less
to
dungeons
do
you
it,
pick, the
so
better.
you're here because you need to do it, and then just check everything else on the way, and then hope that it gives you a direction somewhere. We
Yeah,
still
so-
we need a cane, we need flippers, we need Eastern and Desert Big Key and Castle Tower 2, and that's basically go mode.
Yep. Got a lot of stuff already for very short time into the run. We're about 39 minutes in, according to Sawyer's timer. So that's pretty good for about 40 minutes in, having mostly everything except for a couple of big keys.
Yeah, it was nice because we got to actually save like a couple minutes with that mirror and escape as well. So the seed's been a little on the quicker side.
If you would like to get your donations in to support either Team Mobliz, who is benefiting the St. Jude Children's Research Fund, or Team Interceptor, benefiting the where are they? The Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada. The links are in the chat for you to go ahead and get your donations in. We have met the incentive for Sigil for petting the dogs, but that doesn't mean that you still can't donate for this or one of the later runs that are going to be happening with the marathon here. That was another key in the big chest. I didn't see what it was, though.
I think it was a GT small.
Okay. That's another one of those where one of them's nice, but you don't really need any of them because there's so many under pots and things in GT.
We may still need those because the Eastern Palace being a pendant, the Eastern Palace big key can be in GT somewhere.
Ugh.
And if we're still looking for that, you will need those small keys to dig around in the basement.
That's gross. Why did you just say that? Yeah, so in this mode, right, Ganon's Tower is accessible with 7 crystals, but Ganon themselves is not accessible until we have all dungeons complete, correct?
Plus, until we also find that second Castle Tower small key, you're still basically on like full clear mode.
Yeah.
Now, granted, if you have 7 crystals, you might go, or have access to 7 crystals, you might go, I'm gonna skip some things and see if it's in GT.
Yeah, so we do know, based on talking to people, which I never like as an antisocial person, but due to talking to people, we know that Eastern Palace is our green pendant, and we know that Thieves Town and Ice Palace are our red crystals. So we already have 1 red crystal on the board. That P in the upper left-hand corner of the screen there for Skull Woods means that Skull Woods is also one of our pendant dungeons. So we just have 1 more pendant dungeon left to sort of find in order to, see what we need as our requirements to get into to GT. Come here. There we go.
According to Leaf's tracker, it is a swamp. So
Oof.
that
Okay.
also, well, we know that ice is a crystal, so we
Right.
will not find flippers in GT.
Yes, even though we can, with some shenanigans, access Ice Palace without the flippers, logically the game expects us to have said flippers in order to access Ice Palace. And with the big key to Skull Woods, this is also another full clearable dungeon. Now that we have the fire rod and the lamp to get through this room that Sawyer is going to be coming up on here. And then, depending upon what we find in the back here, we have a decision to make as to where to go next. Because we can't do swamp at all without the flippers.
At this point, I would want to do pod, but that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, I would want 5 small keys, but can't always get what you want.
Yeah. The item density inside of Palace of Darkness is just too much to not do it, right?
I mean, that's my thought, is like there's basically 20, 23-ish items over there, something like that, that I want to go and grab what I can from over there. Hey, we get the best boomerang from the moth.
The sparkly boomerang.
Ever since Fast ROM, it is objectively the best boomerang.
Uh-oh.
I may have strong opinions on this.
Oh boy. Leaf's gonna go ahead and burn a potion there. I don't disagree with that. There's so many times, so often, where you end up with potions at the end of the game that you never use. If you've got it, use it. It's a resource, and it will make this moth fight simple.
As I often tell my mentees, not dying is always faster than dying. Use whatever resource you have available to you.
All right, and Sawyer did a flute to 5, so we are seeing the Palace of Darkness, Eastern Palace area here.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I would have expected here. There's just so much density over here. Even if we can't beat Eastern, we know it's a pendant, so that big key can show up really late wherever, who knows. Plus, these checks in the light world, like I said, have been more or less available to us since the beginning of the game.
All right. Leaf is going to clean up the ice rod cave that they did not get the first time around. And it looks like Sawyer's going to head into pod here. Has enough money to pay the monkey, which is always good.
Yeah, so Leaf is doing these now that these checks are in logic with the flute. This area is usually an annoying place to get to without it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Looks like going to set up a water walk as well. So we did see this from Sawyer.
Retracing of steps.
All right, so Palace of Darkness, we came in here with 4 keys. There might be keys inside of pod itself, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a bit of a meme or a running joke, is that in a key sanity mode, pod often has a key to its own dungeon.
All right, so Sawyer is making his way through the front door. This is a crystal dungeon, because we did see that Swamp Palace, because we have that map, is our final pendant.
This would be the correct way of routing this dungeon, unlike what I would probably do.
Yeah, so normally you need, or rather the game logically requires you to have 6 small keys. We only have 4. However, with some shenanigans due to bomb jumping and leaving 1 or 2 of these chests undone, we can get through the majority of the chests here in the Palace of Darkness.
All right, another key to Turtle Rock is good. We do need minimum. We do need a minimum of 3 small keys to be able to beat that dungeon. Yeah, and there you go, the classic key to this dungeon. So now we will see Sawyer full clear the dungeon.
Oh, that's funny. And we have the bow, right? So we can do this.
We can complete everything in here now. So what you will see now is Sawyer will do what we call the hammer jump, where he will bomb himself over to the big chest to avoid spending one of the small keys. So it's a little hard
That's one of the tricks I haven't learned yet.
Yeah, so it's double pixel perfect, but it's not really as hard as it may seem. So there's basically like one x-axis of pixels that you need to place the bomb on, and then you need to orient yourself on a different x-axis to blow yourself up and get over there.
All right, Leaf heading towards the bow locked part of the dungeon here.
Yeah, so Leaf is routing this how I would. They will get the small key in the back, and then hopefully, or depending on how they route this, if they grab that small key, they may be able to save themselves from having to loop through the side of the dungeon multiple times.
Yeah, because they can just go right to the back here at this point. They have the key to open up the door in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need that one. Big key to desert. That's a nice one to find.
Yeah, so we see Sawyer go over there. I would probably check Eastern after completing this dungeon, just because I'm here. Just mirror over and hop in for 4 items. If I get the big key, great. If not, leave. Go beat the next thing I have to beat.
Yeah. Would you consider saving it until you got Cane of Samaria to route both Mire and Desert together?
It's easy enough to get back to with the flute. To me, it doesn't matter. Like, I have to go and beat Landmo anyway.
Right. And getting back there is not difficult. It's just like 4 or 5 rooms, and the keys are all self-contained. That makes sense. All right, we're going to see our second boss of the seed. No, third boss of the seed. Fourth boss of the seed, excuse me. Jeez. Did I just fall asleep for the first part of the seed? No, I'm just kidding. Doing the mimic clip anyway. Gotta love the swag.
So I'm really bad at doing this.
It's ridiculous. Like, that's insane. You can kill it with a bow, but why would you if you're that good?
Because it's faster to kill it with the bow.
Yes. We're just showing off.
It's for charity. It's for the viewers.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, no. I am absolutely horrible with like 1 pixel movements. So for me to do that trick is like almost nigh impossible. I keep meaning to learning to do it with like pause or select buffering, and I just never have gotten around to it. But I can fairy revive hover, so what does that tell you?
Now that's a trick I've never seen in a race before.
I think I have a clip of me doing it in a race on a channel. On my channel somewhere. I don't think it was ultimately worth it either, but it was still fun to do.
Yeah, no, it's... Oh, there we go. There's our cane. All right, never mind. So my question of
so now, again, I would still probably dip Eastern here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're right here.
Because I'm right here, and it's a pendant. And what are we still looking for on Sawyer's side? We need flippers, a TR small, Eastern big, and Castle Tower 2. And we're basically good to go.
Yeah, because we don't really need the book, right? We've determined that, unless that key on top of Bumper Ledge is that Castle Tower key, we don't need a cave either, right? Because we have Burna to do Spike Cave if we really need to.
Yes, and as secretly Sliver is saying, yes, please do not fairy revive hover. It's very often not worth it and a bit time consuming. I just do dumb things. Alright, so we'll see Sawyer knock out Desert here and then go right into Mire. Now, we only have 2 small keys to Mire, so more or less everything is in logic except the cutscene chest. But we're in here, so, you know,
we still have so many things to look for, right? We might as well do the
it really
cutscene chest.
depends. Like, I would be of the mind to do it. I know plenty of other runners would be like, it's cutscene chests. I don't have it. It's not in logic. This thing takes forever. I'm not doing it.
I mean, it very well could be in logic, right? That small key could be somewhere in one of those out of the way checks we didn't do yet.
Yes, it could be in Eastern for all we know, but
yeah.
At least currently, with what we currently have, cutscene.
Oh, and we're getting bow Landmo too. What a treat! Here, make sure you donate for these runners. They're pulling out all the stops.
I know Sawyer is an NMG runner and does do some runs in his spare time, so probably getting a little bit of practice in.
Nicely done.
Sorry, we have 2 small keys to Mire currently, so we're missing the 3rd one to put the cutscene chest in logic.
And there's a key to a dungeon we already beat. Thanks, game.
Yep, so there's pod 6. So full clear pod. Everything in pod we got's in logic now.
All right, so we're gonna see heading into Mire here, and then we have some more decisions to make. We can't get into Swamp Palace at all. We don't have the flippers technically for Logical Ice Palace, but we can basically do everything in that dungeon as well.
We can still go to TR and hope that we just find a small key to TR in TR. We can, I believe, get everything prior to laser bridges in logic.
Yeah, because you'd have to spend. Normally, there's in non-key shuffle modes. There almost always is a key on laser bridge, right? So you'd have to make the decision of laser bridge or the door to the.
The 3rd key is what allows us to get to laser bridge,
which will steal from the pokey, right?
Yeah. So the game will expect us to open the door to lava chest, as we like to call it, the forbidden door. Because often there's nothing there, and if you open it, then you're in trouble and have to find all of the keys to TR.
Yeah,
which is a bit of a pain.
Yeah, it's much like
did that in a race once, and I lost about 10 minutes because of it.
It's like, stealing the key from the back of desert type of shenanigans. All right, so looks like Sawyer is going to go do cutscene chest here. Neither one of our runners are Eastern dippers. That would be homemade beer would be unhappy about that.
Maybe. Sometimes you just don't go. I know there's also other runners that are like, well, if I don't have a big key and I don't have a bow, I'm not going to Eastern, so.
Yeah. We at least have one of those 2 things. We just don't have the big key here. It's a question of thoroughness versus time. All right. Small key to get in power. Yeah. That one's tough.
Yes, I also agree with Chad. Getting crystals and doing things that you need to do is more important than dipping a pendant Eastern Palace, which may or may not have anything you need.
Oh, we forgot to mention, as Chadius does point out in chat, we are using MSU packs for both of these runners. So Team Mobile's Leaf, they have the Golden Sun MSU pack, and I believe Sawyer is running with a Final Fantasy remix pack or something like that.
Yes, I believe that was the case. I don't actually have either of their volumes on currently, so.
Yeah. I just know what they said before the stream. I couldn't tell you what Golden Sun music sounds like, even if I wanted to. So,
one of the best games that was out on Game Boy Advance.
I'm sorry, I never had a Game Boy Advance. The only Golden Sun songs I know are from the Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide music randomizer. Because there's some Golden Sun songs in the music randomizer which I recognize. So far, this has been a big hunk of nothing here. So is that like hookshotting over to get that chest sort of the new meta faster strategy? I've seen
So
that more and more.
in a key sanity mode, routing like full clearing this dungeon, you would route it exactly as Sawyer has. It's just it's quicker and easier to do that on route to the back, so you don't have to double back and waste time in that bridge room.
Yeah, and he walked backwards towards the
yes, because running is faster than letting the fall animation move you. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many little things that you pick up on watching someone who's much better than you run race.
Yeah, after playing Mentor Tourney, which was, 3 years ago now for me,
Mhm.
I have learned quite a bit from just watching other experienced runners play the game, so definitely a good way to learn.
All right, here's Vitreous. We don't have a full thing of arrows, but yeah. Sawyer's not even using paper burner
strats here. We only have Master Sword, but we're fine.
Yeah, he's got to be careful of his health a little bit here.
Yeah, no, this is exactly how I would expect it to be done. Good NMG strats from Sawyer.
All right, another crystal on the board there. Didn't get much out of that dungeon though. So
no, not at all.
So are we going to Ice Palace next?
Small key.
Are we going to Ice Palace next, or are we going to Turtle Rock next? Let's see.
I mean, I've got 2 small keys to Ice Palace. Like, I don't have the flippers though, and we need the flippers. We know we're not going to find flippers there. So I think I would be a little disincentivized to immediately go to Ice. What did Sawyer loot? Okay.
He didn't loot the front yet.
Back into Mire there.
Yeah, no, he didn't loot the front yet. Nice spooky strat from Leaf there. Saving just a little bit of time over Sawyer in that execution, and is doing the burn a dash strats here, which still slows it down even with fast rum.
They do have a little bit more arrows to spend for killing off the small eyeballs, though.
Yep.
Alright, where are we going, Sawyer?
Well, we could do some overworld checks. No, we can't, because we don't have book.
Oh, we're doing the Big Red Bomb.
We have to beat Ice Palace.
Oh, wait, no, we have to do Ice Palace for that first. Never
mind.
Yeah.
Is this Hylia? Did we miss something on it? Oh, he doesn't know.
I don't think Sawyer did Pyramid and Catfish yet.
Well, he also doesn't know that you need Ice Palace here. Yeah, just finishing up Desert Palace here for both of our runners. And Ice Palace it is.
Yep. I don't disagree with it.
I mean, what are the things, again, going back to what do we need? We need a Castle Tower small key. We need a couple more big keys, right?
We do not. We need Eastern Big Key. That is the only big key we need.
That's the only one we need? Okay. And then
we already have the GT big keys, so we have all the big keys that we need. I think what Sawyer may be hoping for here is to find a third Turtle Rock small, so that when we go up to Turtle Rock, we can basically clear it out, except for Lava Chest.
Yeah. Because we essentially need 4 items, it sounds like here. You know, the flippers plus the other things I mentioned, and we are not going to find the flippers in here, right? So by doing this dungeon first, it sort of diminishes the amount of things we need that we could find in here. That's the only...
Yeah, so we know we won't find flippers here, but we could find, Castle Tower 2, which would just save us time in the long run, but I think really what Sawyer is looking for here would be a third Turtle Rock key, so that we don't have to double dip Turtle Rock, because nobody wants to double dip Turtle Rock.
No, that's the worst. It's bad enough that we have to climb back up the mountain a second time for it, right?
Yeah, so Sawyer hitting the switch here because we don't have the big key. So by doing Icebreaker here, we will be able to beat the dungeon without the big key.
Yeah, we're just leaving one chest behind. If we did our bomb jump, we could also beat this without the the big
but it's just
key. But
faster
it's
to do
way
Icebreaker
faster
if you can do it.
Yeah, we got the Cane of Samaria when you're coming into Ice Palace. You might as well do that. We have 3 keys in here, so we can get basically everything. Almost a vanilla map there. Love to see it. Yeah, I usually end up doing bomb jump, so watching Sawyer route this without doing the bomb jump is really, really cool.
Yeah, so I mean the other thing of putting this dungeon off to later is if there's nothing in here, you could have go moded this entire dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can go, getting the silvers is nice, especially if we're only on Master Sword, because nobody really wants to do 24 spins on Ganon.
No, never. All right, so we are going to get this Freezor chest, but we can't get the big chest without the big key, right?
Correct.
So the only other item that's left is going to be on the boss here.
Yep, so we're going to kill Cold Stare, and then it's Sawyer's choice of whether he wants to...
Okay.
To dip... Oh, he pushed the block the wrong way, so now he's going to
Yep.
Or he can just put his own block down.
Yeah, thankfully we've got Samaria. Leaf, meanwhile, they got some more bombs and some more arrows because they were basically out from the last fight. Mm-hmm. So that's a really good heads-up play. If you don't want to have to go in and out of a place where you know that there are arrows or bombs, you can just buy the upgrade that refills you.
If you ever have to do a low percent Vitreous fight or a swordless Vitreous fight, the way to do it is by using a ton of bombs and arrows. So coming here like almost immediately after that, completely understandable to get a refill.
Lots of love for a Link to the Past randomizer in the chat. Thank you so much for being here for the Ultimate Derby, supporting 2 different charities. Team Mobilis is supporting the St. Jude Children's Research Fund, while Team Interceptor, they are supporting the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada. You can donate using the Tiltify links that we'll put in the chat. As far as other games that you'll see during this marathon, we have a Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide match next. It's a Need for Steve match. It is using a quirky setting of the randomizer where we have renamed everything Steve. That is characters, items, spells, everything is renamed Steve. So it's a very confusing watch. I'm sure everybody will love it. After that is the Crystallis rando, and then is another Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide game. That time it's going to be a little bit more normal. It's a normal Ultima Derby type race. And then to round out our marathon, Chrono Trigger Jets of Time, which is one of my favorite randos to play. I've been getting into it a lot recently. So those are some exciting things that are coming up soon.
So we got Sawyer doing the big red bomb here, so we'll see what we get out of this.
Oh, can you explain this like little glitch thing that he's doing here?
Right, so
nice.
If it's what we call bomb duping. So if you manage to screen transition or mirror on when the timer hits 0, the bomb will follow you, even though you normally can't dash with the bomb. So it's just a little quick way of saving time.
All right, let's see. This will be new information for us, and it is trash. So Sawyer, gaining some time here over Leaf just because of how they routed this. However, not going to end up being beneficial to them. And now with 2 Castle Tower keys, we're going to see a second chest potentially being opened here. Oh, he doesn't have that.
We still only have
Oh,
one castle tower key. We can get the
And
second.
Sawyer
chest
doesn't
here.
have it. Oh no, he does have it. I'm sorry.
We
Yeah, we
only
can get
have
the
one
second chest, but
castle
we
tower key.
can't. We can't beat the dungeon, right?
Correct. And Sawyer hasn't checked either one of these, so doing this after the big red bomb is, you know, what I would consider a good routing decision. It makes sense to me. So we'll get the second item out of here, whatever this is.
Trash.
Garbage. So where do you go now, Sawyer? I can't remember if Sawyer had done catfish yet or not.
No, Leaf was.
Okay, so he's probably going to go to catfish here. And then after catfish, it's a question of, do you dip Eastern or do you just pull the trigger and go to TR?
Yeah, we can essentially. Can we beat TR with just 2 small keys, or do we need the
with
third
2
one?
small keys, if you ignore Lava Chest, we
Mhm.
can do everything except the boss and Lava Chest.
Okay, we can do Laser Bridge and Mimic Cave.
Yes, if you steal the key with what we have, you can clear Laser Bridge as well, but you would have to not open the door to Lava Chest, and then you will be short a key to get to the boss.
All right, so it looks like Leaf is gonna go do the big bomb, and
So
our runners
Leaf's
have a
probably gonna
decision
follow
to
Sawyer
make here.
for a bit.
Yeah, the good thing is that Leaf did already do Catfish and Pyramid, so they'll find their bomb, and then they'll have to go somewhere else. And it looks like that somewhere else for Sawyer is going to be Turtle Rock here.
Yep. We're just saying, forget Eastern altogether.
Oh, we're gonna do Spike Cave first.
Now, this is just a check nobody wants to do.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do this first or if I would do this after TR. I guess you're hoping for.
I mean, like, so before I go into TR, I really want a third small key.
Yeah. You don't want to have to go through half the dungeon again just to get back to Lava Chest.
Now, I know I've been sitting here doing commentary, so I haven't quite been exactly thinking about it. But because Eastern Palace we haven't been to,
Mhm.
If this isn't a small key, I can see Sawyer going into Turtle Rock, not opening Lava Chest and going all the way to the back, because if we go all the way back to Laser Bridge, we can leave Laser Bridge and mirror back to the Light World,
Mhm.
and then go to Eastern Palace if we're still looking for a third small key, but that's not what we're doing here. We're just going to go to Eastern Palace.
Yeah, because saving a portal, it makes
You
sense.
still have to
It's
climb
just-
the mountain again, but
Right.
you could save your portal if TR3 is here. But it could just be in TR.
Yep.
As far as which one is objectively right, I'm not sure I have the answer for you.
Yeah, I don't think there is a. I don't think there is a right
But
way or a wrong
my
way.
mind telling me is like, if I'm missing something, more often than not, it's going to be in an earlier sphere check that I've left forever. So, you know, we're an hour and 10 into the seed, and we're just finally now getting the Eastern, which we've had access to,
Which is wild.
since like minute 4.
Yep. Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, oh god, that's a shovel. If at all possible, we want to avoid double dipping dungeons, right? So this aligns with our philosophy of we want to avoid double dipping dungeons. Although you could argue that we'd have to either double dip Eastern or double dip Turtle Rock. I think most of us would rather double dip Eastern. Yeah.
I guess my own personal thought is as well that like this was we had access to this very early, and it's actually turning out that nothing is in here. So
No, we got one more chest.
Possibly
right?
just dodged this, been completely vindicated.
We have one more chest. The things that we need again are the second castle tower small key, the flippers, another. I mean, we don't need another Turtle Rock small key, but it would be nice to have.
We do need a third Turtle Rock small key. You do need 3 to be able to beat the dungeon.
Oh, that's right. Yes. And
so here's our divergence, I think. So we're going to see, I think, Leaf go into TR, which so we'll see who ends up being correct here.
Oh, we need the big key to this dungeon too, right?
To Eastern, yes.
Yeah. All right. It's not an Eastern Palace.
Nope. So we're going to see Sawyer immediately check the shovel spot. And then,
yeah, so we need
see which route was correct.
We need one Castle Tower small, one Turtle Rock small, the flippers, and the big key to Eastern Palace. We do know that one big key is sitting out, one small key is sitting out on Bumper Ledge, and oh my god, look at that.
Ta-da! And the flippers. Okay. We are, what, Castle Tower 2 for go?
And we need the Eastern big key, don't we?
Oh, right, the Eastern big key. I don't know why I keep missing that one.
Yep. Wow. The first 2 chests we open up in Turtle Rock, because of course.
Oh, wait, what is... Oh, Sawyer's checking the name of the bridge here.
Yeah.
Just go into TR, Sawyer.
Yeah, listen, he already double dipped Eastern. He doesn't want to have to double dip TR as well.
Yeah, but at this point, it's like you have all these checks in TR versus this one that's kind of out of the way.
Oh no. Them chain chomps, though.
Yeah, they'll wreck you. At least it's at the beginning of the dungeon, so it's not
a
huge loss, but it's still annoying.
Yeah. All right, so we're definitely finishing TR now with that third small key.
And now Sawyer dead rocked himself again. Oh no.
He's getting bouldered in the face too. Come on, Chain Chomp, move out of my way, please. Yeah, so you do see the little counters underneath the bomb and rupees. That's what you get when you have the compass to the dungeon. It tells you how many chests you have left. And by the time we're done with this dungeon, we should have 11 out of 12, right? Because we're going to leave the lava chest alone.
Yeah, so with 3 keys, you're not going to see them open the lava chest door. We're just going to go straight and check everything on the way back to Trinex.
As Turdman points out, the red goo in the bottle right after eating the chain chomp tap is kind of frustrating. Yeah, that is irony at its finest. Door. Stay very far away from that door. I have accidentally opened it on an occasion, and I have not been happy with myself.
And then you start asking yourself questions like, when was the last time I saved?
Yep. Alright, we're going to get a Mimic Cave check here as well, now that we have...
We're still looking for enough that we're not going to be skipping much of anything.
We need...
But it'll be interesting, I think the correct call is to go into Ganon's Tower here after this.
Before doing Swamp.
Before doing Swamp. You're up here, you don't want to climb again, it's your most item-dense location, and you're looking for one big key. Now granted, we have... Sawyer has 3 small keys to GT, Leaf has how many? Leaf also has 3 small keys to GT.
Yeah.
So, they can basically full clear GT without any issue. You can even do it on 2 small keys if you route it properly. So I think that really the correct call, at least I think, is after Turtle Rock to go right into GT, looking for our Castle Tower 2 and Eastern Big. Now I guess we also have to keep in mind that, yes, we know that there is a small key on Bumper Ledge that we need a cape to get to, which could also conceivably be our Castle Tower 2 key.
Yeah. But we don't have the cape yet, so we don't concern ourselves with that. We hope that that's not the case, but it might be.
No.
All right, so if you're enjoying what you're watching, you can donate to either Team Mobilis, supporting the St. Jude's Children's Research Fund, hence why we've got the Terra Sprite for Leaf, and Team Interceptor is supporting the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada charity, which is why you have the Mog Sprite, ? I don't know. Mog kind of looks like a dog. Isn't there
that's also the sprite Sawyer usually uses.
Yeah. Well, there's a half man, half dog named Mog in Spaceballs, so that's good enough, right?
Sure.
All right, there was a small key on Laser Bridge, but it was not the one we were looking for. Oh, here's another one. Wow.
Nice game. Completely
Wow.
All right, so what you might actually see now, nice Ice Palace big key as well. So, you're gonna bomb the door here. So, with the fourth small key on Laser Bridge, I would have actually mirrored to go back and check Lava Chest.
I think that is what Leaf is doing, and if it's not what they want, they reset.
Oh, okay, so they're just doing it a slightly different way. So they opened up the back so that they can go back for the key and then mirror back to the back of the dungeon.
Yep.
The Steve 27.
As we mentioned, up next is our Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide race, and it's going to be Steve-ified. All of the items, all of the spells, all of the characters, they will all be named Steve. So stay tuned for some confusion.
I think what we're going to do, Steve, is we're going to have a $50 incentive. If $50 gets donated during the Steve race, we will have the Steve Save Steve. What do you think about that, Abe Rabbit Steve?
I'm in for staving the Steve.
Okay.
I mean, I am the Steve 27, so there must be 26 other Steves to save out there, right?
Of course, but...
That sounds good. Thank you, Glue. All right, just some cash money in the lava chest. And as you mentioned, Wombat, we're mirroring back. I thought it was going to be a death warp, but this also works too. And now we get to go kill Trinex, and we're still looking for those two items. One small key, one big key.
Yeah. The tempered sword is nice for this fight as well. Having to do it with Master Sword, I will actually elect to not use the sword and use the hammer.
Use the hammer. Yeah. And then the boss just becomes a menu battle instead of an actual fight.
Alright. So Sawyer's just gonna say, forget it, there's nothing in Lava Chest? Okay, no, you're gonna mirror.
Yeah, he didn't open up the bomb, though.
No, he did not.
So he's got a longer way
you'll
back.
see is he'll pick up Lava Chest, and he'll mirror again, and then go right to the back.
Yeah. It's about the same amount of time, right? Because you're either walking more on the front end or you're walking more on the back end.
Yeah, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
All right. Well, we ended up with 12 out of 12 because there was two Turtle Rock keys in its own dungeon. How about that? All right, so you think Wombat we're going to see?
I think Leaf is going to go straight into GT here. I don't think there's any reason not to.
There are 27 chests in Ganon's Tower. We do have to defeat Aga too, so we might as well just do this whole thing while we're here, right?
Yep, it is our most item dense location that is left. So it is highly likely that the things we are looking for are just here.
And it makes sense that we want to do this now to not do another mountain climb. Yes, we can clear Swamp Palace, but one, who wants to do left side swamp looking for a couple of keys, and two, right, we don't have to do another climb of the mountain. We're hoping to go mode Swamp Palace.
We could go mode that and Eastern maybe. At least on Leaf side we can go mode Eastern. Because we know there's not really anything in there.
Alright, skipping out on Tile Room for now. God, this room annoys the hell out of me. Leaf makes it through, no problem.
It's great. Now we got to teach you how to do it without the fire rod.
Oh God. No, please not the lamp bomb jump. Channeling their inner soccer player there. Alright. So here's the fun thing about the compass. Oh, there's a book. Oh boy. Oh no.
Yep, they have those checks outstanding now. So if a heads up play is after we complete the basement, and if we still don't have everything we need, would be to actually duck out of TR and check the ether tablet before climbing.
You mean at Ganon's Tower?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
I'm not good with them sometimes.
It happens. That's why we have two of us. All right, 4 more chests here in the Stalfos room. 2 more pieces of heart, apparently.
Well, we know that most of the checks are going to be in here are junk because we only need 2 things.
Yeah. The only thing that would help us is that cape, right? Other than that, well,
I want to see 2 keys. That's all I want. And I'm gonna be done.
We already have the book.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, we already have the book, which is bad enough, right? I think chat can probably come up with some pretty evil places where these 2 keys are based on the items that we have.
Well, at least we know one thing. It's not on pedestal.
It's not on ped.
I mean, the Castle Tower 2 could be on ped, but that's the only thing that can be on ped.
Oh no.
The Eastern Palace Big Key can't be on ped.
Yeah, so if it's not in GT, what haven't we checked? Well, that cape gives us access to one of the keys. We have Swamp Palace. I think we found a mushroom somewhere in Turtle Rock.
Yeah, Sawyer picked up the mushroom.
Oh, Hera basement key.
So,
that's another place
while you're up here, like I said, if we get through the basement, I can see either runner mirroring to do ether tablet and Hera basement. Because
gross.
You don't want to have to come back up here.
No.
It's either that or you're like, well, I have the entirety of Swamp Palace. Forget those checks. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. The rarely checked big key chest in Ganon's Tower. You normally never get to check that chest in a regular, more standard type of flag set.
Nope.
So it's always fun seeing that one. All right, we are 18 checks in, and we've only added more places to the list that we need to check.
Nice, Armos will be really quick with the silvers.
Nicely done. All right, 3 more here. Ugh. A lot of money and
a mirror shield.
A big shield. All right, we're gonna do Tile Room, and then we'll see if we.
I would probably at least check Ether Tablet here.
Yeah, Ether Tablet and potentially Hera Basement before going up to the top of GT.
We did get the cape there though too. So
yep.
Keep that one in the back of your mind as well.
Well, the thing is, right, there are no more items to get in Castle Tower, so we shouldn't go do the bumper ledge just yet, right? There's no point in us getting that tower to complete that dungeon right now with an outstanding item still. So,
Well, I mean, if we find Castle Tower 2, you're going to immediately do it after doing this dungeon, just because it puts you right there. You just mirror and beat it. You have to do it anyway.
all right. Let's see. What did Leaf get?
I wasn't quite paying attention. Let me check their tracker.
Oh my God, that was the big key for Eastern Palace. Looking at the tracker, right? Am I right?
I don't see it on their tracker.
No. What is that? What is that random big key above Eastern?
Above
for?
Eastern? That's a
Yeah.
GT key.
Okay.
I don't think anything was there.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm sorry for that.
We're still looking for the Eastern Big Key and Castle Tower 2.
I'm not used to looking at the trackers there.
Yeah, the tracker that both of them are using is the one I normally use, which is the Muffins tracker.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice! I didn't realize you could do that hookshot strat in that room either. So you learn little new things every time you watch. All right, so we're not going to see another chest for a while in here from either one of our runners, and Sawyer didn't even bother going to tile room. So when we're done with GT, we do get transported right to the top of the pyramid, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Which is why usually, like, you'll see runners in AD modes after completing GT will mirror and beat Castle Tower, just because it puts you right there.
Right. Unfortunately,
we don't have the key to do so.
No, not yet. Right, there's still 4 more chests up here.
Yeah, there are 4 chests that can conceivably. Leaf struggling a little bit with the Lamo 2 fight here.
I hate this fight. It lags so badly, and it constantly screws up my aim.
The Lambos just don't seem to be playing nice today either, so...
No. There we go. Yeah, so Sawyer making up a little bit of time there with execution. And they're basically one room behind one another now. This is kind of how the qualifying race was with these two runners. They were essentially neck and neck for a nice, good portion of it.
Yeah, unless there's something really unusual about the seed, at least for an all dungeons like key sanity mode, usually you don't see a huge ton of deviation. I feel like the big difference between these two was Sawyer dipping Eastern versus Leaf going straight to TR.
Yep. All right, so the first two in the upper part of Ganon's tower are just a couple of pieces of heart. That was 20 rupees there in the chest before the other Moldorm fight. We have 2 more chests in here, or 1 more.
It's just 1. We have validation chest, and that's it.
So
we got a little bit of a sink here now.
So why does it say 27 items then?
Because there are 27 items available. Sawyer skipped. What do you?
Oh, that's right. The big chest.
No, Sawyer skipped tile room, and then neither one of them also collected the torch item.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot the torch. Yep. because it wasn't something we needed. All right, so we have our gold sword here, which will also help in the Ganon fight.
I mean, to be honest with you, like the difference between tempered sword and gold sword really is kind of negligible.
Yeah.
Typically, once you get your tempered sword, that's kind of like, you know, I'm gonna say it because it seems funny to me, is the gold standard. Because the damage difference between tempered and master is so huge.
Right.
But because most things will just die to tempered sword, the need for gold sword like really isn't needed.
Yeah.
Like it saves you literally. I think the only thing it really saves you time on, and it for most parts it doesn't matter, is you don't have to do the one-on-one strats for the Ganon fight with tempered sword. With gold sword, it's just free, but it's not a huge time save.
Yeah. All right, so we're getting our mushroom turn in here from Leaf.
Where's Sawyer going? Oh, he's gonna check the Skullwood's big chest. No.
Just a map.
Where are you going, Sawyer?
Oh, he's going to get that small key.
Oh, he's gonna get the small key. Yeah, that's a good heads-up play. Okay. And I even said it, and then I immediately forgot about it.
Yeah, we need it. It's not going to get us our Eastern Palace big key, right? But we definitely need this.
At this point, it's either GT4, Meyer 3, or the key we need. Because we're only missing 3 small keys right now. So it's like a 33% chance that you need this key.
Yep. So we might as well pick it up, even if it is in Swamp Palace here. Oh no. All right, well.
Yeah, so there's Meyer 3.
So that means that our stuff almost assuredly is in Swamp Palace, right? Because somebody did Spike Cave.
I think Leaf did.
One of our runners did it. Yeah. One of our runners I know did it. All right, 10 items in here.
Yeah, so it just seems like Sawyer's getting a little punished for being a little too thorough, which I feel like is the pitfall I usually fall into.
You know what though? Like, you know that the small key is there, and it's a 1 in 3 chance. I would take doing that over having to do Swamp Palace and then going, do I do left side or not?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
now Sawyer knows that he's going to have to do left side if he doesn't find the stuff he needs.
Yeah, but I feel like without even the swamp big key, you're just going to go more or less straight to the back anyway. So a nice little quick specky clip there from Leaf. Save us a little bit of time so we don't have to flood the front. Save you about 22-23 seconds.
Yeah, and the other, not that it matters in this race, but if it also removes the requirement of having a hammer from Swamp Palace, right?
Yes, it does. But in an ADC, nice you're going to need the hammer anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yep.
All right. So we don't have the big key here. So we go straight to the back, and then hopefully we get what we need back here and don't have to come back in.
Yeah, there are 4 potential items back here. Those 2 down there. There's 1 in the next room. There's our castle tower key. So we just need our big key for Eastern Palace now.
Yep.
So there's 1 chest here, and then there's the 1 on the boss.
And then we have left side swamp and the Ice Palace big chest.
and all the book spots.
Yes, as well as Terror Basement.
Yeah, not some very good choices here. The creme de la creme, if you will.
Yeah. So I guess the one benefit is Leaf knows that they don't have to go back for Bumper Ledge.
Yep. So that's a small time save here.
They have not, however, been to Eastern
at all. They did go to Saha, but did not do any Eastern Palace stuff. Gonna opt for the Fire Rod strats. What the heck was that? Oh, it was a bottle.
Yeah, bottle with a fairy. So, gotta go left side or somewhere else. So you're getting bullied by his own block.
Alright, we're heading back in.
Yeah.
So we got 3 more chests to check. Actually, no, we don't have
There's
the
only
big key,
2.
right?
We
So
don't
there's
have
only
the big
2.
key to swamp yet.
Left side swamp. Will it be there? Chat, where do you think our Eastern Palace big key is? Give us your prediction. We have the rest of Swamp Palace. We have a book check. What else we got? Hera Basement and
Let's say that we have to
and
go to
Ice
Hera
Palace.
Basement for the swamp big key to get
oh
get
god.
the Eastern big key. It cannot be on Ped, Taco Mage.
Yes.
We need the Eastern big key to be able to pull Ped, so it cannot be on pedestal.
Yep. It could very well be that we have to do the Ice Palace big chest to get the Swamp Palace big key to then get the Eastern Palace big key. That would be disgusting.
Yeah, our options left are not good. What we'll probably see is after Leaf completes left side swamp here, if we don't get the swamp big key, I would almost expect our runners to check Bombo's tablet, because there's no other good time to check it.
Yeah, because we're right here. We have to head over and then do the mirror, but it's right here.
This was shaping up to be a really fast seed until the Eastern big key threw us for a loop.
Yes, yeah. We had a lot of stuff at 40 minutes in, and then at 1 hour and 40 minutes in, we only found 3 more of those things that we needed in the interim. All right, GT small key. Don't need that anymore.
All right, so we're done here. Not in well, it could still be in the big chest, but not in here for now.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Leaf is leaving. Or now I think they realize, hey, I should.
Yeah, they realize they need. Yeah, they need to do the. They need to do the mirror over here. All right, so Bombos tablet. We still also have Ether tablet up the mountain for the other book check. I figure you have to do the tablet in Harabay, and there it is.
All right, so that puts Leaf in go.
Yeah, 1 hour and 43 minutes basically on the dot for go mode for Leaf. They did not have to double dip Eastern Palace. I know that there were some people in the community that are happy. Yeah. We don't have to even bother doing the lamp lock side.
Kind of gross considering where Book was.
Yeah, Book was in Ganon's Tower, right? So we had to go into Ganon's Tower before going to Eastern, which is one of the scenarios you mentioned, right? Having to get into Ganon's Tower before beating all of the dungeons. All right, so let's see here. Sawyer picks up their go mode exactly 1 minute later. So there's a 60-second difference-ish between our 2 runners. So let's see if Sawyer can make that up with execution here.
I mean, he's already made up the a couple minutes of the time difference from when they started.
Yeah. So just as a reminder, this marathon is a relay race. So as soon as the runner for their respective teams finishes, that runner for their Need for Steve seed. Wow, saying that 5 times fast. they will go. And remember, if we get a $50 donation or up to $50 of donations, then we are going to force one of our Steves to save Steve, aka Sid, as one of the race objectives. So get your donations in. We do have a $50 donation, though, from Jay Brunn TR, supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, who says, couldn't decide which team to support, so both get the donation. So thank you so much, Jay Brunn TR. And I believe that $50 means that we've got a Steve to save a Steve incentive met. Is that correct, Glue? Am I reading that right?
If it was anyone else but Jay Brunter, we'd say no, because we'll allow it.
All right. Thank you so much for your generosity for donating towards our Save a Steve incentive. And with that final dungeon cleared, oh no, not final, almost final dungeon cleared.
We gotta go beat Castle Tower still.
That's right.
So
we beat Aga 2 already.
Yeah. Now we gotta go kill Aga 1.
All right, so let's keep some timestamps here. We have Leaf entering Aga Tower at 1:46:07 on their timer. Yeah, the two places that Eastern Palace Big Key could not have been is on Green Pendant Turn-In, obviously, and Pedestal. Or in the Big Key chest, right? Those are the three places it couldn't be.
Also,
or on Ormos. Okay, 4 places. Fair enough.
Accidentally fluting to 3.
Yeah. Yeah, so taking a look at it here, it's a 1 minute and 10-second difference. So that little accidental flute. Oh, where's that key? There you go. Don't forget your key. Yep, we're all about execution now. We've gotten all of our items in here, and Ganon is going to be a pretty easy fight with our silver arrows and our better than mastered sword. Nice boomerang catch right there from Leaf. Sawyer, meanwhile, getting bullied on his way up the stairs. I hate those guys, they're so annoying. Ooh. Nice speed strat there. Grabbing the Pegasus boots speed.
This doesn't actually save you any time. It's just something stupid that like almost all of us runners do.
It doesn't save you time?
Not really, because you have to stop and you have to get rid of your hook speed to be able to slash the curtain.
Oh, that's right. I've only done it once, and I had no idea how to do the curtain. I was like, "What the hell? I can't use my sword." Had to figure that one out the hard way. All right, we got three blue balls for the first go. There's 4 in a row, so this will probably be just the 2 cycle here, which will be nice for our runners. That's 5. Just need 1 more. There it is. And thankfully we get transported right to where we need to be.
Wait, with the health and magic refill.
Yeah, 149.10 for Leaf heading into this Ganon fight. Sawyer not too far behind. However, with the gold sword and with the silver arrows, there's not a lot of time to catch back up here on this Ganon fight. Taking out the Cane of Burna here just for some safety with those bats. I don't blame them. Oh boy. All right. Sawyer dropping into Ganon now. But unfortunately, there's not much time to make up, and that's a double.
The other double, and Ganon will go down. Oh, missed a shot somewhere, I guess. And that's get your GGs in for Leaf.
Yeah, really nice job by Leaf there. Is going to give Team Mobliz the head start in the next Steve race. So now our Team Mobliz representative for the Steve can start going. So that would be Turdsman. So go, 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 Turdsman, go. Yeah, so final time for Leaf is going to be 1:50.28. Or maybe not. Maybe their timer... Because Sawyer is just about done and his time is not that... Oh, that's right. Leaf had a head start, right?
Yeah, Leaf had about a 3-minute head start.
Okay. All right, so Sawyer with 1:48.27. So again, within basically like a minute and a half, 2 minutes of one another. So Sawyer making
Sawyer
up
did make
some
up
time.
a little bit of time there.
So get your GGs to both Sawyer and Leaf. We'll drag Leaf in here. All right, sounds good. Leaf, GG's, congratulations on finishing first on our stream here.
Thank you. Although I think Sawyer actually has the faster time in this case.
Yeah, Sawyer did make up a little bit of time here.
I think you started with about a 3-minute head start, and Sawyer knocked it down to about a minute 10 seconds time difference between the two of you.
That's the Chain Chomp's heart.
But yeah, there were 1 or 2 times that Sawyer did take an unfortunate death as well.
And GG Sawyer.
Sawyer, can you hear us?
Yeah, now I can.
Oh, there he is. Hey,
GG's.
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 So yeah, that was a wild one where we had to go into Ganon's tower in order to fish out some things to clear out some further on dungeons. That's not one you usually I said Steve. Wow, because I'm reading the screen.
I mean, we're moving into Steve percent.
Yeah, that's not one you normally see. So Leaf, tell us about your thoughts as we're winding down, trying to find our last couple of keys there. It started out pretty fast, where we got a lot of the items we needed within the first 40 minutes, and then it sort of dragged after that.
I mean, it didn't really drag because it gave you tools to go dungeon to dungeon to dungeon from about the 45-minute mark. I had the entire overworld clear in the first, 45 minutes. Also,
Yeah, so...
my other thoughts about the seed so far, used bow. Wombat knows what I mean.
Yeah, so...
Also, my bow landmo was better than my silver's bow landmo 2. So...
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed like you were struggling with that one a little bit, but the Lamo RNG did not seem very friendly.
No. I despise that fight, even with silver arrows, just because of how laggy that particular rune can be.
Yeah, good seed. Fun race to do. Sawyer's always a pleasure to race, so figure I'll let you guys talk to Sawyer next, because we do want to get moving on to let them talk about Steve.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Sawyer, so got any thoughts on the seed in general? Like, Leaf had mentioned, there was a lot of stuff that we got early, and then it was just trying to find the last few odds and ends there.
I wish I hadn't mismarked Turtle Rock and thought I was a pendant, or else I would have probably done that before Eastern, and which had everything in it to go do everything else. And then just a couple choices here and there, but the seed was really kind and friendly, and was always a fun race, and I think I made up some time, so I'm pretty happy.
Yep,
about
you made
that.
up just under 2 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Even if you were what I feel a little bit more thorough than Leaf was.
That okay. I'm helping out the team then. I kind of put a bunch of gifts in the chat once once Leaf was going, and I was like, all right, well, I got a job to do, and I did my job, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah. So, any other final thoughts before we turn it over to Taco Mage and Darkness?
Thanks for having us. It's always fun to showcase a good play of Link to the Past, and I can't wait to see how this Steve run's going to go, because I'm interested in how this works. So
it's a mind bend. We'll just put it that way. Same with you, Leaf. Any other final thoughts before we get out of here?
I will probably be using this Terra sprite again. I actually really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I thought it was the normal Terra sprite, and then the Esper Terra was sort of like the bunny form, but it turns out it's the opposite. So I was cool to see that. But yeah, thank you both so much for volunteering to run and to participate in the charity marathon. Thank you, Wombat, for helping me do commentary and pointing out all the times I was wrong. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Drinks Glue, for allowing us to showcase the Link to the Past randomizer in the charity. And we'll turn it over to Taco Mage and Darkness. Thank you all so much.
Well, hello.
Right.
So, I'm Darkness, and I'm joined with Taco Mage, as mentioned. We're getting into the looting section. It is a bit difficult sometimes with Steve, because whenever you pick up a chest, it's just Steve, so you have to sort of check your inventory, see what you picked up. But we seen some decent things so far in the shops. We saw earrings. I don't know if I saw sleeping bags. I definitely saw tents somewhere in Narsh, I think. I don't know if there's anything else interesting you noticed, Taco.
Yeah, I've missed the first little bit of it, so I've been trying to keep my eye on it. But I know that they found Phoenix Downs, which is a nice get, especially when you aren't really sure what else you're going to need. So starting with those is actually pretty useful.
Ooh,
there's an egg at the Ten Thief.
Yeah, one thing about Steve is checks like that will tell you actually what you get. So no, that's the one reprieve you get from Steve.
Yeah, most proper nouns are replaced, but there are a few exceptions. That's one of them. The other one is towns aren't renamed, and also the top level skills, like the word magic or lore or whatever, aren't renamed. But everything that's one deep in a menu is all Steve.
Yeah. And also, Tier 2 and Tier 3 magic have the great names of Steve 2 and Steve 3, which is very nice.
Yeah, getting Steve 3 magic feels really good in the Steve flags, because you'll know where they are, because they always appear the same place in the menu in the same order. So getting those online is basically free offense.
Yeah, so basically, in short, for people that don't know about the Steve flag set, so this is the need for Steve flag set, which is supposed to be like a beginner sort of introduction. You only need 5 characters, 8 espers, so it should be much quicker. I don't know if people notice, but you start with 100k, so you can afford to buy lots of things at the start, which is very nice. Because one of the things about in shops is you need to like check the description to tell what things are, but if you don't have enough money to buy it, you won't be able to check what the description is, so, which is very annoying sometimes. So it's nice to have that money to start. And then other than that, yeah, it's basically a few of the more annoying skills also are taken out. Things like Rage, where like if everything was named Steve, you have no clue what you're using, are taken out. But yeah, other than that, it's basically your normal Worlds Collide, except everything's named Steve. I don't know if I missed anything.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Steve's Glue in the background has been renaming everything in the UI Steve, and I really appreciate that.
Yes, I enjoyed that as well.
Yeah, so one of the other cool things about Steve, and if you've never played Steve and are in Worlds Collide, I do recommend doing it, at least do the Need for Steve flag sets, is that it can teach you a lot of really good habits, actually. Because everything that you pick up out of chests is Steve, you don't really have that moment where you get that great item and feel like you need to open your inventory right now and equip it. So it really does help with your menu management. Once you're in the menus, it's a little bit more punishing, but I mean, you can give yourself that just really good habit of, I don't need a menu yet. I don't even know if I have something good.
Yeah, exactly. And there's times, especially like messing around with like relics and espers, it's a lot more difficult when everything's Steve. So it's a good habit. It teaches you a good habit of like not changing things when you don't really need to. Just being like, this is good enough. I'm not going to go into my menu again.
Yeah, it's really huge for teaching. Like when you've got a character that's good enough, they have good enough equipment. They're doing okay. You don't really want to touch them because you don't know if you've got anything you can even put on them, and it can just be a mess, and it's just extra time in the menu. Speaking of menuing, we see Steve over here doing something that's really smart, which is ordering his consumables. This helps you in battle because you cannot actually see the description of the consumables while you're in battle, but you can see them while you're in your menu here. So what he's doing is he's putting things in the correct order so that he knows which item is what, so that he doesn't have to worry about trying to find this while you're in battle. So you put your Phoenix Downs up top or whatever, and then like next one down could be your elixirs or whatnot. So this is a good thing to do, especially early once you've got all your consumables, and then you don't have to think about it the rest of the game.
Yep. Meanwhile, it looks like we got Steve Liz Steve Men, sorry, on Team Steve Liz going to our first check here at Doma Steve. We'll see what that is. Which Steve we have to fight there.
Ooh, he's got a Steve that cuts MP to 1. That'll be really good if you get some Steve 3 going on.
Yeah, he bought that. I saw him buy that. I think where Steve Jewel is right now in Zen World of Balance.
Okay, yeah, I saw him trying to get some money together to buy whatever the 50k Steve was. So that must have been what it was. Oh, he's got Steve 3 on Steve there. Awesome. Actually, 2 Steve 3. That was double Steve 3. So that's a huge Steve to have.
And a Steve 2 Cure, which could be either life or cure, which that life 2 would be very nice to have.
All right, so it looks like Steve's Castle is just either a Steve or an item. So we'll figure out what that is. Oh, we're going to take some grind fights here with, it looks like he's running into Steve.
Yep.
I apologize to everybody in the chat room. This is just going to keep happening the entire run.
Yep. We'll see a lot of Steves. They may be big, they may be small, but they'll all be Steve.
Yep. So, okay. So we see Skeevel over there getting his, thinking about buying his Steve. We might be walking away from it, which I mean, it's not that pivotal. So you may be thinking maybe he's going to find something better in shops. One of the things about this flag set is that shops are pretty juicy. So the chance of finding like a big stick in a shop is pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like I don't think Stevesman came over to here to World of Ruin.
Oh,
I might be wrong about this.
You see, Stevesman's already got Steve online.
Very nice. Yeah.
That's huge at level 7, man. You can ride with the Econo Steve. You can ride that the entire flag or the entire seed. As long as this check isn't Steve and it can absorb Steve, then he's in a great shape. Because this is not a great.
So hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, this is not a great fight to learn magic on. So, but maybe he's taking extra just to get Steve 3 online. Ooh, we've got collapsing Steve over on Steve's side, doing some extra looting. Looks like.
Yeah, I always like coming here early because there's a few extra chests, and although as mentioned, it's all Steve, so
yeah,
less useful, but it's still nice place to loot early. And
it is also a free check, so you're pushing its scale in a little bit, so making that first fight that you take a little bit juicier, especially if he's planning to go somewhere where he might have a bunch of fixed encounters. It'll just be what would be about two levels juicier, I think, in this flag set. No, it would be 2.5 because we have increased XP in it because we're using Moogle Cup scaling for battles.
Ooh, so unfortunately, no MP to use this Steve, sadly.
Yeah, but this isn't a terrible Steve. It might turn into delay Steve. Oh, we got Steve 3 on.
Yeah, because he has the Econo Steve. I forgot.
Yeah, we got mustachioed Steve cast in there.
All right, so that's Fire Steve. Good to know. And then see what the other Steve is.
So yeah, I forget because it's actually been it's been about a month since I've run a Steve, but I think the order is what, Fire, Ice, Lightning in the menu. And that will always be the same. The fun thing is that it's not in the same order for Magitech, so I always get those two mixed up.
Yeah, same. It's but it's fire, lightning, then ice for M-Tech. So I remember that much. Yeah. No, unfortunately, that Steve 3 came out a bit too late, so you get Steved in return.
Yeah.
Thankfully, all 3 of the Steves survive.
Yeah, fortunately, he did enough grinding that he's able to tank that.
Yeah.
He's got the regular Steve dice over there on Steve Jill's side. The counter Steve.
You don't see the regular Steve dice that often, but they can be useful, at least this early in.
Yeah, although the items in this flag set tend to be stacked enough that it's usually they don't see the they don't see an equip. Because the other thing is that all of the dead checks, if you run into a dead check in this flag, they're all incredibly good items, and it's a very narrow amount so that you don't have to wonder about which one which one it is in your inventory. So you're either going to get Illumina's, Paladin Shields, what is it, EXP Egg, or Minerva, I believe? No, Snow Muffler. Or Steve, yeah.
Yeah, all the best Steves you can hope to get.
Oop, is that a Moogle Charm forget there, I think? Yeah, must have been.
You mean Steve Charm?
Oh yeah, Steve Charm, right.
Yeah, we'll take the this unintended grind fight, I guess, and then
yeah, unfortunately not a great grind fight, so not getting a lot from that other than a little bit of a delay. All right, looks like we're going to be going into probably Steve's dream here. Oh, maybe not. I thought Steve's was oh, okay, we're going to start doing the Steve loop. That's actually pretty good. Especially if you're at level 3, you get the grind fights here, and then you can just loop through them all.
Yeah, I think I like this more than going to Doma at the start, because Doma Siege, while there are encounters you can fight, it is a bit risky since you can't leave, and you're locked into fighting the boss. While here, there's no boss, and you're pretty set. There shouldn't be that much to worry about, and even if there is, you can just run from it.
Yeah, the other benefit is that you do have to come to Steve camp here because there is a dog right there below the tent, and
yes,
he did remember to pet the dog, so good heads up play there. Ooh, this is a nasty fight. Gonna take it. It must feel like he needs some MP. Because this is level
Steves.
Yeah, level Steves. Yeah, I must feel like he needs to learn something. Ooh.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate. I always forget, because all the level magics have similar sprites to other enemies, so without seeing that this level magic, that's just gonna reset.
Yeah, I'd probably do that if I was that deep in. Yeah.
Yeah, and with stop, you can't really run.
Yeah, that's another thing that this version teaches you is what enemy groups look like rather than what their names are.
Yes. Yeah, because I didn't realize those were the level magic versions. Because there's other enemies with the same sprites but different colors, and I always forget which ones are which.
Yeah. Yeah. So Steve is actually probably one of my favorite meme modes. So I actually play it quite a bit. So I've gotten decent at recognizing a lot of the really nasty fights. No, run. Oh, he's gonna just smoke bomb out. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, Steve Bomb.
Yep. Not a character though.
So we don't have a character
Ghost
here.
Of Steve. Yep.
I think both runners are still looking for their first character.
Yep. Well, we do have a lot of checks between Cyan having 3, although a triple check, although only 1 can be a character, and then Sabin having 5 checks, and Shadow having Floating Continent. There's a lot of places where that 4th character could be, so it might be a little while before we see one, but hopefully we'll get one soon enough.
Yeah, I think Steve Joel is doing the opener that I would go for personally, which is to just loop the Steve checks, probably ending at Mount Steve, and then probably start eyeing up doing. I would probably go and do Steve's Dream after it, and then transition and do Steve Siege. That would be my personal routing here. I don't know how you'd approach it.
Yeah, I think I'd probably do the same. I think I'd the only slight difference I'd make is probably I'd do Siege first, just because you're already in World of Balance, so I think it makes more sense to do that one first. But it's nitpicking there. It's about the same.
Yeah,
I think.
fair enough. Yeah, I like to end with Siege because if I pick up everything that I need, then I know if I can peak Siege and then like reset out of it. Because there's a lot of checks that you can do between you and Siege. So if it's not a character, you can decide, okay, well, I've got 7 Espers, I don't need to do this.
Speaking of peakables, would you do Phantom Steve as well as part of the loop, or would you just wait on that?
If I didn't pick up a character from Falls or Camp, I would peak Phantom Steve on the way by, because I usually will save right out. I will save right outside of Falls and then peek it, and then if it's nothing, I'll go the other way around the map and go to Mount Steve.
Makes sense. But we got Stevesman going to Steve Dreams, so we'll see what's up over there.
All aboard the Steve Dreams Swanson in chat. So I must have mistook that. We actually do have fixed Steve on Steve Jill's side. I thought that was regular Steve, but it is fixed Steve. I didn't see the item description, so that's on me.
Are they not the same? Or item description?
I believe they're slightly different. I think one does not have a description. The other one does. We forgot the Steve charm again on Stevesman's side.
Yeah, that's one of the things I have a lot of trouble with is relics, because you can't see the descriptions of the relics you currently have equipped, so it can be very confusing if you have a bad memory like I do and don't remember which slot you put the Moogle charm in. So it's like if you're trying to switch things around, it can definitely be difficult.
Yeah, that's one of those useless habits that you get when you run a lot of Steve, is always putting the Moogle charm on the... Oh, goodness, that's Steve on Steve's inside. Always
Steve.
putting the Steve charm on the same character position on the same slot. You don't need that for regular races. It's only useful in Steve, but it is a good habit to have if you run a lot of these. For me, it's always top Steve in the top Steve slot, or the top relic slot.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have not developed that habit yet. That's probably something I need to do to get better at Steve.
Yeah, it's a weird thing that, especially in these flags, because you have so much power, your relics are actually reduced in like the differential of effectiveness, reduced in like the amount of power that they're giving you versus what you need. So you can actually get by with having your Steve charm on somebody who probably should have like an offensive relic on them instead. Like in this case, you got Steve up there at the top with the Steve Miser. I would still have the Moogle charm on them, even though having the Steve ring on them would give them more power.
Yep, that makes sense. Spicy Steve still being a very big pain, as he usually is. Taking out one of the Steves, but we have some Phoenix Steves, thankfully.
Yeah, and the real Stevius in chat is pointing out that he can't use Steve strats because Steve absorbs Steve. So that is it takes away kind of his biggest offensive tool here.
Oh, do we see what this second Steve was? So it must be.
Yeah, this is.
All right, it's Ice Steve.
Yeah. Ice Elemental Steve. So fortunately, I don't think he's pushed the scaling enough that this fight is actually dangerous, but especially with the elemental resistances that he has, it's just going to be an annoying one because of Steve and then the follow-up instant death Steve.
And the counter Steves are always very scary, especially later when they can be like some scary stuff. You see Steve pop up and you're like, oh god, what is this? Hopefully nothing bad. But thankfully we're not into that scaling yet, where you could be unleashing annoying stuff like Murden or whatever.
All right, looks like we're going to go to Steve Falls over on Steve Jill's side. Well, I guess we're going to get to see whether or not he peaks Phantom Steve after this one.
Yeah. Well, still hasn't learned Steve 3 yet, but I assume that's the Ice Steve there. So, but thankfully not going over to the Bolty fight, or Spicy Steve fight, I mean.
All right. So we transition to our splash screen here, so let's address that real quick while they're finishing up some bosses here. Next up, we're going to have the Crystallis randomizer. I don't know if we have any incentives for that. I don't see it on the screen, but I'm sure Glue will help us out if there are any incentives. And then later, I got my race against Fiery Blizzard. We have 2 incentives for that. The first is to add Auto Berserk to the starting conditions, and the other is to add the Steel Runic Gao to the party. So go ahead and donate for those and make our lives a lot harder in that race.
I do like the idea of Steel Runic. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah, that was unfortunately my idea after I saw that really good Gao earlier in the in the marathon. We got was that Steve 128 over there on Steve Jill's side.
Yep.
You can tell the difference there because he's purple.
Yeah, he's much easier to tell the difference than with the other number Steve. They're very similar, so it's always scary when that one shows up. But
yeah, Steve 28 versus Steve is it's very subtle.
Yeah, I think one of them has like more gold and stuff.
Yeah, one of them looks a little.
That's not good.
That's
like
that
wipe
sucks.
Pulte.
Pulte was just being a little bit more obnoxious than I think he was ready for.
Yep, that's what happens sometimes when you run into some ugly Steves early on.
Ooh, and that's at Steve's dream there, so that's not a great place to have it because he's essentially guarding the whole rest of that check. All right, so we're going to transition over to the Steve loop here, which is again where I would start. So he's going to definitely be able to pile on some levels here.
Meanwhile, we'll see what the Steve reward is for Steve Joel over here, as he cleared out number 120, or Steve 128, I should say.
Oop, looking like a character. Getting that big delay, probably a music change. We can't hear it because we don't have we have Steve.
Yep.
And that check is like right there. We'll have to see if he decides to peek Phantom Steve first, or if to go immediately into checking Steve into Steve's trench. Although it is a little bit later, so going wow, that is a Steve. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's much better than Steel and Runic.
Yeah, so definitely gonna do the dried Steve check. So Chadius mentions in the chat, hopefully you have some dried Steve. You start this flag set with dried Steve, so definitely has some. I might not know where it is in his inventory right at the moment, but does have some. Whether or not he remembers he has some, looks like he's going in the item shop to look for some.
Yeah, also had to pet the dog as is required.
Secret item.
That's rename card. Oh, sorry. If only it was something good. More potions, those are nice. X Ether, not very useful.
Oh, checking the dogs, good.
Yep. That was a double pet on that dog, I think, because petted on the way in and on the way out.
Yeah, nothing really all that impressive in that shop. What do we have here? Yeah, also another kind of lame shop.
All helmets. The Helmet Emporium over there.
Grimwolf is saying in chat, you should get some of those rename cards so you can rename all of your Steves to Steve later.
Yeah, exactly. What
That's
else
the kind
he's
of
doing here? Nope.
That's the kind of nonsense I approve of.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, got a good swingy Steve there on Steve. Didn't catch which one that was. I picked it up earlier, so it's probably the Ultima Steve.
Well, no, you front rowed him, so it must be either a rag or I don't think it would be an Atma at this point.
Right, that's right. They actually picked that up from Steve's father's house check, so he's been holding on to that for a while. Yeah, that's right, because it says Ragnarok, and it doesn't tell you which one, but in this one, all your free checks are items, so it had to have been the sword.
So yeah, I forgot to mention. Yeah, there's no free checks, so which is a bit annoying to start because you generally won't have an Esper to start, but it's very nice because the chance of you getting a dead check are very, very small with no free progression.
I think with no free on, there are only 3 dead checks left in the wild, if I recall. It's either 3 or 4, and that changed a bit when we added Moogle Defense, and then changed which because I think it was Mount Zozo, and I think also the Mog check at the top used to not be free checks, but they are now. But it's been a year since that check thing went in. It feels like it was just yesterday. Sort of like how how 2012 was just last week.
It's also weird because Zen Thief, which only requires money, is not a free check, but Auction House, which also only requires money, is a free check. So, bit weird on that end, but it's whatever. It's kind of nice that Zen Thief still counts.
Yeah, I think mostly that's just an annoyance thing because nobody likes Auction House. Even the people who like Auction House don't actually like Auction House. All right, we are going to get a check of Phantom Steve here.
Yep.
Just topping
I'll
off.
see which Steve. Oh.
So he did find Sleeping Steves. Just used him on his party.
That's good. Sleeping Steves are always nice to have. There's also a healing thing here if you ever happen to not if you go left. Forgot to go off the Multron by accident again.
We're gonna have to tease Stevesman. That's a hard sentence to say. Tease Stevesman later about the Moogle charm or the Steve charm usage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Steve Jill's having a heck of a time getting to the Steve check here.
Yeah, I always hate to have Steve late because that means you're going to be running to annoying Magicite there, or Magisteve, or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, if you have some encounters there, some of them Gao or Steve can't show up, or the reward can't show up, which is kind of annoying. But
yeah, and I think those 4 Steves might be one of those. I don't recall.
It looks like you're going to roll of ruin for something. I'm just not going to bother, I guess.
Yeah, I've gotten fed up with the RNG.
That makes sense. I'd be pretty fed up with it too.
Yeah, maybe doing that. Well, unfortunately, going to get the bad news that Steve is gatekeeping this check, but probably by now has enough power that it's maybe not that big of a deal.
Also, they didn't put Gao back in their party.
Ooh, that's an interesting choice. Although I guess you only need 2 good characters, and they've got 3, so.
Yeah, I think it's just forgetting, or just like, that they had someone else to add in.
Yeah, just
obviously they had to take him out for the check, but it does take a little bit of time to get back on the airship and rearrange all that. But it would be nice to have a 4th character for Spicy Steve coming up here.
Yeah, and also with that bad RNG on the check there, maybe maybe feeling behind.
Oof.
Yeah, opening up with a full party Steve there is never a good feeling.
Yeah, this is there are statue buffs for a reason. This is not an easy fight, and Spicy Steve showing off why.
Yeah, hopefully getting good rolls on. Ooh, not even good rolls on the Steve.
Take a big Steve in the face as a counter.
Yeah, that's the big difference here is that Steveman has a lot better elemental defense and absorption than Steve Jill here.
Yeah, and also just because Steve Jill's coming later, he's the Spicy Steve is scaled a lot higher. So we're getting
there's a full party wipe. Yeah, probably coming back there later if they don't find a character somewhere else. If you find a character somewhere else, I'm probably fading that check forever.
Yeah, I mean we still have a few checks left to do.
Yeah, we got Floating Steve still to check, I think.
Yeah, and I think Steve Cave, which is kind of nearby here, but in World of Ruin, I might go there.
Yeah. Where's he going?
That looks like going to bring Gao back
going to bring Gao back in, yeah.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Steve.
Yeah, so yeah.
And meanwhile, we've got Dab and Steve over at the end of Phantom Steve, so with Steve 3 on deck, this is not going to be that bad of a fight. Oh yeah, and he's got the full party Steve protection.
Yep. Always nice to have, especially this early. It's pretty powerful, especially with the economizer, just being able to spam that as much as you want. Or the Econo Steve, I should say.
It's so hard to remember.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, everybody in chat's like, stop. All right, looks like we probably are going to be doing Steve's Cave here. Oh, no. Gonna go back in and try it again. All right. I like the determination. Must have,
I guess,
equipped for some better fire absorption.
Yeah, and while having a 4th party member is gonna help a lot because it'll also reduce the damage of those party-wide attacks. So, and hopefully you won't get a wipe. We shall see how the Steves fare against Spicy Steve.
Yep. I mean, this will be huge if this turns out to be required.
Yeah.
Because if I've Stevesman, I do not want to come back here.
Yeah, we still have a few decent checks left. Also, Colt, or Mount Steve, I should say, is still available.
Oh, I just realized it's interesting because Gao, or Steve, was the most recent character, so the chance of either Steve playing or Steve's Trench having a character is actually much higher than this one.
Yeah, I think Steve's Trench is probably where I would go, given that I probably want to get a fifth character at this point. Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty. I tend to be pretty stubborn, so I probably would have stuck out the RNG just to see, at least get a peek on what Steve's plan is. Oh,
yeah,
something from.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think with having some, I mean, we had some encounters already, so I think like doing normally like you'd want to not have any encounters, but because we've done a few and they kind of suck, doing Trench first might actually be nice to just sort of dilute the awful encounters that are there.
That's true. I didn't think of it that way.
Plane. So I think that's probably where I'd go first, but I don't know. There's a lot of decent options here, and
all right, and then Steven getting the good news on that Gao.
Yep.
All right, so Steve went down on the second try. Having that healing from Steve there was tremendous. Kept the party up, and I think Steve was much better behaved that time too. Didn't see any of the really nasty attacks like Steve or Steve.
Yep. So yeah, so this could be big for Steve Joel because Paladin Shield, that's always nice. But not one of the rare dead checks as we mentioned before.
Yep. All right. So we'll see if Steven does any better on this RNG plane here.
Yep.
All right. So Steve's Dream is not a character, but might still be in the running for getting 2 more Espers, which would be huge.
Yeah, double dead with no free progression would be very, very sad.
Yeah, that
especially after that Bolty.
Yep.
So,
but you are thinking that, hey, I've got one of the 3 dead checks out of the pool now, so the chance of these next 2 being Espers is pretty good.
Yeah, so, we know one's guaranteed, but yeah, the other one, chances are very, very slim.
Yep. All right. I was still getting bad fights, man. Both of them doing rough on the Steve NG. Steve G was really hard to say, by the way.
RN Steve, I don't know.
RN Steve, there we go. Yep, we're seeing Steveman being as stubborn as I probably would be here.
He does want to have one extra fixed encounter from doing the whatchamacallits, the Steve Rats.
Although I think this one you can get your check hit off of because it's 2 different enemies at 4. I believe that's an allowable. That's when it's 4 of the same enemy. That's generally not one that works. And then 5 enemies never works. Either way, you didn't get it on this one.
Yeah.
And Lobo is still in that pool, so if you do enough fights, you are going to get Lobo.
Yeah, hopefully you get the 5 and 8 chance of him actually showing up.
Yep. All right, single Steve. It's Steve Bo, so got a good shot here at getting. No, doesn't get it. Man, they're both getting roughed up. Oh, also going to fade it too. Wow. Now we're going to go over to Steve Cave, or are we going to do something else?
Yep, it's either Steve Cave, Steve Trench for floating Steve, or Mount Steve. Or I guess Steve at Narsh is also, or Steve at Steve, whatever you want to call it. Those are all options.
I think we're going to save and then go up to Floating Steve. I think that's what we're about to set up here, because that's the only reason why you would land with 4 characters on the Velt. Or sorry, on the Steve.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
finishing out Steve's dream here with a not terrible enemy, especially when you've got fire element and dice on deck. This is not all that threatening. Yeah, it goes down pretty easy. Especially after facing Spicy Steve there.
Thankfully, Stevenson puts on the Steve charm this time, so we won't have another accidental encounter. And
yep, looks like we're gonna shuffle around some espers and then head to Floating Steve, I think. It'll be interesting in figuring out where Steve Jill goes next, because kind of running out of the easy, obvious checks at this point. I'm thinking either Floating Continent or just just accepting it and trying back for the RNG grind. Oh,
it was double dead.
It was double dead,
shield, but
yikes. I mean, that's two great items, but yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was Steve Jill here, I'd be feeling way behind without knowing that Steven also hit some of the same roadblocks. We do see with that Steve egg there, we've got Steve at the top there already pushing mid-30s. So levels are not going to be an issue.
Yeah, XP is pretty high. And yep, we're going to see Steve's Cave on the Steve here.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good because it is peekable.
Yeah.
I didn't recall if he saved before he took off or not, but if this is a not an Esper or a character, I might have to blow a Warp Stone to get out, or Steve Stone.
Yeah. I think that's probably, if you have enough Warp or Steve Stones, I think it's probably faster than resetting anyway, so.
Yeah, generally if you've got enough. Ooh, checking a Steve in the box. Oh, he has the. Oh, this is not the Steve you want to see. If you've got the Atma Steve like he's got, that's actually a pretty good play hunting for Katana Steve.
Yep. Also check the one in. Ooh, that's a nice Steve to see.
That's huge. And I'm not just talking about Steve being extra large.
Yeah, gonna get a lot of EXP from that Steve there.
Yeah, especially with the egg. That's gonna be. Oh, okay. So we got the oldest Steve in the book.
Yep. Generally not Steve I want to see in terms of the checks I have to do.
Yeah, although in this case, since we're at 5 and 8, this isn't terrible because this is the last character that Steve Jill needs.
Yeah, true.
And knowing that you've also got Floating Continent, which because there's a character here. Ooh. I think this is the bad Steve. Well, maybe not, because I always get the two mixed up. No, this is the more ornate one is actually Steve 28. This is the more ornate one. I always think of it the other way, as like the later in the game it should be more ornate, but this is the one exception to that.
Yep. Meanwhile, on Stevenson's side, we're going to see the first of the two back-to-back bosses here. Oh, triple Steves.
With his equipment, this is actually not that bad because he's got a lot of on deck elemental resistance, and if you got really good elemental mitigation, this is not that bad of a fight. It's when you don't have any that this fight can get out of hand really quick.
Yeah, this is a fight you hate to see early or like in KT, but you love to see in the middle because it's pretty easy, and when you can get rid of them quickly, and then you don't have to worry about them. You don't have to fight it with one character when you go into Kefka's tower, or Steve's tower, I should say.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing here is that Steveman there doesn't have any of the Paladin Steves that Steve Jill has, so his full party Steve isn't actually providing any healing. So that is an interesting tool that if Steve Jill has enough of it, he could pivot and use that as kind of like your double source and be essentially immortal.
Well, they have full healing on whatever that was. I assume they have. I think that was ice. I assume so. They all have ice shields or something.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Right, so we're gonna see what an Esper. Okay. And knowing that there's a character at Steve's Cave, that makes a lot of sense. This has a good chance of being 3 Espers, which if Steve Joe does this next, that would be huge for them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, if this is triple Esper, they have to be pretty close to unlock.
Yeah, they're at 5. So Floating Continent would be their unlock if they go there.
Well,
If
they
it-
still
if
need the
it's-
5th character,
right.
but yeah.
But,
yeah.
Steve Joel has the 5th character.
Oh, for Steve Joel. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Stevesman.
I was theorizing that if Steve Joel goes here next and it's 3 Espers, this could be unlock.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like Steveman in the back of his head, he's got to be wondering, is there a character in that Steve playing check? And that's always the worst.
Yeah, I think at this point there's still enough good checks left that I'd probably just pray that that's not what's gating this at this point.
Yeah,
Do some other stuff.
And if you
We know
if you
it is
snag
not, so.
Yeah, and if you snag a character at the end of this check, because that's the other place that a character can be here, middle check is either dead or an Esper, probably an Esper given what we saw at Dream, then they're in a pretty good position getting that character. That would put them, I think, 5 and 6 is where I saw them sitting.
Oh, we got Steve Joel taking a trip to Steve Woods to pet the doggos. The Steves, I should say.
Yep, and that's actually a required stop for them. So,
yep.
But not. I'm gonna say not doing. I don't know. Does the Wander Dog appear if you don't have Terra?
No, but you can't pet that one anyway because it walks into the thing.
Oh, that's true. It's not interactable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't stop me from trying. Interesting. I guess needing only Espers walking up to the top here is good for, I guess, feeling like you need a few more levels. Interesting. We have Toilet Steve where normal Steve would be. So we got a kind
Steve
of
Vanilla.
pseudo, Steve Vanilla. I was going to say French Steve. Ooh, we've got Blue Bubble online.
Yep, so he must have found the Paladin shield somewhere. Or there was Ultima that I did not see. That was a spell.
Yeah, that could have been an Esper. I wasn't looking. Once we saw Steve 3s, I wasn't looking at him too hard. Okay,
Same.
This is pretty much the Steve that you want to see when doing random dragon check.
Yep. Well, oh, another dead. Jeez, lots of dead checks for.
Okay, it's either 3 or 4. So I think if it's 3, that's all of them out of the pool. Which having all 3, like I said, I can't remember if it's 3 or 4, but I think it's 3. That would have all of them out of the pool. I'm sure if the Schwantz is in chat, he can correct me if it's 4. I believe. Ooh, okay. There's a big swingy at Steve check there.
Oh, it's always nice to see those big swingies. It's like gonna put it on Steve there, which makes sense. Not great magic, so kind of could use would be better off swinging some Steves.
Yeah, with still needing to gather a bunch of stuff and a lot of the checks left having a lot of fights in them, that's actually pretty good because that'll really be doing a lot of damage by the time you're done with all that.
Meanwhile, we got Steve's been doing Steve Escape here.
Yeah, about to see whether or not we've got whether or not he's going to feel really bad about fading that. Not a bad fight. Fading that Steve's playing check.
Yeah, we have enough sticks that it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, it can definitely be annoying. If we had found a Katana Soul, then it would have been much more annoying because it would have been split up to having to deal with the zingers things dying or whatever and respawning, which take forever.
Yeah. Another reason to come up here that you just reminded me of is that Katana Steve could be in the Mieb up here as well. So that might. Oh no, he doesn't have Steve, so he can't go in there.
Yeah.
So this is just levels and knowing that it can only be an Esper. All right. Nope, that's not Steve protection, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know if they checked the Steve in a box at the beginner's house or
I don't recall. Unless they did it really, really early, I don't think we've seen that.
All right, yeah, it looks like they're going back in for that right now.
Yeah. Really hoping to find Katana Steve, I think.
We got, was it Steve? That's Steve 3, I think, right?
I believe that's Steve. Yeah, it would be Steve 3, because otherwise it would be a pincer.
Yeah. Yep, goes down very quickly, thankfully.
Yeah, finding Steve after dark in that Miab, so not really what you want to see. All right, and it is an Esper at the end of Floating Steve, so will be interesting to see where Steveman goes now, because it's going to feel like one to go after Steve's Trench or just Steve Plains. They're thinking, taking a moment.
Yep, and the one nice thing about Cave on the Steve is that it is peekable, so it is probably one of the things you would check first. So
we're seeing the Mount Steve
Mount
play.
Steve,
So
sorry.
yeah, we haven't seen this yet, so this could still be a character too.
Yep. We've seen two different potential paths. So and generally these seeds are. Ooh, we're going to see Steve. No, sorry, we're saving Steve here. But
there's
which I believe is one of the requirements. Yeah.
There's a good fish there.
Good Steve.
Yeah, it's a weird thing that saving Steve is actually optimal if you have good fish luck. If you don't have good fish luck, letting Steve die this is amazing fish luck. Holy cow. Because you can do it in 3 fish if you get good fish luck. I think if you have B dash, it's technically possible if you are like frame perfect to get it in 2 fish. I think I remember that's how the math works out, but don't quote me on that.
Sadly, no B dash or B Steve, as it would be known.
All right, so there's Steve saved.
Yep, very nice.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Was that not Steve save? I thought that was. Oh, maybe I misspoke there. No, that was Steve. Yeah, that was Steve save. Interesting that doesn't despawn the fish. I never knew that.
Me neither.
I always thought the fish would stop spawning once you save Steve, but apparently that is incorrect. That's cool. And getting jumped by Steve in the skies right now would actually be huge.
Yeah, that'd be definitely be nice, assuming it's not dead. It's an actual Steve, not a dead Steve.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure we've seen all of the dead Steves, so it would be an Esper. Yeah. Unless I'm wrong and it's 4. Yeah, unfortunately, this is, maybe Steve Jill doesn't realize that no free is on, because this is a free check, so this can't lead to progression.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's probably not realizing that is probably why they're here, because, I don't really see much of a reason to...
Yeah, I mean, your levels... Yeah, your levels are so good.
Yeah, you don't really need the dragon. You got tons of sticks and levels and spells to sling.
Yeah, we'll have to try to remember to ask Steve Jill if this was just forgetfulness, or if he was hoping to get something specific. He might be hoping for a specific item. Maybe he wants to set up GG Illuma Steve.
Maybe.
Again, they've got so much upfront power now. I'm not sure that you need this, but it could pay off if that's really what they want to do. Because right now they're still single swinging. They have not broken damage cap at all. So if they really want to break damage cap, this could be what they need. I guess this is going to give you enough levels that you don't have to worry about anything else in the game at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh, snow muffler.
I mean, more defense.
I can say that because
nice.
it's what it said on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the real Stevius in chat mentioning that, you'd never really check the fish in vanilla after you'd saved.
Oh, so there is free progression, I guess.
Right. Oh, there is. I could have sworn that I said no free on. Well, never mind. Well, that's my bad. I should have refreshed myself on my own flags before we came and commentate. All right, so then that means that there are still lots of dead checks out in the wild.
Yeah.
That actually makes the deads that we've seen so far not that uncommon.
Yep. Nice Majesty +2 there. So
Yep. So I think that's one Esper left on Steve Jill in order for go mode.
yeah. Meanwhile, Stevesman, where they at currently? I think they need like one of each at this point. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, they're really close. They are hunting for that last character. They're making kind of a Hail Mary play to go up here, or Hail Steve play in order to go up here and check, because you can peek it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Otherwise,
yeah, it's a bit of a walk.
It's a bit of a walk. So it gets the bad news that is not a character. Oh, there. Yep. So, that was actually the Gaunt Steve.
We'll see where he. Yep, we're going World of Ruin next, I guess. To presumably
maybe do Cave, which he'll get the good news that this is his 5th character. So that's a good play.
Yeah, I think I probably would have done that.
Yeah, both of them fully fading, both Trench and Velt. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Velt is with that many annoying encounters is kind of annoying, and Trench is kind of slow when you don't need the levels from all the fixed encounters, because there are a good few of them. But yeah,
I tend to chase the character progression, so I probably, to my detriment, probably would have gone full bore into both of those if I'd felt the plane wasn't going right. I would have jumped right into the Trench.
Yeah, same. I think. But Stevesman will get the good news. I think it probably would have come here before Steve at Narsh, because I think this is a faster walk. But
yeah, I
hopefully
agree.
It doesn't matter that much. But then we got Steve Jewell coming out back here. I'm pretty sure this is an Esper, so won't be that'll be the unlock for them. So they'll be neck and neck going into this. And we know which one this is because we saw that.
The question is, does Steveman know that this is the safe one? Probably by now. Yeah. Once he attacks like that, then you know you're good. Yep. And as I think it was Steve Houston Chad had pointed out earlier, that generally, but not always, Majesty would open up with a bunch of magic attacks.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
But it is possible for him to roll not doing anything, which is scary. But yeah, we're seeing them essentially cross over each other right now.
Yeah, it looks like Stevesman's going to have the slight lead, assuming this is unlocked for them.
I think they might still need one more Esper, but I admit that I might have miscounted. Nope, that is unlocked. Okay, so Steveman ahead of very, very slightly.
Yep.
But I think this is also going to be unlocked for Steve Jill, so it's going to really come down to how they handle the tower climb. They have very different loadouts right now, so that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and we still haven't seen, outside that one Spicy Steve, we haven't seen much of the more annoying bosses. Or Steves that you can face, so...
Steven taking a little bit of last opportunity to do some shopping here. That could make the difference if Steve Jill feels like he can go right into KT. Let's see what Steve Jill's about to do. Yep, looks like running for KT. Oh, no.
Okay.
Still going to do some shopping, too. Okay. Assume that's what they're here for, unless, doing some shopping. Maybe needs a few more consumables for maybe feeling like they don't have, those are some sleeping bags. Maybe that's what they were, that must have been what they were going for.
I guess they were out, so makes sense.
Oh, Taylor Steving with the donation. Do we get a good donation? Oh, yeah, looks like we got, what was that, a bunch of, $100 for St. Jude, or St. Steve.
Yes. Thank you very much, Taylor Steving, for that.
That's huge. I think that actually probably means that we're going to be doing Sketch Steel Gao with some Auto Berserk, unless Glue's gonna save us from that.
Stevesman's gonna go and talk to the kids. So he did talk about this. I don't think this was required, but
Oh, right, because
as an alternative for
to the dogs. Yeah, it's very thematic.
Uh-huh.
Last kid, there you go.
So we should do. Oh yeah.
Oh, that.
So,
No, I don't think there's any up there.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all them talk to.
Yeah. So that should be both of them dropping into. Well, we've already got one drop into KT. That's the other thing with this flag set is you do start with skip, so you can drop in right at the statues. So it's all going to be coming down to. Oh, right. So that's interesting. Steven had not yet saved Steve and has to do that before he can drop into Steve's tower. So that's one of those things that Steve got out of the way kind of early.
Yeah, meanwhile, on Steve Joel's side, we got French Steve here with Inferno Steve.
Yeah, stole a Steve shield.
Yeah,
probably to crack on Final Steve. Might as well do it if you have it available, and that fight did not last long at all. Oh, yeah, also with except that missed it. I was gonna say we've had good fish luck on Steve's side here, but that fish going south there was kind of rude. That's cool because I don't think that the fish RNG is normalized like other RNG in Worlds Collide.
Unfortunately, I think you're gonna have to do one more because of it took a bit too long, I think. Because I think that was the fourth. And I did not pick up the fish.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Glue.
Okay, cool. I think we're going to kick it off now. If we can get Team Interceptor to $400 or over between now and the start of the Ultima Derby race happening after Crystallis, we will make the Auto Berserk and the infamous Steel Runic Gal will will it into existence.
All right. Well, you guys have all heard your mission. We need to get that money in for the Texas Chihuahua, or however it was pronounced yesterday, rescue for Canada. And if we can get that, and for the Americans in the chat room, remember that's in Canadian, so it will cost you like, what, 14 cents after conversion. So get those donations in, please, for a great cause.
All right, so it looks like Steve's gonna check something here.
Is he looking? Is there another dog? Is there another kid in here? I'm not sure what he's looking for.
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't really even do anything in there. Maybe he was just checking the meme chest or the meme barrel up there on the left side. We're just looking for kids, maybe?
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I don't know. It's looking for a dog. I don't think there's a dog in Miranda.
No, I don't think there's either.
Sigil definitely missed it.
Well, walked all the way through both Mirandas. Okay. I'm sure it's some sort of meme he's aiming for, but I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to ask him about that. Well, that's unfortunate. Steve in the sky.
Steve 1 jumping in the sky. Well, if anything's going to jump you in the sky, it's either this or the other, the one-shot Steve.
Yeah. Better than getting attacked by a cloud of Piranha Steves.
Yeah, or worse, getting mathed right up in the sky by Doom Steve.
Yeah, Vanilla Steve, would not be fun.
All right, I think Stevesman's finished with the memeing and is about to drop into Steve's tower here.
Yeah, I'm gonna check see if there's anything interesting on that, but yeah, I think at this point we're pretty set in terms of power. Stevesman's gonna have a little bit of catching up to do with thanks to that, and also the Sid and stuff. But
yeah, the one little wrinkle that could come into play is that I don't think that they found Steve protection, so tier 3 could maybe make or break the run for either of them.
Yeah, and tier 2 also can just sometimes be evil if you get zombie ultimate or muddle ultimate, Or,
Yeah. Oh yeah. With the kind of power that you're running, a really poorly timed zombie can send you back to your last save. Yeah. So we're seeing on Stevesman's side the whole relic issue, where if you don't know where your relics are, you got to unequip everything and re-equip your relics. Probably doing that to make sure that the Moogle charm is off everybody. Sorry, the Steve charm.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I think the one thing about entering here with only 5 characters is that someone's going to be on their own, so you're going to have 2 lanes where they're carrying their own Moogle charm, which is a bit annoying, but you saw Steve Joel get through there pretty fine.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be behind by about the statue fights.
Yeah.
Get some good news that most of the statue fights are pretty innocuous. Other than...
No Majesties, nothing awful like that.
Yep, the worst is French Vanilla Steve.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we see our UI going back to normal. Glue getting probably ready for the next group to come in, since we're heading right towards the end here.
Yep, we're almost out of the Steve zone. We'll be back to normal names for things.
And once again, apologies to everybody in the chat for all the Steve. This is a meme category, so we've been trying to own it as best we can. Oh, there's Steve Train. I had not caught that when Sigil was going through.
Are
we gonna get a
Steve song?
Are we gonna Steve?
Oh,
we're Steven. Yeah.
Sadly, no reward for that. I don't think, unlike in
No.
Steve Cup.
Yeah, I don't really remember if I left that in or not. At this point, it would be relatively non-impactful. Yeah, there was no benefit for doing that. But other than, the fact that because Turdsman did that and I don't think Sigil did, he technically wins.
Yeah. You should get like a time bonus for that,
So Code Gorilla in chat is saying that the only Steve in the Crystallis randomizer is the lead dev. Yeah, so fun fact is just a shout out to Steve's Everywhere. My brother-in-law is also named Steve. So everybody remember to give some love to the Steves in your life after this run.
My uncle is also named Steve, so
there we go.
Lots of Steves. Yep.
All right, so we are on tier 1 on Sigil's side. Get a lot of tools here with the Paladin shields, some Illuminas in hand. This is not going to take very long. I unfortunately did not see when the fight started, so I didn't catch exactly when the fight started for doing our favorite of how long is this going to take. So I apologize for that. So maybe somebody in the chat got it and can drop it in there. So we can do our favorite thing, which is to say, how long is this fight going to take?
Go Steve minutes and Steve seconds. That's my guess.
Yeah. There you go. So with the power on deck of both of these, I'm thinking we're going to see probably sub 7 minutes on both of them. Although we don't have damage cap breaking for either one, so we are probably going to eat an unfortunate counter in tier 3.
Yeah, we have enough HP that I think as long as things go fine in tier 2 and early tier 3, I think it should be fine.
Yeah. I think they got enough power that they could probably even tank a blue bubble in tier 4.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. Ooh. Got some annoying specs coming out. It's never fun.
Yep.
Or Steve's, I should say. Unfortunately, that was not changed.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's not going to help. Oh wait, that does. I thought I saw him pick Steve 3, but that absolutely helps. Oh wait, no, it doesn't.
Yeah. Ooh.
I thought that did work. I thought non-element, no, but it absorbs everything. It's basically just runic and a bot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, because, I mean, there are some spells that are not runicable, so I don't know if it's the same as runic or if it's all spells, but
That is a good point. I'm not entirely sure how spec works. I've never looked that deep into it because like spec has like what 20 hit points, so if you can hit it relatively hard with a physical attack, it just goes down. But unfortunately, I don't think that Turdsman really knew what weapons were where. So when he went to try to equip Steve there, he was like, I have no idea what I have equipped. So maybe just trying to damage rush through a second time is a better alternative.
Yeah, I think, yeah, unfortunately you're gonna have to rely on the single target Steve 3 here, not the Ultima Steve.
Ooh, rough. But does have Steve 3 to top up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other Steve 3. Yep.
Oof. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, it got the Steve 3 up. Oh. Oh, well, actually, that might be fine. Nope. Does not have the absorption on that character. Okay.
That's unfortunate. Triple quarter Steve there out from Magic, which is never fun, but got enough healing that I think we should be fine. I haven't been paying super attention to what's still alive, but I think it's
just working on hit there in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve. All right, this I think is going to be enough. I saw a bunch of damage. Oh no, it's gotta have been. Wow. Okay. I apparently miscounted a lot on that. I thought I'd seen some pretty big hits come out, but apparently not yet.
Must have been on to all the other characters.
Yeah.
Just going for single target stuff.
So as I've told my coworkers, if you want to see somebody do a whole bunch of things poorly, just watch me multitask.
Got the 10 Steves coming out there, so that I believe is tier 2 done, which is nice because that's could be a very annoying tier.
Turd's been having a lot of trouble with Air Steve there, which like low key, like with the wrong party comps, Air Steve is actually a terrifying enemy to fight because it's got a lot of really nasty attacks in its repertoire, especially at really low levels. I think it's probably one of those enemies that has the earliest access to shrapnel out there.
Yeah, it will go down fairly easily, but you need things to make it go down fairly easily, and unfortunately don't. I mean, we do have some sticks, so yeah, it looks like gonna take those sticks off and put them onto Shadow.
And not many shields, so that's interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately never going to Doma Dream, or back to Doma Dream, no double Paladin shield, so that would have helped a lot.
I think that the big defensive difference really worked out in Sigil's favor here. Having 2 of those basically is like immortality for 2 of your characters. Unless, of course, you know, Steve here slips through a Steve. But yeah, Paladin shield plus Illumina makes you really, really hard to hit even with Calmness.
This is where, no, that's what I was about to say. Is trying to use your inventory can be very sketchy in Steve because you're just like, oh god, which thing is it again? I remember the first time I played this, I got trained by tier 3. I'm like, oh god, which one's my remedies and echo screens? And then just pick one. Hopefully it's that one. And I picked Tonic, I think. And it's like, oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, Sigil did set up his inventory early on, so hopefully he knows where those are. Oh, okay, Okay, so we lost Steve, but Steve 3'd him, so that's fine. See if and it's a single, so all the Steves make it through. So we're coming up here on GG's pretty soon for Sigil, assuming that tier 4 behaves itself, but he's got all the tools that I don't. He would really have to make a big misplay in order for this not to go by the book at this point.
You can always, get Ultima countered by being stupid, but I think Sigil's a good player. He'll get through this pretty fine, I think.
Yeah, it would really come down to like miscounting on like a really small margin, like thinking that you've done, 100 points less damage than you've actually done, which I think everybody who's been in a weird Ultima position has done, where you're like, oh, I did a little bit more damage than I thought. Oh gosh. Man, those Steves coming out on Turdsman's side are just brutal.
Oh, well, there's the Fallen Steve coming out.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately just getting walled here by this
Yeah, this is a spicy as heck air Steve. Doing the smart thing that I've done when I am trying to like RNG my way through a bad boss to save right in front of the statue boss and then walk up to it.
I think if I was him, what I'd do is I would just Ultima Steve and just to get the launchers out.
Yeah, I think that's
then-
one of the things that he's maybe not thinking of doing is Ultima Steve get the spec out and then smack the spec with the stick.
Yeah, or just smack Air Force itself with the stick, or Air Steve, I should say.
Yeah. All right, we're getting pretty close. We did get a goner on Sigil's side, so. But
This is the other way you can get screwed up with. Thankfully, did not overqueue, because yeah, if you overqueue and then Goner comes out and then you hit him and then Ultimate comes out, you can definitely take a wipe from that. But
I think that's
yep.
Yep. Cracked out. GG's to Sigil.
So we'll have whoever is on Team Interceptor going up next. Thankfully, on Turdsman's side, just finally clearing out Air Force there.
Yeah, that was a rough Air Force. We'll have to see if we can get Sigil in the booth for some GGs. We'll just have to see him hit the waiting room.
But yeah, congrats on Sigil to helping Team Interceptor retake the lead here after coming in with a slight deficit, going in with a pretty large lead coming up into Crystallis, and then we'll have the Ultimate Derby finished rounding it out. Ultimate Derby and then Chrono Trigger rounding it out.
Yep,
So
and we've got Steve in the booth with us now. GG, Steve. That was a...
Thank you, Steves.
So how'd you feel about that seed? It was a little bit trolly up front, I think, but I think you pulled it together pretty well.
I forgot I had Gao before I went to Dome of Dream.
Oh. Yeah, so both you and Turdsman got really, really trolled by Veltcheck there. You both had just horrendous RNG for those battles.
Yeah.
So we didn't see it. We didn't actually see what that check was from either of you.
Yeah, I think I did like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, you kept getting the
about the same.
Yeah, you kept getting the four sprite fights where it can't be go.
Yeah. I just didn't feel like using my smoke bombs on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, so
That's one other question.
Go for it.
So yeah, I guess after seeing the Pulti and wiping there, did you have any thoughts about like just going somewhere else, or you thought like all right, a 4th character will be enough?
That's when I remembered I had Gao, and I had Magic Tech, so free healing.
Yeah. We noticed that you pulled that back together, and Pulti was way nicer to you on that second time around. That was clean.
It was just like a slap in the face for forgetting you had a 4th character that could heal.
Yeah. Turdsman bonked off of Pulti there too, and in fact never went back to Dome of Dream after that, which actually meant that he didn't get the 2 Paladin shields that were there. So that was a huge defensive difference because he had Merton online within like the first 10 minutes, but then like never really picked up any defense after that. So yeah, your defense by the end were almost impenetrable.
Yeah. I was hoping it was a Rage Ring that I bought instead of the Blizzard Orb.
Yeah, that's fun because those two are exactly the same description.
Yes. That's why I did something hit the shell on the Welk.
Okay.
Because I believe Rage Ring nullifies lightning.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. Because like the Rage Ring Flame Shield combo is kind of like having Minerva at home.
Yes.
Well, we've got Turdsman, I think, finally making his way onto switches here. Nope, we got one more. Was saved right before center. He's got to put his equipment back on. So Turdsman had one of the roughest Air Force One luck that I have seen in a good long while. So he's just finally pulling it together to jump on the switches here. But I'm sure you've had the had the fun of running into a really spicy Air Force One where all it wants to do is launcher and shrapnel.
Yes, I was just hoping I didn't face like Magimaster or Air Force in the middle lane.
Yeah, that's always a rough one.
Because I had no clue where my elixirs were in my inventory.
All right, so we got Turdsman heading into the final fight here. Looks like we're... And then we've got Team Interceptor here kind of charging through Chrysalis. Oh. So any last words before we let you go, Sigil?
No, just thank you for letting us be on this.
Yeah, thank you for playing such a weird meme category for everybody.
Yes.
It's something that is near and dear to my heart. I absolutely love it, and I'm just glad we could show it off for everybody today.
It was fun.
Absolutely.
And did I get every dog?
You know what? I don't know. I believe you did. The one exception would be is if you fake checked the walking dog, but we weren't sure if that one counts because you can't actually interact with it.
Yeah, and I don't know if it actually spawns without terror.
That was the question I asked too, but we figured that one's such a weird, what is it, like a weird fringe group that it's probably not counting.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, I think you got every dog.
Yes. And even pet them multiple times.
Yeah, we saw a lot of double dipping on the dog pets.
Yes.
That must have hurt.
Before we switch over, can I ask Sigil a question?
Yes.
Sigil, how does it feel to be the most controversial Worlds Collide player of all time?
It feels great. I did test to see if Y Button did anything on NPC. Just so I could just mess around with the NPCs. And thank you, Glue, for putting this all together.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like a big lift on Glue's part. He basically is not only the main streamer behind the seed, but the one who pulled everything together, got all of the charities on board, and basically was the one-man army behind the show to get it all up and running. So huge thanks to Glue for making it all happen. All right.
Meanwhile, we got Turdsman coming up to tier 2 themselves. I'll need TLK and Code if they want to start chiming in on the what's Golden Chakras doing on the crystals, because I have watched a little bit of this, but I'm not super familiar on what's going on.
Yeah, so we have a bit of an interesting start here. So hello everyone, I'm Code Gorilla. I'm going to be commentating for Crystallis today. I'm joined by Dragon Lady K, is that right?
Yep, that'd be correct. Hey everybody! So, Crystallis has been pretty interesting so far. I am probably the only person who is ever going to come for this that has never actually played it, but I've watched Sigil and Cerise play it so much that it has been an absolute pleasure kind of learning everything. And you're right, this has been an interesting start. It's really cool seeing them start with Sword of Thunder. When you find the Sword of Thunder, you get teleported to random towns, so that kind of gets you started off on new locations.
In theory, except this time it teleported them back to the first town, so didn't really do anything. Similarly, we started with the free GBC cave exit. There's a side cave that gets added in the randomizer in order to make the game a little bit less linear, based on the GBC version of the game, so it's called GBC Cave. It has a free exit, it has an exit blocked by a wall. The free exit went to Sahara, which does nothing in the early game. So instead we had to find that sword to get through the one wall that we have access to, and now we've got a lot of quality of life early on, certainly. That's teleport. That's pretty good for getting around in the early game. It means you don't have to try to grind a bunch of money to buy warp boots. We also, very early on, have both Warrior Ring and Speed Boots, which are like the best combat accessory and the best travel accessory, respectively. So we're kind of all set, and it's less than 10 minutes into the seed. We just need to find our swords and get through everything.
Yep, absolutely. I believe they also have to find their bows in this one as well, so
Yes,
we're really
yes.
gonna have a good old show. That's kind of one of those things. You can find your 4 swords and it'll all be great, but then those kind of like we have to hunt for espers and worlds collide, and this one you're hunting for bows because if you don't have them, you're not getting to the end.
Yep. Yeah, the bows. Bow of Sun and Moon will get you into the front entrance of Crypt, which can get you 2 checks. Bow of Truth is only useful for being able to defeat the second to last boss, but they are all hard required on this flag set, so definitely keep an eye out for those. And I say Bow of Sun, Bow of Moon, and Bow of Truth. Those are their vanilla names, but we are playing with unidentified key items today, so all of the key items are going to have weird and funny names. Sometimes it'll just be like Bow of Darkness, and sometimes it'll be a I forget what some of the sillier ones are. Or like violin bow, or like one of the keys will be the escape key or a monkey. It's great. I love unidentified items.
Yeah, the best part about that too is that it kind of makes things interesting. You figure you have 4 different types of flutes in this game, and they can be anything named from bassoon, oboe, harpsichord, whatever you want. And you don't know which one you have, so a lot of times you're going to see people checking stuff or checking places and trying to play those flutes to find out if they're the right one, because one of them summons a giant insect and another one summons a dolphin for you to ride, and you never know which one it's going to be until you're there and using them.
Yeah, don't get them confused. I don't think riding a giant insect is very fun.
No, especially since that one spits. And as you can see, as Shocker is moving through the different locations, we have walls here, elemental walls that can only be broken down by swords of the opposing element. And so these can be really big blockades in terms of your travel around the world if you don't have the right stuff. So you have to kind of keep checking, making notes of where those walls are so you know before you go back there, you have to have it. And the ones we just saw, those are like ice walls, you would need your fire sword. So until he has a fire sword, he can't go through that area.
Yeah, those are why the swords end up being the most important items in this game. They both will unlock new areas by breaking walls down, and first of all, you need all of them to goal. We have a flag that's called Story Mode that says in order to complete the seed, to get the second to last boss to actually spawn so that you can go to the tower and go to the end of the game, you need to collect all 4 swords and defeat 8 major bosses, which is specifically they're called the Tetrarchs. It's Kelbesk, Carmine, Motto, and Sabera, and Dragon 1. Basically, all of those twice, and Dragon 1. But most of those bosses are only weak to one element, and we do have randomized enemy weaknesses on, so we won't know what elements they're weak to until we actually go try to fight them and try different swords on them. So
yeah, nothing gets more complicated than fighting something like Sabera, too, who has tons of HP if you wind up with a level 1 sword. And when I say by level 1, in this game you have not only orbs, but you also have bracelets that will help you, basically your swords become better, your magic. As you can see right here, Golden Shocker's got all those little light balls around him. You can charge your swords to have these magic attacks. So with different levels, you have the different spells. So a level 1 Sabera, or like a level 1 sword on Sabera, I believe is something like 115 or 132 hits. And being that she flies all around the place, that is a nasty fight with a level 1 sword.
It really is. Like, you definitely don't want to do that as a level 1 fight. So some additional information. So we just finished Mount Saber West, at least what we could do of it for now. We left behind the tornado bracelet spot because oh wait, no, we did. I missed if Golden Shocker actually did the tornado bracelet spot. It was in logic because they have speed boots to get up the slope. But we did find hazmat suit at the top of the mountain, so that is going to let us get into the swamp here without taking massive amounts of damage, which you can now see Golden Shocker is heading that way right now. We're going to go visit Oak. There's not much to do over here other than trigger the fight against Storm, so
Yes, unfortunately, we've not seen telepathy. That is definitely something that you need when you're dealing in Oak, because all of these little critters are technically animals. So in the beginning of the game, you can't really talk to them. So you need the spell telepathy to be able to talk to them and actually be able to interact and do things and checks that actually happen there.
I just want to say we just had Turdsman finish, so we should be getting a free. You guys can inform me who's going to be on for Team Mobliz, I guess. But yeah, we'll get them started up.
Team
right
Mobliz will actually be Turdsman, believe it or not.
So he's switching.
So he's just swapping games. He is the man of the hour.
Yep. Well, good luck to him in this run as well.
Yep, I
guess we won't be interviewing him then.
Yep, I think Darkness and I are gonna head on out of the booth then, and I gotta get some food into me and get ready for my race later.
Alrighty, well, good luck in your race. Commentary. Absolutely, you guys did great on comms. Thank you so much for being here, and again, we'll see you in your race later.
Yep.
Yes.
Bye, y'all.
Steve Gedden.
We have Golden Shocker here doing the Stomp fight the slow and intended way. Basically, that fight is impossible to do legitimately on the first 2 attempts. You get it on the 3rd try if you mash out of your mind, and then on the 4th try, it's fairly easy. So what you'll usually see a lot of runners do, though, is if you have the money for it, which Golden Shocker is a little short on money, you buy a pair of warp boots, you go in there, and you just warp to Leaf or Amazons or Sahara, and that will get you what you need.
Yes, that can definitely save you a good bit of time instead of having to go in and out of the building multiple times trying to hit him.
But it probably doesn't save you enough time to be worth grinding up the money for it and finding a shop that sells warp boots. So I don't blame him for doing it the slow way here. And it looks like, yes, he did forget this one check on Saber West, so we're gonna see that now. And it seems like it's probably a critical bottleneck here because nothing else is available to them at the moment. Saber North is still off limits because we don't have the right sword. We wanted Flame Bracelet on top of at Tornell's check at the top of the mountain.
One thing we didn't quite mention that is unfortunate with some of the monsters in this game is if you get a little too touchy-feely with some of them, they like to either poison or paralyze you. Poison pretty much does what you would expect. You wind up losing health, over time. Paralyze, however, keeps you from being able to use your spells. So say if you're walking through one of these caves with those walls that you need to break down, and you wind up being paralyzed, well, you're out of luck. You're either going to have to zone out or reset, kind of soft reset, because you're not going to be able to use the spell you need to break down that wall.
Yeah. Yeah, paralysis ends up being the real sort of run killer in these sorts of situations. Okay, so it seems like what was at the Tornado Bracelet spot was telepathy, because we are now doing Oak checks. And we've got the Sword of Fire, and we picked up a Metroid amiibo, which is one of our statues. I'm guessing, and I'm guessing it's probably the one for Akahana and Bryn Mawr. I didn't see. I know trade-ins are randomized, so I didn't see what he wanted, if it was a statue. But right now, we're not going to go check. Instead, we're going to go do what's probably required Saber North. There is a required boss at the top of Saber North, so. And there's a 50-50 shot that we can actually damage it and fight it, so. And we know we can get through the rest of this cave.
Yeah, and I'd say those are pretty good odds. Normally that you can wind up with a sword that'll be able to take care of the boss here at the top.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, it likes to be unfriendly.
In particular here, you don't exactly have a lot of other choices at the moment. You got... So, odds are good that your progression is here even if you can't fight the boss at the top of the mountain. Now, the one thing that is going to possibly suck for Golden Shocker if it ends up being true is if that statue was indeed for Akahana in Bryn Mawr, and Akahana has the key to prison, and your way forward through the seed is full clearing Saber North and going out the backside to get to the Portoa region.
Yeah, that definitely would be kind of miserable, because that means running up again just to be able to open things up and keep moving. So that would be a bit of a time hit, sure.
It's that Thunder Orb. Orb of Thunder there is an upgrade for the Sword of Thunder, which is always nice to have. I always like to have those combat upgrades before you have to fight bosses with those swords. You know, there are a few bosses where I'm okay fighting them with a level 1 sword, but you'd really prefer not to in basically every case.
I think about the only one that's not nearly as miserable as the rest is say, maybe the vampire fight. Like,
yeah.
Vampires, you know, aside from the bats that can kill you even after you kill the boss. Aside from that,
okay.
Oh, all right. So we have our level 3 Thunder Sword now. That's fantastic.
I bet you. I just double-checked the flags and I realized that Battle Magic is guaranteed. So they are guaranteed to have a matching bracelet before fighting a boss, which I bet means that Kelbesk here at the top of the mountain is weak to thunder, and that is our actual progression here.
That does sound like pretty good odds.
In which case, flashing lights warning, because the level 3 thunder magic is very full screen flashy.
Yes, it really is. The question is if he's going to use the level 3 on this. Yep, there it is.
Oh, unfortunately, he had to pause to end it a little bit early because he needed desperately to heal and only has enough MP to do that once, but Warrior Ring will finish the job. And a lockpick, which is probably our key to prison. Gotta get a little bit closer there. Go. Oh, I'm not sure if that was close enough to actually unlock the gate. It might have been. In which case, this would be our windmill key.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think that's about the only other thing they can really get to right now. So let's hope for his sake that it is the windmill key and not the fact that he was not quite as close as he could have been to that gate.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, on Team Mobliz side, Turdsman is heading through Saber West, getting the eyeglasses. We know that the important thing here is there's telepathy at the tornado bracelet spot, which again, I missed if Turdsman already did that. And then there is hazmat suit at the very top of the mountain next to Tornell. Looks like he did not pick up telepathy, so... Oh
no, and it is not our windmill key. I wonder if he's going to realize that he might not have been close enough to that gate.
I think he's going back there. Yeah, we're warping back to Nadare's, so... That is unfortunate. It's going to give Turdsman a little bit of time here to catch up. Looks like he is on his way with that hazmat suit into the swamp.
He definitely kind of has an idea of where he needs to go, at least. Usually when you see that suit, that is pretty much where I see most people go as soon as they get it.
Oh, no, you know what? He got the teleport spell halfway up, and I think he's going to check Saber North first, which makes sense. So normally to get into Saber North, if you want to do it the dev intended way, first of all, you need teleport to get past an invisible trigger that's in Cordell Plains here, right before the entrance. And then you need telepathy to, as part of a sequence, you have to trigger the leaf kidnapping and then go talk to the rabbit with telepathy, who actually tells you that they've been kidnapped, and then you can go through that spot there. You saw Turdsman kind of hesitating for a moment and lining up there. That's because there is an invisible gap in the triggers there that if you walk in just the right spot, you can just walk past those triggers and not have to deal with them at all. So that is exactly what we've seen Turdsman do here, and that is known as the Rabbit Skit. Okay, Golden Shocker has made it back up Saber North and has now used the key. It was in fact the key to prison. And so we are now on our way to the Portoa region. We got Recover for our troubles at the top of the mountain, which is nice quality of life. It will heal status effects, which, you know, as mentioned before, paralysis in the middle of a long cave can be a major, like, reset point, major pain point, but not if you have Recover, because you can just heal it. So doesn't unlock any progression though, but we do have Waterfall Cave here. We have the possibility of Rage. Okay, we don't have Waterfall Cave, so those are Ember Walls. They need the Sword of Water.
Well, and at least now he knows what he's looking at going into that waterfall cave. I was kind of wondering if we were going to end up seeing walls that were not something we can pass.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely like checking those walls and trying to do Waterfall Cave before coming down here to Rage, because Rage is just so far out of the way. By the same token, I missed if he checked the item on the Portoa Queen, because the Queen will give you a hint about if you have the right sword or not, which we do not. So I wonder if he forgot that he can get the Portoa Queen's check. It's heading there now. Okay, looks like we are heading there now. Good.
Indeed, and maybe something that you'll see here is that a lot of NPCs in different areas that kind of block things, as you can see, if you continue to kind of talk to them and activate their speech, you can kind of phase past them. So it's more like hugging them and then tricking them that you're gonna go around them anyway. So that kind of helps you out in some different places where things are kind of blocked off and you can't go anywhere. And those are actually in logic, so that's something you're supposed to do.
Okay, we've got a statue here. So the boat owner wants this Metroid amiibo. So this will get us a check. We're just going to take a quick boat ride here down to this beach house. And inside, Tensu will be waiting for us with a synthesizer. Is that going to be Shell Flute? It is.
Well, that would be convenient. How about that? So now we get to ride a dolphin. This is your chocobo of Crystallis.
Getting slightly lost in the ocean. I don't blame him. Everything looks the same there. If you're not extremely well practiced with it, it is very easy to get lost there. I still do it regularly, and I've played this game for countless hours.
Well, he just visited the town of Joel, and he'll be able to kind of teleport back there if he needs to. I imagine he's probably going down, to the back waterways where he would have came in whenever he went through past the Queen in Portoa. He came in here.
There we go. Sword of Water is pretty useful. That'll get us into Waterfall Cave. It'll let us look at the walls for Evil Spirit Island here. It'll let us look at the walls in Fog Lamp Cave and Crystal Plant Cave. And given that we now have 3 of the 4 swords, there's a pretty good chance that we can do those caves.
So, funny little bit for the audience here when it comes to the Sword of Water. When it came to this game and when they had the vocals in terms of telling you what you had for what you got, the Sword of Water sometimes, occasionally in this, winds up being called the Horde of Otters because the audio actually made it sound like you got a horde of otters. And so one of the things they did in the game here for the randomizer was to kind of add some funny things in, just like they do with the names of the items. And so even in different flag sets, you can wind up getting the Horde of Otters instead of the Sword of Water.
Yep. I think another one you can sometimes see is the Sorg of Chunker. We have the Game Boy Color version of the game to thank for that. Which I still need to get around to playing one of these days.
If for nothing else than the audio.
Yeah, apparently.
Chardsman's dealing with those nice flail enemies. Those can be a real pain.
Oh yeah, the flow guys
And I'm really
are...
just waiting for these flying enemies when it comes to the platforms on Shocker's side.
Flail guys into Flail Knights on Saber West. Looks like Turdsman did in fact bail out earlier when getting teleport, and is now getting punished for it and having to actually fully climb Saber West. I'm not sure if he bailed out because he thought that, oh, teleport, that's probably the progress we need, or if he bailed out because he got poisoned and was about to die. Speaking of which, that is an unfortunate death. That was almost at the top of the mountain. There is checkpointing in this game, but it typically only happens in the overworld for the most part. So you can see there we reset right back to the entrance of Saber West there after that death. And on Golden Chocker's side to the entrance of Sabera's Fortress, which is where we are now. Sabera's Fortress, home to another one of our required bosses, Sabera 1. Yeah, Turdsman just getting absolutely bullied by these Flail Knights.
Well, anytime that I see those, it's usually not very fun. And one of the nastier enemies that you see there for a second trying to fly behind Golden Shocker are those butterflies. They are a menace, and they have absolutely no problem knocking off those platforms, and that always feels bad when you have to kind of redo areas just because the butterflies have knocked you off.
Yeah, the butterflies are the worst.
I pick on Cerise fairly often because those are apparently her favorite. She has the worst luck with them every time. I'm pretty sure that those were specifically coded to just hate her anytime she plays.
Believe it. I'm pretty sure they were specifically coded to hate literally everyone. So, you know.
And here on Shocker's side, we see the vampire boss, the first form of the vampire boss that I was talking about earlier. Actually, this is my second one. But the fun part about this is that those bats, if you don't manage to kill them and you kill the boss, they can come around and hit you and kill you, at which point you have to beat the boss again.
Yep.
That's never fun.
Yeah. Good old Captain Telefrag, as we sometimes call him. Because the other thing he does is teleports around the room. It's not completely random. There's actually a bunch of fixed spots in the room he can appear, but it feels random when he suddenly appears where you're standing. Oh, there we go. We got our first bow on Golden Shocker's side. That was the Bow of Thunder. Who knows which bow that actually is?
Sorry, yeah, no kidding. Another thing that he was actually showcasing there is that the hazmat suit is not only good for poison. For some reason, it can also protect you against spikes. So
yes.
that was a good use of that instead of taking damage trying to go up there to get that bow.
Yeah, that is a thing added by the randomizer. Normally in vanilla, it only protects you against the swamp, and then later, much later on, you get the leather boots that'll protect you against floor hazards. The randomizer decided to lump those into the same item and then make the speed boots where the leather boots used to be. Alright, another flashing lights warning, by the way, because we've got a Thunder Weak Sabera, and the thing is, with Power Ring and a Storm Bracelet, that is a pretty quick fight.
If only Sabera was always that quickly defeated.
If only. Not much from Clark. So all of that said, we didn't actually get much progression in terms of the rest of the game. It was a required boss and a required bow, but we're still looking for checks to do, which I imagine is going to lead us to the various Portoa side caves. All three of them are possibly open right now, so that's where I would be looking. Unless Golden Shocker must have skipped the side checks here and is going to do them now. Which, fair enough. That is a routing sometimes you see runners take.
Well, given how our progression was going through Saber, maybe he was hoping that he would get something, that would help him be even more mobile just by going ahead and defeating his bosses.
Yeah. I can definitely understand that. Alright. Meanwhile, on Turdsman's side, we finally picked up the hazmat suit, and did we get the hazmat suit, or are we going back there again?
We did get the hazmat suit. As a matter of fact, he was just moving through the swamp a minute or two ago, so I'm not entirely sure why he's headed back up that way. But unfortunately, he had to take a reset just then.
I'm not sure where he's going either. Oh, did he... He must have reset or died out of getting telepathy at one point and needs to come back for it. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I know he was struggling a bit with the enemy composition on Saber West, which... it's gonna happen. But yeah, it looks like we're going back for that telepathy, which makes sense. That's pretty required. Psycho Shield as our first check in Waterfall Cave. You can see Golden Shocker immediately putting that on. That is basically the best shield in the game. In addition to having the highest defense value of shields, it will also prevent you from getting paralyzed or petrified. So, very handy to have. Worth noting the way defenses work in this game, you basically have a separate defense stat for enemy collisions and for enemy projectiles, and shields help against projectiles and armor helps against collisions. So, in my opinion, shields for the most part tend to be more useful, but there's a few cases where having good armor is really handy. Just because I find it's easier to get sniped by a random projectile. But in like a lot of the boss fights, you got to worry about both because a lot of the bosses move erratically enough that they're likely to just tackle you.
I think one of the key ones in that would be Mato too, with the fast speed and flying around the screen. Getting bodied happens a lot.
Yeah. That iron necklace we just picked up on Golden Shocker's side is an accessory that boosts your armor defense, so against physical contact. So that is honestly a tool you can use in the Moto 2 boss fight sometimes, because it's just... If you hit there with the right armor and the right scaling, which we haven't even talked about scaling yet, but if you hit there at the right point, that iron necklace can sometimes be all you need to make that a much more, I won't say easier fight, but survivable fight. But yeah, talking about scaling, if you look at the status bars, you see that they have a level indicator and they have a DL underneath that. And the DL is difficulty level or danger level. It goes up by 1 every time you pick up a key item. And basically, all of the enemies in the game are scaled to that level. So as you get more things, enemies do more damage, they take more hits, they have more defense, they give you more experience and more money too. Also worth noting, item consumable prices go up with scaling, as do in prices, but armor and shield prices go down with scaling, mainly because they just tend to matter less in the later parts of the game.
Now we're seeing the use of our change spell. There are different parts of the game where you need to be different people, and in this case, talking to... Oh my goodness, I can't remember her name. How dare me.
Aurelius.
Aurelius, thank you. When talking to Aurelius, she will only speak to females. So, at this point, you have to change to a female to be able to talk to her to get that check and an item. There are a few other places where you either have to turn into Stom There's one point where you have to turn into a soldier to get through a gate. So that's actually pretty useful, and again, gives us more mobility through a few different areas, particularly that gate I was talking about.
All right, looks like we're going to go give Rage another check. One of the flags we have on, as briefly mentioned earlier, is randomized trade-ins. And one of the things that affects is what sword Rage here is checking for to give you his check and let you get past him. And it appears it's the Sword of Wind, because we still can't get his check. And that's the only sword we're missing at this point. So instead, you'll see this. This is fairly common routing. You go check Rage, and successful or not, you then get Carissa Plant Cave here on the way back.
And as we were talking about those checkpoints, if you notice occasionally our runners will kind of run in and out of a zone a couple of times. That's because that happens to be a checkpoint, and that's to make sure that they kind of mark it. So at this point, with Golden Shocker doing that, if something was to happen to him here in the cave, he will wind up starting back at the very beginning.
Yep. Right, looks like we can get through Carissa Plant Cave here. We got 2 checks, one in the middle, one at the very end. And if I'm in Golden Shocker shoes right now, I'm really hoping to find something at the end of Carissa Plant Cave, because if you don't, that means you got to go through Foglamp Cave. Foglamp Cave is a slog. Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Sigil.
Alrighty, yeah, Sigil, thank you for that $100 for our Texas Chihuahua rescue for Team Interceptor. It's always nice to see that our resident dog deleter has decided that he likes the puppers after all.
Nothing doing in Carissa Plant Cave. We've put it off as long as we can, I'm pretty sure, so let's go do Foglamp Cave. This is about how I would be feeling about it if I were the one playing the seed right now.
That moment of, well, darn, okay.
I can't think of anything else they haven't done at the moment, though, so like I think progression has to be here somewhere.
Honestly, the progression has been very linear so far. About anywhere that they're going, it's kind of last checking everything, because that's the last check you have. You're gonna have to go there.
That tends to happen in the early parts of this randomizer, in my experience. Although I feel like the linear part is lasting a little bit longer than I'm used to it lasting. The fact that we don't have proper access to the back half of the world yet, we need like Flight or Statue of Gold at this point to get back there.
Also, could use rabbit boots. Now that, since we can ride the dolphin, we can use the Ghetto Flight, which is in Logic, which basically
so it is
kind of glitching your way into being able to fly. So if you don't have Flight and you wind up with rabbit boots, if you're kind of on the edge of a shore and jump off the dolphin and manage to move your sprite kind of over the water, it believes you're flying, and that way you basically get to a free flight into some of the areas that are in water, which would get you to, say, for instance, the town of Swan.
Yeah, and in particular, at the other side of Swan is that gate that was mentioned earlier where you have to change into a soldier, but we have changed now, so we can do that if we can get to Swan, and that'll give us access to essentially the entire back half of the game. But we need something. At this point, it's looking like it's at the very back of Foglamp Cave, or maybe it's off that Carissa plant. I still haven't seen what Akahana actually wants in Bryn Mawr. It might be that Carissa plant, because that is one of our trade-ins.
Alrighty, we see that Turdsman has taken care of Calbesk 1 and is now opening the door to the prison. So he is now kind of on his way.
What if at the back of Foglamp Cave is the windmill key, and we just have to do the entire front half of the game before we get access to the back half?
Oh, that would feel some kind of bad. Just having kind of be stuck in the beginnings there.
Speaking of feeling bad, Golden Shocker is going to take a wild warp out of Foglamp Cave because he was just close to dying there. And he's probably just going to have to go back in and try again. Looks like he's got something else in mind first. Not sure what.
I mean, maybe he's planning to go check the Angry Sea check. I mean, I don't think he's actually taken the statue over there to see if that happens to be the statue.
You're right,
of gold
that
to be able
is...
to do
We
that.
did pick up a statue. I missed that we picked up a statue. That could be our statue of gold. In which case, yeah, I would probably just not go back for the item in Foglamp and hope it's not important. It is indeed our statue of gold.
Well, good choice on him there. That's fantastic.
Hey, refresh. That would have been nice in Foglamp Cave a minute ago.
It would have saved him that wild warp.
That is our basic healing spell. Convert MP into HP.
And as we were talking before, he is now in the town of Swan, turning into that soldier and moving his way towards going through the gate.
Night 2 in the chat does have a good point. The Dio check has been available for a while. We have change in telepathy and we have access to Sahara. I'm pretty sure Golden Shocker has just forgotten about it, which is totally reasonable because I had too. But yeah, that could be something important. Alright, so Akahana did in fact want that Carissa plant, but only to trade a Lysis plant, which is just a consumable, cures paralysis. Not what you're looking for here.
Thankfully, that was a pretty quick check, though, especially since we have teleport and he just managed to make his way into Goa.
Yep. That timing definitely feels like, oh yeah, I just remembered that I have the check for this. Before I forget, let's do it and then just teleport back to whatever it was I was doing before. Which I've definitely made plays like that. I get it. Alright. We could use change here, but we can also just glitch past these guards. Get us into Chiron, town of Chiron. There's the temple in the back that has a check in it. Just a magic ring, but it is an important check to make because it sets up a boss fight later on.
Yes, I wonder if he's going to wind up going to check Ingoa to see if he can break the wall and possibly trigger the massacre of Chiron.
Looks like he's going to try Mount Hydra first. Oh, speaking of... Oh, barrier. Okay. That is pretty useful, actually. It's not hard required for anything, but barrier is a nice thing to have.
It's definitely a boon for that final fight.
Yes.
And now Turdsman actually has something that Golden Shocker doesn't have. So that may be something that will work in his favor at one point or another. Some of our bosses with some of the projectiles that they have, barrier is invaluable for that. Now, it doesn't save you from, say, body blocks, but it kind of works like a save shield. So if you have projectiles coming at you, you use your barrier spell and it just nullifies them.
It is also an in-logic way to get into the front of Goa. Because right now, you can brute force your way through the shooting statues in the front of Goa, but it is out of logic to do so. And this flags that we need either barrier to get past them legitimately, or flight to glitch our way past them, which we haven't talked much about flight, but that is one of the major critical items that we need still. It is hard required to beat the game, and it is just generally extremely useful in travel, in getting anywhere and unlocking a bunch of stuff. But we haven't seen it yet.
I was going to say, flight is even really a good defensive tool because you can sometimes fly over the enemies. They don't wind up hitting you. And that can save you from poison or paralyzed at the worst moment possible.
Yeah. And it's not here on Mount Hydra. Alright. Golden Shocker gonna make some space in his inventory for that magic ring. Magic rings are full MP restores, so they're very useful to have at the very end of the game. So you'll usually see runners stockpile a couple, especially once you have refresh and teleport. Almost everything you could want out of consumables you can do with MP. So just stockpile MP restoring items and use your spells.
And it looks like Golden Shocker is going into the Oasis now.
Yep, this is at least 2 checks, maybe 3, depending, 75% chance of 3. Opal statue. Again, not progression, but you're happy to have it. That is a free revive if you die at any point, so certainly something you want before going into Goa to fight some of these bosses.
Absolutely, that can be a real lifesaver and a time saver. There's nothing worse than getting a good ways through an area and then winding up having an enemy body you and take you out and having to start all over in that area again.
2 opal statues. There's only 3 of these in the game, for the record.
Well, apparently the Oasis really is the area of rest, isn't it?
Yep. If the 3rd one is behind this wall at the end of Oasis Cave, I am going to lose it.
I think at that point I'd be calling shenanigans.
This is where I reveal I snuck in Plando into this seed somehow.
No, I think everything that's wrong with this seed is I'm the one to blame for it.
Okay.
I'd say that's fair. And hello, Cerise. So glad to have you join us.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Oh,
DLK.
we now have a second bow. Speaking of.
Okay, so that trip was worth it, broadly speaking, but... Alright. Golden Shocker has picked up his barrier. Probably going to motivate him to head into Goa. I'm not sure what else you'd be doing right now, because again, I think we've exhausted our other checks at this point.
Yeah, there was a Deo check, I think, that we did mention that I don't think we've seen.
No, that was barrier that we just did.
Oh, that was barrier. Ah,
yeah.
Silly.
Now, Koda, are you of the mindset to go into Goa as soon as it's available?
It depends. It depends a lot on, like, how powerful I'm feeling, which our runners are actually fairly well equipped, but also how many swords do I have? If you have 4 swords and you're feeling well equipped enough to do these combats, yes, go into Goa, clear Goa. Like, that is your priority. 3 swords, I'm like on the fence, and 2 swords I usually try to avoid. So I certainly don't blame Shocker here for, in particular, sticking to the logic, because the logic hasn't directed you in here yet until you pick up barrier. So I think it's a reasonable play to make. Alright, we've got a Water Weak Kelbesk 1, which we do have the bracelet for. Again, we kind of have to, because I don't think we have anything else in Logic, and Logic expects you to have the bracelet before the boss fight here. Alright, we are obligated to pick up this chest. I'm gonna do some inventory management. Golden Shocker, you gotta drop those warp boots. Come on. Come on.
I was going to say, if you still had the Stom check, then maybe I would have held on to the warp boots. But at this point, that's kind of over. So
yeah.
Yeah, with Battle Magic on. Oh, and there's Flight. That
There we
changes
go.
everything. I know earlier you two were talking about the seed being kind of linear to start. I find that Crystallis seeds tend to blow up where it's it feels very linear for a bit, and then at a certain point you have everything available to you, and doubly so when you get flight.
Yeah. Is that rabbit boots or warp boots? I saw the word
That was
boots.
rabbit boots.
Rabbit boots, okay. A little late for those to be relevant, but... I'm always fond of warp boots, or of rabbit boots.
I know it feels very slick using them to kill things. Less brute forcey than the warrior boots, or than the warrior ring.
Yeah.
So Turdsman has an opportunity to make up some time because he has barrier, and I don't think that Shocker found anything particularly interesting in Hydra, and
I don't think so either, yeah.
Yeah, and may have to go back there again with flight, whereas Turdsman can go straight into Goa and get that flight, and then do those other checks later.
Yeah. Although maybe that's where this Blizzard bracelet was? That said, Turdsman is still... I'm not sure Turdsman has even done Severus Fortress yet.
I do not believe that I've seen Severus Fortress on his side yet, no.
Yeah, so... Still a decent amount to catch up there.
And it's time for everyone's favorite fight, Mado 2. Going about as well as it usually does.
This is what I meant by being bodied.
Yeah.
By the ball. He is a pretty nasty enemy to come across.
Looks like he might be weak to wind also, which means we can't even fight him. So, Golden Shocker's just gonna warp out and go start doing some flight checks. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, we can see a bit of the risk potential with going into Goa, where if you end up on the second floor and then you get walled, it can be a bit of a pain to go back through. But with speed boots and with flight, it's pretty quick movement, and we can come in from the back. So I don't feel that bad about leaving Goa with just flight.
Yeah. Alright, Turdsman is making his way into ESI and checking that, and doing Severus Fortress. Meanwhile, we've got Dragon 1 on Golden Shocker's side. Blink and you'll miss it. That was Dragon 1. They forgot to give him iframes, so, you know. Not exactly the most difficult boss fight.
If only we were playing entrance rando, we can see you can see him die before the cutscene.
Oh, I like
Shocker
this.
taking those bows.
We're gonna go check those bows. We might have a crypt dive on our hands. So since the bows are randomized, we have 2 of them. 2 of them might be enough to get us into the first 2 checks here in crypt, which could be our progression. But it's not. We have the Bow of Truth and the Bow of Sun, and not the Bow of Moon.
So no bow of truth gated behind the other 2 bows.
Nope.
Well, and that's a helpful bit of information as well, though. If you kind of get there and you're hoping that that's going to be the case, and you find out that, oh, well, you know, I've checked everywhere else, but I have these 2 bows, I guess I can go. And your Bow of Truth just happens to be behind those 2. You've checked every other check in the game when you may not have had to.
Yep. Absolutely. And it's just good routing to get it done there when you're already in the area. Alright, this is Motto 1. Looks like he's got a vanilla weakness to water, so this should not be too bad of a fight.
Looks like we finally got rid of those warp boots to make room.
Now that we defeated Moto 1, we can do this Brokahana check and get another statue. We don't have a lamp to go with any of these statues, but we do know at this point that we have one trade-in statue and one broken statue in our inventory. Because we've used, like, we've seen all 4 statues now.
And now we're sneaking into the back here. Although gonna check all the Oasis Cave stuff in here first.
Yeah, I think it's just the battle armor spot, because Golden Chakra already came through here once before getting flight.
Now, I had a question about Brokahana. Is it bro, like bro Akahana, or is it like broke, like he's broke?
Bro, because he's Akahana's bro.
Okay. I don't know why I always thought it was broke, like he's broken, or like broke, that's why he's borrowing stuff.
Could be. Alright, nothing else important left in Oasis Cave. Let's see if Slime Kenzu here wants one of these statues, or if he wants the fog lamp that we haven't seen yet.
I see Turdsman is finding the unfortunate butterflies. I was telling them earlier about how they're your favorites, Reeves.
Yeah, I think we've had 3 seeds in a row, and I guess this would be 4 where butterflies are in that room. Their vanilla location is also in a big room with a ton of floating platforms, so we can't blame Randomize Your Luck too much. They're kind of working as intended.
I forgot we had Goa shuffled in this flag set, so we actually do have a little bit of light entrance randomization. I mainly forgot because the first floor was entirely normal, and then I just assumed that I missed Sabera's floor, but no, Mato's floor was floor 2. So Sabera's floor is floor 3, and Carmine's floor is floor 4, but backwards.
And I will never know what the proper way to route this room is that Shocker's in. I just get all of the stuff and then move on. I assume it's something like what he's doing, but yeah, I trust that you. If there's something better, you all have probably figured it out by now.
I don't think it matters too much. There's some slight variations on like whether or not you like need to hit the checkpoint really badly, or whether or not you need to, or like if you're going left to right versus right to left makes a difference, but don't overthink it. Okay, we're also not fighting Carmine today, it would seem.
Did we already check Slime Kensu?
No, because we came from the right side, so Slime Kensu will be on the way out. And it's the fog lamp, okay. Which in this seed is called the broken lamp, apparently. Alright, we've got Sabera's floor here, which is, means that there's not actually anything gated behind, like, even if we can't beat Sabera 2, the only thing that it's blocking is her own check at this point. Sabera's floor here is a bit of a maze if you're not used to getting around it.
I remember
Of course, it's even more of a maze if you don't have flight.
Yeah, I've had so many seeds in a row where I did this with flight that when I had to do it without flight, it just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Thankfully, with flight, there's really only one path you can take. Once you know the path, it's you don't have to like think about routing. Whereas when you're doing it with flight, it's like, okay, there's actually a bunch of different paths I can take through here. What's the fastest way to route this? And the truth is, it doesn't actually matter that much. I've timed it a couple different ways, and they're all within a few seconds of each other. So again, don't overthink it. The best route is whichever one doesn't get you lost.
And we have a good point from Night Dew that Crypt isn't entirely dead. We could find that third bow, and then the Sword of Wind could be in the Crypt.
That is true. Sword of Wind, or some trade-in blocking the Sword of Wind.
I would imagine with the checks that Golden Chakra's gone through by this point, we should hopefully be seeing Sword of Wind soon, because with a number of our bosses being kind of blocked behind it, that's natural progression-wise probably what we would see next.
Paralysis. Okay, so maybe we're supposed to go turn in this this statue that we've got. Walk back here, get our MP refilled.
Now, another thing that we haven't really looked at, I did see that we have a new flute there on the end. Wondering if that might be our insect flute.
Could be insect flute, could be flute of lime. I don't think anyone's checked any of the like in-game hints that tell you what items things are. So I don't know if it's anything or not, but...
Is there a Flute of Lime hint for which flute is that?
No.
I know there is for insect.
I think it's just insect and then like Statue of Gold and Broken Lamp.
Yeah.
Seems like Shocker is going through the Kinsu storyline here.
And
there's our Sword of Wind.
So a bit of a weird multi-dip that we had to take into Goa. Because we needed to get paralysis.
Yeah, you had to go in the front to get flight, then go in the back all the way up to Sabera to get paralysis. And now you have to go back in again just to go fight Motto 2 and Carmine.
And after all that, we still may have a bow hunt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 items behind Carmine and 1 item behind Mado.
Yeah. Then besides that, we haven't seen the key to Stixie yet. We've got the fog lamp for Slime Kensu. There's the item on top of Mount Hydra that we could go check now with flight.
I think at this point, probably worst case scenario would be that item there on Mount Hydra would be our bow. Because for in most cases with all the checks and other things that we have, I can't imagine anybody running up there specifically to check that unless they had to.
Yeah, although honestly, again, I don't feel like they have a ton of other options right now, depending on what Motto 2 actually gives them. Because we've kind of been turning in all of our trade-ins as we go. So it's not like we've got a bunch of key items built up in our inventory to try and use.
Yeah, we have that new flute. But yeah. I do imagine that Shocker is probably going to put off going up, because Shocker went and did Mount Hydra, everything but the flight check, if I remember. So Turdsman might be more inclined to go up there because that's a bunch of different items. But Shocker probably doesn't want to fly all the way up there for 1 item, especially if we end up getting like some other sent on some other goose chase.
Yeah. We have all the bracelets except the one that Tornell wants.
Now, Code, what's your strategy for dodging Mado?
Get lucky, mostly. If I'm honest, I usually try not to move too much because I'm hoping that I get healing from the Psycho Armor. And I just try not to worry about where he's actually going too much and just try to react when he stops.
Yeah. Yeah, I think dodging him is a bit of a fruitless endeavor most of the time. It's probably less likely that you dodged him and more he missed you.
Yeah.
And I mean, this looks like a pain even with a level 3 sword.
Yeah. Tornado Bracelet is not the best weapon to fight bosses with, unfortunately.
It does give you good stabbing power if you're brave enough to get up close to them.
Yeah. Hard to do with Mado because you gotta wait until he stops, and then you don't have very long to get into position.
And Turdsman taking care of the easier Kelbesk.
Turdsman technically out of logic here, not having the Blizzard Bracelet for the boss fight there, but no reason that should stop you. Is going to get this flight on the first check here.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to fight any of these bosses with level 2 swords. It's mostly the level 1 Sabera and the level 1 Mado 2 that you want to avoid.
Yeah. Especially, you've got Warrior Ring, you've got Power Ring, you've got, I think, Refresh. Does Turdsman have Refresh? I forget. But you've got Barrier. Like, you've got all the tools you could want, except maybe the Bracelet. General Slime Lord on Golden Shocker's side.
I was gonna say, that is one of the things that we haven't seen yet. We have not seen our players wind up getting turned into the adorable little slime.
Yeah, the circle of purple flames that you saw shut out there will turn your player character into a slime. Ooh, key. Okay. That's actually pretty good here, because that's gonna unlock... Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter.
And there's our bow.
I was gonna get excited about that key, and then no, instead here's just go mode. So yeah, Golden Shocker's in go mode now because that's our last bow behind a required boss. It means we don't have to bother with the bow hunt. We just get to go end the game.
And you can definitely tell he is hauling it too. He is ready to go.
Yeah, didn't even stop to use the inn in Sahara, which he might have wanted to. He's only at 11 MP. Probably just gonna have to pop a magic ring somewhere in the crypt here.
Now, I know we had a kind of interesting start with getting early Warrior Ring and early Speed Boots, which is a bit of a suffering from success moment where it's like, how do you balance your going fast with your desire to kill things? But Shocker's coming in here at level 11, might try to hit 12 while in here, so I think we made it through pretty okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Golden Shocker is going to try and take the time to kill some of these soldiers. I'm not sure that these are the enemies I would pick to try and grind, but... flashing lights warning? Maybe? Oh. Gotta refill that MP first. Then yeah. Yeah,
Now, go ahead.
I was just going to say, these enemies are unfortunately rather tanky, and so trying to kill them to level is not ideal.
Yeah, they don't seem to give a lot of experience either.
No.
All I know is I like, my first priority is killing things that are easy to kill, and then my second priority is killing things that I would grind on in the vanilla speedrun.
Yeah. Alright, hit that level 12. Level 12 is usually the sweet spot. See, I would have gone to this room, and this room has much easier enemies to grind. Regardless, it looks like we're about to get through here. And on to Dragon 2. Flashing lights warning for this boss fight as well, because I imagine we're using Storm Bracelet strats.
And Storm Bracelet, definitely the safest. It can be a little bit annoying positioning yourself for Flame Bracelet, which is usually my other go-to. If he decides to do a bunch of zigzagging and you can't quite in a position, there's no positioning to worry about with the Sword of Thunder.
Nope. Actually, for Dragon 2 specifically, I think I tend to prefer Sword of Water over Sword of Fire. Sword of Thunder is still first, but then I have Water, Thunder, or Water, Fire, Wind. And then Tower is like almost exactly the opposite.
Are you a Sword of Wind person for the tower?
I'll do Sword of Wind or Sword of Fire. A Sword of Fire on these settings would be faster if you have the Flame Bracelet, which actually I don't think they do, so I would be doing Sword of Wind here.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect the very first sword to be so good, but just the way that it carries stuff and the low MP cost, it ends up working really well on the robots. But you were saying?
To answer your question for from the chat for Sigil, Blizzard against Dragon 2 specifically just has a longer range. Like Sirius mentioned earlier, it can be tough to get into position with the Sword of Fire, even with Barrier. But you don't have to get nearly as close with the Sword of Water, with the Blizzard Bracelet, because it just travels further. And because against bosses, Blizzard is fine. Like Blizzard, everyone likes to make fun of the Blizzard Bracelet for good reason. Against regular enemies, it's awful because it pushes enemies around erratically and frequently into yourself if you're not very careful. But against bosses, it doesn't have that pushback effect, so it ends up working pretty well. All right, we've got Turdsman now going to check Mount Hydra with flight, so he's going to be able to do all of this in one trip, but we know that none of this is important. And what Turdsman really needs to do right now is go into the back of Goa.
Hopefully we won't be too far from that. I mean, flight gives you at least one more item in Oasis Cave, and it makes navigating Oasis Cave faster. So hopefully that's the next place to go, and we don't get some wild goose chase at the top.
Although I take that back. I just realized that Carmine figurine was the trade-in for the Sword of Wind. So this is actually important. Which makes it a shame that he just died and is now teleporting out and going to do something else.
Well, thankfully we have speed boots.
And now comes the moment that this whole game is named after. We trade in our 4 swords and we get Crystallis.
Got our blue raspberry stick. And with barrier, this is going to be pretty straightforward.
Yep. There's a sweet spot here where if you just stand here and hold barrier and attack a bunch, you will be completely safe from the boss, from the final boss.
And this is with buffed Dyna too.
Yeah. Yeah, if Dyna isn't buffed, you don't need barrier. There's just a safe spot you can stand and just never get hit.
Alrighty, and that is a GG's for Golden Shocker.
Meanwhile, on Turdsman's side, we're picking up that second bow. And where's he heading next?
Hopefully we don't get too put off about going back to Mount Hydra. Hopefully that turn-in will direct him back to it.
It looks like we're going to go check out Rage. I don't know where we're going at this point.
Alrighty. I believe that our next thing up is our Ultima Derby. So this will be Taco Mage for Team Interceptor beginning his run for our Ultima Derby. And we've been told that Saber Wolf and Gretham will be here in a bit. So we will have both Crystallis and Worlds Collide rolling now.
Does this mean, so DLK, you've been doing Crystallis comms despite not actually playing Crystallis, which is not to argue against your authenticity, because you've watched us play it enough that you're probably more qualified than most. But does this mean, Coda, are you going to help us with comms for FF6?
Well, so I watched the run before the Crystallis run, so let me see if I've got this straight. Steve, right? Am I doing a good job?
Yes, it's all about those Steves. One of the things we did see there, as Golden Shocker went into the lock weapon shop check, is that we got ourselves an experience egg, which is amazing to find early on, especially with having lock in your party. So we'll have to see where it goes from here. I definitely wouldn't be sad about it. And of course, we also saw that there was also a Genji glove. So if we wind up with Terra, we have that as well. That would be a great pair, I'd say.
Oh, we have a Burt sighting on Turdsman's side.
Yeah, I don't think we actually saw him on when Golden Shocker was going through there. So that's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know who decided to name him Burt. I feel like he's been Burt in my head, even from learning the vanilla rando. I don't know why he's called that.
I think that maybe a uranium anchor naming. Not 100% sure. I don't know the full history there, but it came from the vanilla speed run, as I understand it, because in the vanilla speed run you end up grinding that particular enemy repeatedly for experience, and so they decided, this enemy needs a name. His name will now be Burt.
And we have some people asking what the Ultima Derby flags are. I guess I should be qualified to know since I ran it yesterday. So Ultima Derby is kind of like a faster version of the standard Ultros League's flag. It's 5 characters, 8 espers for unlock, 15 checks gets you skip when it would normally do 22 checks. It's easier to get powerful like Magitech, Sword Tech, and Blitz all get fully upgraded if you do Doma Dream or Floating Continent or Magitech Factory. You also start with a decent chunk of money. Equip rates are 100%, so anyone can wear anything. So no more. Oh, and there's another XP egg in the shop.
I mean, if you didn't find one in one place, you can have another one. Eggs galore.
And yeah, faster experience too. Yeah, eggs usually the kind of thing where the first one is more useful than the second one. Although with premium rewards, some already high experience, I wouldn't mind having a second egg because there's just a good chance you'll have 2 people who can hit stuff with sticks. I am a little upset that I didn't find any eggs in my race yesterday, but that's okay. I'm just happy for Taco Mage.
And that's the thing, though. I would not be quite so sad there, Cerise. I mean, we know you have the skills. You don't need no eggs.
Awesome. Howdy, howdy, Shocker.
GG's.
GG's
Congratulations
your
on
win
that.
there.
Yeah, thank you.
I was expecting you to finish with something better than a 12:31, but you know.
I was pretty happy with that.
I was going to say, it seemed like it was a pretty smooth run for you overall.
Yeah, I got jumbled up in a couple places here and there, but like, I can't complain, especially on a marathon.
Honestly, I feel like about the only place that I really saw where you kind of got jumbled was not quite getting close enough to the gate to use the prison key there in the beginning, but that didn't take you very long to figure out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but I mean, if that's the biggest mistake I made, I can live with that.
Yeah, I think that the biggest trolling this seed did was forcing you to essentially triple dip Goa. You had to go once in the front to get flight, then once in the back to get paralysis, and use that to get Sword of Wind, so that you could finally go beat the rest of the bosses in Goa. But then it was kind enough to just like, oh, you beat all the bosses, here's your third bow for free. So
Yeah, no, I guess I was feeling a little nervous because I was like, triple dipping and all that, like going in the front, going in the back, and I was like thinking I might have been in trouble, but I mean, honestly, as soon as I found this sort of wind, I was like, oh no, this is probably the right move, and I'm probably okay.
yeah, I think it was just straight up required that you had to do that triple dip. Like, I don't think there's any way around it.
Yeah. Yeah, overall though, I was really happy with how I played. I mean, I've had some rough ones when I've practiced, so like to have like a really clean run on stream, like I can't guarantee it'll be just as good for Jets of Time, but I'm pretty happy with that overall.
Yeah, Jets, your opponent for Jets, is that Turdsman again?
Yes.
And is Turdsman going to get revenge?
Oh, absolutely, you will. No, when we did the original seed before this, the submission, I mean, he must have beat me by like an hour. It was bad. Turdsman's quite a bit better at Jets than I am.
So what I hear from a number of people is they try to get you into different games because in Worlds Collide, most of the time you can't be beaten. So everybody's like, hey, come play this other randomizer with me so we can actually beat you.
It's a little strong. I definitely take my shares of losses, but with that being said, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are interested in getting me out there and doing something else that's not Worlds Collide. So I enjoy it. I actually I picked up a lot of randomizers. I've been playing FF1, Link to the Past, Crystallis, Jets of Time. Like I've dabbled in a lot of different randomizers, just for the fun of it more than anything, and I really enjoyed it. I played so much Final Fantasy VI that it doesn't hurt me to be a little different here and there. So
now, why is
fun.
Why is Crystallis your favorite?
I mean, asking the easy questions here. No, I mean, Crystallis is like, I think to me it's a game that I enjoyed when I was young. Like, it was one of the NES games that I still kind of had some kind of affinity for. So between this and the other one that I'd like to learn that I haven't yet is Faxanadu. Those two together, I'd be really excited about playing. And obviously, I enjoy Crystallis at this point. I'm having fun with it.
Of course, we can see over on Takamiji's side here, we are getting an opera house today. Everybody's crowd favorite. So we get to see our opera scene.
Meanwhile, on Turdsman's side, Team Mobliz, we are back into Goa through the back. So I think that is now Turdsman on the correct path to hopefully close out this seed after getting briefly distracted by some other checks that he had left behind previously.
Yeah, probably hoping to get the Sword of Wind or something, but this is... I think ultimately there won't be too many more diversions now that we've settled on Goa.
And just looking in the chat, Chakra, I believe your next game that you pick up needs to be Z2R per sigil.
Fair enough. I know that he was picking up Crystals too. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Like I said, to just play different randomizers. So maybe that is next. I haven't even gotten Z1R down yet, so Z2R is a big. It's gonna be a big leap for me.
For me, what I love about Crystallis is it's just the perfect stabbing and moving speed. Just like it feels so slick, especially for like an NES game. You know, I love stuff like Z1R, but I mean I love like Z1, but you don't quite Sonic the Hedgehog around with a knife. And also how much skill expression there is just in stabbing things versus like when I played this game when I was a kid, it was definitely a lot of like charge shots. You know, playing it super safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's definitely when I was a kid. That's definitely the way that I played it too. I'd say honestly, it's the responsiveness of the controls that makes it still enjoyable now. Like there's certain games like Dragon Warrior, for example, where it feels clunky because the refresh rate, like it doesn't check your inputs every frame, whereas you get the feeling from Crystals that it does. So it definitely it makes it just a fun game. I mean, you know, just like Secret of Mana / Link to the Past, you know, type game, which is really fun. I mean, both really good games. So a mix between the two is definitely not a bad thing.
And unfortunately, Turdsman has just gotten the news that he needs the Wind Sword for a number of his bosses here in Goa. So he is continuing to move along through Goa, and he will soon find out that it's not just one, but two that will require that.
I was a little nervous when I saw Turdsman selecting Teleport, but switched over to Flight. We're going to do everything we need to do in here, so it's just a matter of time.
I'm happy that I remembered to just go to my reset as opposed to the the checkpoint that was there as opposed to just straight up leaving, because I definitely thought about leaving. I was like, oh wait, I could probably just walk around and see what else is here. I definitely thought about it for a second after that fight.
Are you going to learn Entrance Rando next? Did Sigil and I make you jealous when we got to do the run with Crystallis at a tower?
I was a little jealous for sure. No, I mean that's honestly like the tournament flags and even the like different version. I know it was a little bit easier what you guys were running, but I mean that's a really fun like kind of flag set for this game where you can take Crystallis out of tower, just pretty much buzz through everything, for lack of a better term.
You know, unless you get a seed like Cerise had at one point where Messia Tower was like I think behind eyeglasses, and eyeglasses were at the top of the tower, so she had to run the tower with the 4 swords anyway to then leave out and go back and get Crystallis and come back into the tower to finish.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, that's
when we were first introducing this the Crystallis outside a tower for our April Fool's Day community race, we did plan to make sure that happened.
Oh, that would definitely be a nice trolly moment.
Yeah, probably better for April Fools than when it happened to me, which was like September 7th.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do want to give another shout out to the Crystallis community. Everyone there has been super nice. Like, if you ask a question, kind of similar to the Worlds Collide community, you ask a question and like you'll get an answer basically no matter what time of day it is. You know, they've got some pretty talented people there, but I'm sure there are there's certainly plenty of me's and sigils and chakras out there who are newer to the game, so don't be intimidated. They're lovely people.
Yeah, we try to be very friendly and welcoming to newcomers. Always happy to see new blood in the community.
Yeah, I would definitely echo those sentiments from Saris, which, it's been really fun, and, people have jumped in, as I've done practice and everything else, gave me tips, so Yeah, I mean, the Crystals community's been, you know, just great to, you know, get involved with a little bit, you know, kind of just scratching the surface. Definitely waiting to see the Upstarts event that they're going to run here once they, if you guys didn't talk about that, like I'm sure there's a lot of people in the community that'd probably be interested in joining that. I know you're just waiting to do some, the next release, but, you know, I think that's going to be really exciting too.
Now, it looks like Turdsman doesn't have the statue that Kensu wanted. And I thought that just came in the like natural course of things.
Oh no, that was on Mount Hydra, and I know he went back to Mount Hydra, but he might not have gone back for that particular check. Which would be very unfortunate here if he forgot that he died after getting that check and didn't go back for it. Because it's the one all the way on the right side of Mount Hydra.
Yeah, that is one of the dangers of Crystals is it's easy to leave a check, you know, in a back corner somewhere and either forget that you haven't done it or just altogether like think you have it but you really don't. Yeah, that's definitely that's a dangerous situation to run into.
And since the tracker doesn't point out mimics, it can be easy to assume that items that haven't been marked on the tracker were just mimics.
Oh yeah, you mean the auto tracker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we see that Taco Mage is currently making his way through the trench. Doesn't seem to be having too much of an issue grinding out some experience here.
And it looks like Turdsman's gonna check the insect flute, which isn't logic, but we know isn't gonna lead us to anything.
Yeah, my concern is that Tersman thinks, oh, I've done all of Mount Hydra and isn't going to go back for the check there.
Yeah. And we didn't end up seeing this fight on Shocker's side, but the insect, it's mostly a fight against the mosquitoes.
Yeah, the ads in this fight are the real threat. The actual boss moves predictably enough in a fixed pattern. Surprised we're not trying to use the Blizzard Bracelet, though. As opposed to this level 2 Fire Sword, but got the job done.
Well, you think bug, you think... I mean, I guess I don't set that many bugs on fire in real life.
Third opal. Probably don't need that at this point. Although I guess there is still a Moto 2 fight in our future. So, couldn't hurt.
You can see his Turdsman is trying to think of where he might go next.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I think he's checked everything that is available to him with this inventory. So now he's gonna have to start rechecking things and figuring out, okay, what did I miss or reset out of?
I do think that you're right. I think that he did end up getting the item in Hydra and then ended up, unfortunately, dying and being reset and probably just didn't go back in at that time because he had other things to do and is forgotten.
Yeah. One in particular, I'm pretty sure I saw him do, after going away and doing other things, go back to Mount Hydra and do all the checks on Mount Hydra, including the one at the very top, and then leave. And so I think he thinks he's done with Mount Hydra, but he's actually left behind a check there.
Yeah, if he's looking at his tracker, he most likely thinks that it was just a mimic that you left up there.
It looks like Taco Mage is now making his way through Owzers. So again, more grindy fights.
And hopefully this going to Goa is gonna lead us where we want to go.
Looks like we're claiming Saber West again. Maybe thinking, oh, I just marked down the bracelet wrong for Tornell.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Flame.
Yeah, it is.
Now, I don't know if we mentioned it, but on Team Interceptor's side, we do have Auto Berserk, which changes things up a little bit. I think we have that must be the peace ring on Gao to prevent the Berserk. So there are ways of dealing with it. Not so easy to deal with it on all four people.
Okay, Tersman is heading back to Mount Hydra. Hopefully this is a good sign. Okay, yep. Power. That's the other thing too, is if you're using an auto tracker, it won't track things that you left behind because your inventory was full and it wasn't worth picking up. So
Yeah, but it's a good sign that he's retracing his steps here.
yeah. Although taking a slight wrong turn through Mount Hydra, but easy enough to do.
Yeah, one of the things about Crystallis is a lot of the maps have interesting like loops and like dead ends. And so that was one of the hardest things for me learning it was not just how to get places, but how to get places the fastest way. Like I think almost every place has like a few loops. Like this loops around in a different way if you go up instead of right.
Yeah. All right. You're almost there. Just gonna
Meanwhile,
dodge all these golems and bats.
Very fun room. Meanwhile, we've got Doulahan casting the opening pearl on the one person who's not berserked. But we should make it through here.
And thankfully now we have our figurine, so of course we are well on our way. Looks like he has found the direction he needs to go. So there's our Sword of Wind, and he is fully prepared to be able to defeat those bosses in Goa.
And thankfully we know that there's not actually a bow hunt after this because the last bow is just right behind the last boss, so.
Yeah.
Are we also going in the front entrance? We're also going in the front entrance.
Yeah, at this point I've lost track of which way would be faster, because we just left two bosses to kill.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the back would be faster just because one of them is on the 4th floor. So by doing it this way, you have to go through the entire dungeon, essentially.
Meanwhile, Dullahan being a bit annoying because I think one of the Berserk characters has an ice rod equipped, and Dullahan absorbs ice.
Unfortunately, that is the case, and it looks like it's Realm that actually has that equipped, and of course, her magic abilities are not helping with that either.
That's unfortunate timing for Realm to proc with Ice Rod.
Now, I haven't played with Auto Berserk in a while. Thankfully, we have a lot of big sticks available in these flags because we have premium item rewards for dead checks. You also have Colosseum, has, I think, every item visible. So I don't know if you just try to find peace rings or ribbons to deal with it, or if you just commit to making everyone like a Yeti.
Well, we did see Ragnaroks in, I believe it was Albrook. So hopefully they will be able to get the money and be able to go for that. That's actually where they picked up their ice rods. So perhaps they're planning to go back and get those. Those would be pretty useful if they are stuck with this Auto Berserk.
And that was an Atma weapon. Yeah.
So currently, since we cannot see a tracker, Taco Mage is currently at 4-1, and is probably really kind of hoping to get a few more Espers underway at this point, because as Sri said, we're looking at a 5-8 to get our unlock. So here we are going through South Figaro Cave, so we'll see what we have in store in what would normally be our tunnel armor spot in the vanilla game.
Yeah, I find with the Ultima Derby flags, you may think that it's just as easy getting the 8 Espers because it's just one less Esper and one less character. But I find I always end up with all the character requirements first, and then I spend ages trying to get all the Espers I need.
Well, unfortunately, that was just an Arapa, so she went down really quickly, and it seems like we are going to be rewarded with an Edgar. So now we have our 5th character, and Edgar is really great for those big sticks, and so I guess we'll see what choices we have here. Oh, and we have Shock. That does not hurt feelings at all.
Although with 100% equip rates, basically everybody is good with sticks. Although he did have some good vigor to him. I think it was like 50 vigor over Setzer's 40.
Well, I was about to say, in terms of the game stats-wise, the 3 characters with the highest vigor are going to be Yeti, Edgar, and Sabin. And Edgar, I want to say, is actually, if he's not first, he's second. So definitely somebody you want swinging big sticks. And with this Auto Berserk, that's who I'd want on my team.
Yeah, I mean, like I just said, yeah, I feel like Ultima Derby, you're always looking for Espers instead of characters, and we're at, what's that, 5-1 now?
That is correct.
Meanwhile, on Turdsman's side, he's just picked up his last boss fight and his last bow and is now in go mode. So yeah.
We can see the rising cost of inflation. Those warp boots were almost $3,000.
And of course, Turdsman knows that he is ready to go. He is doing just like Shocker did. He is hauling it to get over to the the gate and get through and try to get up to into the tower.
And I expect soon we'll be seeing. Let's see, I think it's Saberwolf and Bretham are going to be doing the next round of comms.
That is correct. I believe they're actually already in the booth of this. They're just being extra quiet as we're finishing up. So we'll be glad to hear those lovely voices and see what continues on for our Ultima Derby.
They're just trying to hold Code hostage as long as possible. They know that they don't have to work hard to keep us here.
That is fair.
And I guess while we still have you, I just wanted to thank you again, Code, for coming over and deigning to offer your expertise to us
absolutely happy
Worlds
to.
Collide folks.
I'm thrilled to. One of these days, I need to play more Worlds Collide. To be honest, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite Final Fantasy, so I should play more of it.
Well, we have this unique opportunity. We do have kind of a new player program, which we call our Moogle Cup, where you get paired with some of the great players that are mentors in our community, that you would be able to learn the game and kind of train. And there's also a competition that goes along with it that pits our Moogles against one another. So you'd be able to learn the game, have some fun, and be able to work with one of our great players to really learn how to make your way through the game. So if that's ever something that someone is interested in, I absolutely recommend it.
Yeah, I think half the people in here right now are mentors or have done mentoring before. So we have the events a fair amount. I feel like it's usually once or twice a year. Thankfully, 6 is such a popular game. Oh, and Turd's been learning the hard way. Don't pause during your level 3 animation.
No, that will in fact cancel the animation.
Although there are times to do that just to get rid of the animation, usually when something's dead.
Yeah. I forget if popping an opal also does it, because he paused to use a medical herb there because he was at like 2 hit points. So I understand the desire to not die.
Yeah, I think an opal does it as well.
Yeah. Oh, just shy of the MP for another level 3 Thunder Bracelet. I'm going to use one of those Fruit of Powers. A little bit of that MP back, and should probably get this on the next time Dragon 2 opens up, if he ever stops throwing popcorn.
Almost got Newbird there, but we made it.
There we go. That's Dragon 2 down. That leaves us the tower climb. Thankfully, after beating Dragon 2, you do get a full heal here. So you're always fully refreshed going into tower, which is nice.
I mean, that is almost detrimental with some of those robots. They are very unkind.
Yeah, tower is one of the harder parts of the game. Kind of depending on how many resources you have. If you have refresh, level 3 swords, and a bunch of magic rings, as long as you don't play too risky, you'll be fine. But it's really easy to go from like half health to no health in 2 seconds. Mostly I blame the helicopters.
The helicopters are definitely the worst part.
If we stick with the Sword of Thunder, it's not too bad because you don't have to worry about getting a level 3 off and then having to also dodge a helicopter at the same time.
I'm starting to think that Taco Mage's favorite part of this particular flag set is the fact that he gets to morph different NPCs. I've seen many a chocobo so far since he started playing.
And was this Injured Lad quest, was this an incentive? Or does it just offer a reward?
I'm pretty sure this is probably an incentive. I'm not entirely sure because I am not as versed in the flag set that they are currently using. I'm sure we'll find out as soon as Gretham and Saber manage to take the reins.
Yeah. So we've got, as mentioned before, we've got Saber and Gretham in the booth. Would you all like to say hi and take things over for us?
Hello, hello.
Hello there, everybody. How you doing today?
Good, just enjoying time with some of my favorite people. Watching people play some of my favorite games so I don't have to.
really,
that
you're just
certainly is a
having
good thing.
pity on other people, Cerise. If you were playing some of these games, you'd probably take us all down.
Look, we're doing this for the chihuahuas and the kids, okay?
Absolutely.
It's not a competition. Well, I guess it's a competition for the chihuahuas and the kids.
So hopefully the two of you are having a great day and ready to kind of take over and let us know more about this flag set and what's going on in the Ultima Derby.
Yeah, thank you for doing comms for the Crystallis run, you three.
Always a pleasure.
So yeah, we're doing the Ultima Derby seat again. It was run yesterday, so won't go too much into it because we have started. So it's pretty much just a faster Ultros League. The main ones are EXP scaling is up to 4. We have original Ultima MP cost, multi-summon, and item rewards are up to premium. Is there anything else that stands out for you, Saber?
Well, there's a couple little add-ons that our runners did agree to. Of course, we have the Auto Berserk mandatory start with Gao with a Runic, and I believe it was a let's see, let me double check my notes here.
He has a Runic Steel Gao, I believe.
Yeah, Runic Steel Gao that mandatorily has to be taken throughout the entire run. And they also have I believe they also had to do the Injured Lad, just as an incentive there, which was completed by Takomage. And I believe that's it.
Yeah, to put a little salt on the wound of Auto Berserk. They started with dried meat, but tough to do dried meat when you're Auto Berserked. So.
That is definitely true. And since we're doing a little bit of reset here, we're reminding everybody that we are doing the marathon event, the Ultima Derby, right here on FF6 Worlds Collide, the Twitch channel. Our two teams are broken up into 2 groups. We have the Team Moblez and Team Interceptor. Team Moblez will be running for the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, where their mission is simple yet profound: to advance cures and means of prevention for pediatric catastrophic diseases through research and treatment. And Team Interceptor, well, they're representing the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada Incorporated, which is a volunteer organization committed to working with our friends and rescue to adopt dogs, and to provide education about responsible pet ownership. Currently, right now, as it stands, please donate over to our Tiltify links there, of course, in the information area down below. So far, we have $560 raised for St. Jude's and $400 Canadian raised for the Chihuahua.
And shout out again to the Ceres, Code Gorilla, and Dragon Lady K for doing comms on that last run. Golden Shocker for running Team Interceptor, and Tersman, who's just finishing up here for Team Moblez. So, to catch people up a little bit, because I don't know how many we weren't fully paying attention to the FF6 side, Taco Mage has pretty solid defense. I've seen a Minerva, I've seen a Paladin Shield.
Yeah, I heard they had Ragnarok somewhere in a store somewhere.
Yeah,
so
Ragnarok's in a shop, has multiple peace rings, so you can get past this Auto Berserk. He has that ribbon now. And it was interesting. He had multiple peace rings, but left some people berserked. So I guess just to keep them berserked. Yeah.
Well, think about being berserked. Well, the thing about being Berserk does increase the physical damage, and if your characters aren't really going to do much anyways with offense, the only offense they have is to swing a sword or whatever they have, might as well leave them Berserk. That way you can hit at least a little harder, so...
Yeah, started the run with Gao with the peace ring, cracking rods, and a lot of Berserk people.
Yeah, indeed. And we are now going to be tagging in our next runner here, and well, we're working on it.
We'll have a Fiery Blizzard running here for Team Moblez.
Yeah, now Fiery Blizzard is another one of our top tier runners in our community. I believe they won the Moogle Cup 2, if I'm not mistaken. Or was between you two, right?
No, I won 2.
You won it. You won 2.
He was the MVP or something for, was it the Tri tournament or something?
Warring Triad tournament. Yeah, so Fire Blizzard was the MVP of the Warring Triad tournament. Never lost a single match. War on Triad was a tournament we did in the Worlds Collide community where people were broken up into teams of 3, and they were paired off close to their skill level as possible. Fire Blizzard actually coming in as I believe a potion tier player, and just completely won all their matches. I believe they went 8-0 actually in the tournament. So kudos to them on that.
Yeah, they did a good
So
job.
should be able to
I
make up
remember
some
watching-
time.
Yeah, I remember watching the end because that's when I was just joining the community, and he was just beating everybody.
Yeah. I did play him in the in our potion league for Ultras League. Ultras Leagues are ongoing seasonal events that we have here in Worlds Collide. We believe we're coming up on season 8 here in the not too distant future. But I was able to go head to head with them on a restream once and actually beat him, which shocking to me. I was up to I think I was up another 2 hours after that trying to figure out how the heck I did that. So.
Yeah, because that was the one where you were in like a potion group with just like all sorts of MVPs and championship winners.
Yeah, whole entire potion group was like all former players coming back into the fold and everything. But we did find so back in the gameplay here, Furry Blizzard now in here. We did find a Minerva there in one of the barrels, as Taco Mage does get through Stormy here in the Phoenix Cave. Of course, the dragons are mixed up with each other. Of course, randomizer offering there for the reward does have a lock on the team, so a natural VK user.
Yeah, and then Locke has that EXP egg, and then
there's okay.
From there's EXP egg from Locke check, and then Taco Mage found it earlier, but Fiery Blizzard just found it here, and so forgot that there's EXP eggs also in the shop. So
oh my goodness gracious.
There's eggs in the shop, Ragnarok's in the shop, there's Minervas in barrels, there's a Paladin shield because you can get the curse shield, so there's lots of things to get in this siege.
Comment from Turdsman, who was our previous runner there for Team Moblez. He says, I need a shower now. So...
Yeah, and don't worry, after that shower, he's coming back, I'm pretty sure, to do the Chrono Trigger just in time scene. So he's putting in work today. Shout out to Turdsman.
Yeah, I love Turdsman's a great guy. He does a lot of our fundraising events, not just here on the Worlds Collide channel, but other channels that we do this for cancer, for fire victims. He's done a lot of other events around the gaming community, so he definitely shows up for these kind of events. So shout out to them.
Yep. And then here on Taco Mage's side, we saw him pick up his Cyan, which puts him at 6-1. So he's finding all the characters and not many Espers.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're not allowed to replace the Gao. Gao has to be in the party, so really Gao has to just learn spells. I mean, that's really the only way to use Gao in this situation. So
yeah, because he at least I saw him have a Paladin shield on, so he'll at least have Ultima at the standard Ultima cost.
Oh, the standard Ultima cost for the Ultimate? Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see if it'll just be popping blue bubbles, but yeah, then he has an Edgar with shock, so those Ragnarok's in the shop, EXP eggs, so yeah, once again, tons of power.
Well, this flag set is specifically designed to be faster than most of our other flag sets we have in our community. So again, this is more for getting as many players through as possible and kind of a marathon event to showcase the game, but at the same time get it in with a limited time frame here. As looks like Taco Mage going into the Dream, which is in the World of Ruin Doma Castle. It's one of Cyan's checks here. It does a really great quest that we can do here because it allows us to get 3 rewards for only 2 boss fights. So it's really economization wise is really good. So
yeah, and I don't believe they have any Sword Tech or Blitzes, but I'm pretty they've kind of combined Magitech, Dream, and Floating Continent, and gives all those upgrades if you complete one of them. So maybe Maybe they'll look out for sword techs and blitzes after this, maybe. User, hopefully. But I guess at this point, they're not hoping to get another character.
Yeah, no more characters. We only want the Espers right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
oh, goodness gracious. Well, we have a math check coming up here for Taco Maze as level 5 Doom opener out of Doom Gaze. Does pass the test. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, always nice to pass the test, especially when there's EXP eggs in the equation and people are at different levels. Why is that all of them passed?
Yeah, you kind of get in the fight. You're like, unless you have some sort of okay, Mega Elixirs in shop. That's cool. I mean, unless you have a memento ring or something like that will actually prevent that from actually happening. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Is he finally gonna get Esper number 2? Yes, it is. Unicorn. It's magic +2. That's a way to make Gao a good caster.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, Gao pretty much going to be our spellcaster for this whole entire run. I mean, Steel and Runic, not exactly very helpful, especially when you have a Realm in the group, aka Murder Child, who her best job is to actually cast spells. Base magic power 59, by the way. Oh, and that's another character, unfortunately, for the guarantee reward here on the train here.
Yeah. Speaking of Realm, it has been funny seeing her just sit berserk the entire time with an ice rod just procking. But it didn't work out on one boss. There was one boss earlier that was immune to ice that she did heal. I forget which boss it was.
Believe that was the fiery horse in Setzer's tomb there, yeah. Yeah, that one. Curse Shield 7, that's not too bad to break.
Yeah, like Taco Mage was able to do it with his peace ring, so hopefully I haven't seen if Fiery Blizzard has found a peace ring or a ribbon yet, because they are available, they're out there, so it's possible.
Yeah, bro, and especially when you have like Gao in the party where you're going to get multiple fights to help try to break it when you go into the Serpent Trench, which is exactly where Fire Blaze is going into the Veld here to try to look for this character in the Veld before probably going into the Serpent Trench.
No, I did see a peace ring there.
Yep, there's a peace ring. That's not being put on anybody. Oh, there it goes. Now, okay, it's going on to Locke, it looks like. Oh, everybody gets a peace ring.
That must have been a shop, because, yeah, Taco had some issues right at the start, because he went into the fight double berserked, hit the ghost sprite, and then just left.
Oh,
but
no.
He had peace ring, so I don't know. I don't think he ever went back to do that check.
Yeah, this was a bit of a hard check because you have to be able to break the berserk in order to feed the, well, now Ghost, I guess, dried meat. Apparently ghosts get hungry too in this game.
Yeah, I guess just sitting out in the Veld waiting for somebody to feed it. Yeah. I wonder how good this Palador is, because if this Palador has something awesome on it, it could be a bit of a little help for Fire Blizzard to catch up, since Taco Mage didn't get Palador.
Oh, he didn't do the Veld?
No, he went to the Veld check, punched the ghost as Berserk, and then left and did Serpent Trench.
Oh, I didn't even try.
And then never got it.
Well, bad news on the Chupon Ultros fight there for Taco Mage. No experience gain for those juicy experience eggs. It is going to be a Shadow with Sword Tech, so automatically getting a Shadow with Sword Tech completely unlocked for the party.
Who loves Sword Tech, especially when it gets fully unlocked. Always nice to have some nice instant death.
It is the Blitz's Magitech and Sword Techs unlocked from completing that last fight. And then we're going to go back to the throne room because there's actually a bonus Esper or item there. It is another Esper Ragnarok, go with the theme of all the Ragnarok's we found in this game. We can actually get the Esper version of it.
Dream's always nice. Just the 3 checks for the price of 2 bosses, essentially. So
yep.
It's nice. Nice little cheap.
And Fiery Blizzard getting wet here, swimming in the trench. Does have noise blasters? There'll be something later on in case we run into like a Katana Soul, though we do know that we get a offering for free here whenever he gets to the dream.
No, I see the taco chose not to put in Shadow, so I'm wondering if you just bought a bunch. I guess you just bought a bunch of Ragnaroks, picked the people with the highest vigor, and just let them swing with Berserk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you get the muscly bound guys with Cyan and Edgar with 50, I believe, and Locke, who just, well, he has the Atma weapon offering, so. Plus, level 37 doesn't hurt either. Oh, Bioblast, I believe this heals. No, it doesn't. Oh, it hurts him. Okay. It must be the other plants that it actually heals.
Oh no. Character number 9 for Taco Mage.
Oh, you serious? Oh, Terra Throw? That's an amazing character.
Or is that character 8? I guess it's character 8. But yeah. Because I know you get unlock or skip at 15, but is there a character? Well, I guess they're gonna hit 15 anyway with the amount of characters they're having.
Yeah,
so
I mean, you're gonna hit one skip or the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, there's no character skip. It is just check skip.
Yeah.
Well, for 15.
They're guaranteed to hit it because they're already at 11 checks and they still need 5 more espers. So. Pero putting a rafting emote in there for Elite River, or are they?
Yeah.
Are they gonna be forced to do like random checks, or it'll be interesting to see where all these espers are hiding, because they are hiding tonight.
Yeah, they're buried somewhere. I mean, there's always so many dead checks in this game. I believe there's only 8, depending on how this is set up. I believe also, although espers are in the auction house in this variation of our speedrunning stuff. I know in the Super Bowl version of this, we have them disabled to be in the auction house, prevent dead checks from happening.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks like we're still in the Esper hunt.
Yeah, we'll see where they end up, because
it's okay. Ragnarok with Ultima, anyways. Almost like kind of French vanilla.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not a good fight. Movers there for Fiery Blizzard. We went a hard pass on that one.
Yeah, because Taco has 3 espers. We'll see if he goes back to the Veld to get a 4th one, and then I'll have to hunt down. Oh, there's Zone Seek. So.
Oh, Zone Seek's actually kind of decent. It actually gives you a little bit of a physical defensive buff for the first and really the second tier of Kefka to help with those counter punches.
Yeah, counter punches. They just because they can't hurt if you don't have the right armor for it, and you're sitting in the front row just berserking.
It's just with so many characters. I mean, they pretty much have the entire map at their leisure on where to go right now.
Yeah, they have some.
Oh, renaming cards. What we got? Oh, we're giving a shout out to Team Interceptor here, giving a shout out to their charity, which once again is the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada Incorporated, which again is a volunteer-led organization committed to working with our friends in rescue to adopt dogs and to provide education about responsible pet ownership.
We got Texas, Chihuahua, and Rescue.
Well, we're only limited to. I mean, I believe we're only limited to like what 5 characters. So
good old.
They gotta do so much. dang you restrictions of Super Nintendo or Super Famicom at the time.
Yeah. It's a can-do attitude, Mr. Kanda. Ugh. So I guess we know what his final party is going to be.
Yeah. Well, we're going floating continent here. This is actually a decent check because The first and last checks of this are guaranteed to be character or Esper. And since we've gotten so many characters, that increases the chances of the first and second one being Espers. So I do not hate this, especially when the fact that he needs a lot of Espers. So if he can triple Esper this floating continent, it's going to be amazing for them. It's going to take a bit. This is one of the longer checks of the game, but there's a lot of rewards, and 2 of them are guaranteed.
Yeah, because it's like both sides. There's been a bunch of characters already, so there's a lower chance of getting characters, but Shadow's like a tier 2 or 3 character, so he also does have a higher chance of having characters. So it's which side is gonna pay off here. So just hoping. I guess the dream is 3 Espers here, hop down to the Velt or Edgar's free check and just get the 8th one and go to the tower.
Well, one can only hope. We don't have Strago, so can't even get the guarantee, because also Magitower is also guaranteed Esper or character as well.
And then there's
we also have Terra. Well, we have Terra's Mobliz, that's a peekable check. We have Cave of the Veld, that's peekable. I mean, we have a lot of options where we can see the reward before we actually do it, and that's a Yeti with wings. How is he flying?
Yeah, his job is usually to be in the air, but it's usually to pilot the airship, not attack the airship.
Yeah, like what is up with this glue?
Yeah, he's out of his natural habitat. He just hopped off the ship and started punching it.
Interesting placement for Fiery Blizzard, just walking from the lock check to the castle from there. I mean, I guess it's faster than jumping in the airship and then re-landing it again. That's a regular Atma, or early Atma. And that is an Esper in Edgar's spot there, so...
Which Taco Mage has not done yet, so that is an easy Esper available for him.
Yep, and Quad 9's coming out of this Chiva Gao.
We have some Yeti fans in chat who do not appreciate the airship pilot Yeti slander.
Yeah. Well, okay, if somebody wants to make pixel art of Yeti wearing like a bombardier hat and goggles, as that is yet another character on screen, that is a bog face down on the ground. What is going on, guys?
Yeah, who put friend? Yeah, Dragon Lady K put friend % in chat. It's definitely becoming friend %.
Gotta catch them all. There are only 14 characters in this game, people, okay?
Yeah, and yet no Yeti.
You found what, 10?
He has nine characters, 4 Espers.
9 characters.
Yeah, he's at 14 checks completed. Nine characters, 4 Espers.
If this is a character at the end of Floating Continent, it's game over, man.
Yeah. Yeah, because what's funny is Fiery Blizzard's already up to 3 Espers, so only 1 Esper behind.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, and
he only needs 1 more character too, so.
He has 5 characters, so he's good on characters.
All right.
So it's actually pretty close. It's just, yes, Taco Mage has.
Well, Taco Mage has all the levels.
Power.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Once again, like everybody says, levels are king. But, yeah.
No, Taco Mage is a burrito mage at this point. He's got so much filling in him right now.
He's gonna have to start building a second burrito at this point.
Yeah. Might branch out into quesadillas, actually.
Just get the entire Mexican cuisine line going.
Yeah. We're almost to the midway point here on the Floating Continent. It does allow you there to double back and get on the airship just in case you get unlocked at this point. It's daddy.
Yeah. Even though that spot starts at no, and all you have to do is spam A and you'll get through it fine, I'm always terrified I'm magically going to get hit yes, and jump off the continent.
Yeah, well, the one you have to be careful of is the Edgar Ancient Castle one, because it actually defaults to yes, and sometimes you want no.
Yeah,
that's the one you got to be careful and go slow down on. Well, that's KT unlock. That's KT skip rather.
Yeah, and
So
Esper
KT
number
skip.
5. So 3 more Espers. We do know that there's 1 in Edgar free check and 1 on Velt check.
Right. So
at least
there is.
We know we're 2 more.
And both of them have not been done by Taco yet. So.
Correct.
Which he hasn't. He still can't do the Velt unless he puts the peace rings or ribbons on his character. So.
Has at least 2 peace rings and a ribbon, I believe. So with the empty slot, he would be fine, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Pero with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much.
And Fire Blizzard gonna go murder a dragon. Oh, Super Ball, always fun.
Yep, found that in one of the chests in the basement of Sal Figaro.
Yeah, just every time I see Super Balls, I just think of Moogle Cup. It will always be connected in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately with Taco, this is a bit of a long dungeon because originally when they designed the Final Fantasy III game, or 6, depending which generation you grew up in, when they originally designed the game, this was supposed to be the final part of the game. And so they're like, you know what? We're ahead of schedule. Let's build the whole second half of a game from this point. Because we're having too much fun with this. And yeah, then they ran up against deadlines and such like that. So yeah, the reason why this dungeon is so long and there's not many save points, which is classic Final Fantasy, not to have any save points during the turns of final dungeons. That's why this dungeon is so long.
Yeah, there is that one little hidden one out of the way, but yeah, not many saves at all here. And a lot of forced encounters.
Oh, it's an Esper. It's an Esper. We're good.
Okay. So theoretically, they could be getting Kefka unlocked here real quick.
Yep. All he's going to do is just do a couple free checks. He's got the levels. I mean, he doesn't need to do any more. Well, I was going to say he doesn't need to do more fights, but he's going to go to Cave of Develop, which again is a peekable check. You will see that there's an Esper or person laying on the ground, so you'll know whether or not it's an Esper or not. Hey, we got Berserk. Let's learn more Berserk, shall we?
And that's a level 53 lock with Atma offering.
He's a Jedi Knight now.
Yeah, and I don't believe they're scaling on Final Kefka. So Final Kefka might get shredded. Might be one of those times where we're getting close to 7 minutes or less on the Final Kefka fight.
Yeah, Kefka, I believe, is not scaled. Scale Final, yeah, no. So he's not scaled. So, and the max level for Katana Soul. Okay, in case you want another offering, I guess.
Might as well. Just, I wonder if he has another Atma or VK or something to go on there and just let's go even more power overwhelming.
Yeah, why not? And we're just berserking, letting everybody just be berserk. So, which will, if he keeps the berserk theme going, it will make Final Kefka interesting because with Final Kefka fights, there's a specific order you want to kill each of the portions of the tiers in. However, I mean, they're doing so much damage they might just kill everything on the screen at the same time. So,
yeah, maybe.
Which again is also not great sometimes, but
yeah, get hit with an earthquake on tier 1, depending on how you kill it. But yeah, the seed with all the berserk definitely looks like a FF free enterprise seed. Just berserk everybody and let them swing for the win.
Well, Fiery Blizzard now with, I believe that's his 4th or 5th Esper here. So
he is 5 and 4.
Yeah, I mean he's just lagging behind just because of levels. Actually, level 29. I mean that's not bad.
Because they both done a dragon, so like I guess just it's Taco's just done a bunch more checks, I guess, for his levels, but
bunch of our dead checks because of character collection. I mean, yay, we pet the doggos. We're pet the doggos.
Oh, rip doggo.
No! Well, okay, it's a mascot.
Close your eyes. Don't look.
Well, okay, we didn't Y remove. It was a Y mascot. Okay. It's just the dog's not furry anymore. He's just feathery instead now.
On Team Interceptor of all
Choco
things,
Doggo. Coco Doggo.
Yeah. Taco Mage betraying Team Interceptor here.
Oh boy. Coming up next here. Oh, so if either team gets a $5 donation in the next few minutes, we'll force Taco Mage to walk through Kefka's tower twice. $5? That's it? Give us 15, guys. Give 15 bucks for Team Interceptor, and we'll have Taco Mage run the tower twice. Okay?
I think this was more of a, rather than a donation incentive, it's more of a punish Taco for incentive for transmitting the doggo.
And Taco Mage has acknowledged that they are aware that they're going to run the tower twice.
I guess when you transmute a doggo on Team Interceptor, there's got to be some
consequences. Yeah. Well, I guess for Team Moblins, if you transform a kid, I guess the same applies, right?
True. I guess that would make sense.
I mean, we're doing this for the kitties and the doggies here.
And Darkness in chat, I was asking about Owzers. I'm pretty sure that's where Taco got his Atma weapon. So I don't believe it's an Esper.
Yeah.
We'll see where Taco tries. I guess Taco has 8 Espers now, so.
Yeah, well, he's trying to buy another rag. Unfortunately, all the items in his inventory will force him to kill both dragons while in the tower. Know that you have to run the tower twice. You must also kill both the dragons.
And then what? Now, then the next is it going to be like a sliding goal of just the more donations, the more Tacos punished in Kefka's tower?
I mean, maybe.
He's going to have to fight Toilet Atma next, I guess. I've got to get these donations in before Taco finishes the Kefka tower, so we can get as many punishments in as possible.
Yeah, well, shout out to Peril Canalres for the Enjoy the Walk Taco with a $25 in Canadian donation. Sigil also with a $10 donation for the doggos as well. In case it was missed earlier, before we got on air, Jay Brunter with a $50 Canadian donation. So I couldn't decide which team to support, so they both get a donation. So I'm assuming they also donated to the St. Jude side of things, and they have also Taylor Swifting with a $100 donation to the St. Jude's Hospital as well, with a little heart shape. So thank you, Taylor. Taylor, by the way, shout out to them, the most recent Moogle Cup champion that we just ran. And if you want to learn how to play this game, Final Fantasy VI Worlds Collide, we have a rolling Moogle Cup tournament where you sit down with a mentor. They help teach you how to play the game. And you also have a little bit of competition after a month worth of training with your mentor. So please check that out as well.
A lot of fun. Highly recommend both sides, both Moogle and Mentor. I've done both. Good times. Lots of time. And even if you're a mentor, you learn a lot also just teaching somebody. So it's useful for both sides.
And also a shout out to our donation leaderboard here with Papa Shango, Sigil, and Taylor Swifting, all with $100 donations on the children's side, and on the Canadian doggo side, Sigil with $110 in Canadian.
Yep. So yeah, get in chat how else to punish Taco for transmogging a dog. So we currently have walk it twice and kill both dragons.
But I mean, he did change the names of his characters for the Foundation, though. I mean, we got to give him a little bit of love there too.
He had just walked past a dragon, though.
Oh, he wasn't told. Well, he wasn't told to. Well, he was told kill dragons, but he hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
He did not see that note, unfortunately. Because I mean, he's also focusing on running and stuff, and he just picked up a random item that I've never seen. Nobody ever gets that item. I was like, wait, where are you going? I forgot there's an item over there.
Adventure.
Yeah, we said clear the tower twice. We didn't mean every single nook and cranny of it. I mean,
yeah, next donation incentive, which I mean he's probably doing anyway.
Wait, what?
Average.
Whoa, time out. There's a chest down here?
Yeah, there's a hidden chest here.
What?
Yeah, that I don't think anybody found playing vanilla for the first time.
I do not remember this chest.
I only figured this out because of Worlds Collide.
That wasn't even. I don't think that was even in my. I have the the book, like the book that tells you how to play the game and everything, where everything is. I don't remember that being in the book.
Yeah.
Wow. Mind blown on that one.
Wild chest placement.
Whatever that chest is in vanilla.
I don't remember, but Dark is bringing up that chest in Archipelago. Oh, that'd be rough having somebody stuff in that chest.
Oh man, that is rough. Yeah, I played my very first Archipelago a week or so ago, because Pokemon came out the other day, so I'm in Pokemon World right now. Shadow ZA. So yeah, I just played Archipelago the first time. It was pretty fun. It was nice. Archipelago is really cool because even if you don't play Archipelago for yourself to play multiple games at once, it's a way to play games with other people who say, I don't really feel like playing Worlds Collide today. I feel like playing Zelda, or I feel like playing, or Final Fantasy IV, kind of thing. It's a way for your friends to hang out on a Discord and each play your own game while also helping each other play their game as well. So you're still playing together separately in a way. So Archipelago is a really cool way of doing this. Like, hey, I want to play this game. You want to play that game? Let's connect these two games together, and that way we can play together separately. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a cool thing because normally it's like you're only going against each other. You're not working together.
Could we just say save or kill Sid? We have to actually kill Sid, I mean,
I guess.
Okay, all right.
Trade Sid's life for the dog's life?
I mean, what did Taco do? Team Interceptor is just running laps. I mean, these doggos are greyhounds at this point.
He took Interceptor's family and turned it into a chocobo and a kappa. So
maybe it's a bark. Maybe it's like Donkey being turned into a horse. He's handsome.
He's a handsome chocobo.
And now we're sexy. I don't know.
That's a damn sexy chocobo.
Hey. Baco has a family, okay? Baco does have a family, and he has kids.
Okay.
Final Fantasy V, in case people don't know that.
So, on this, like I said, our statue shuffled, I believe, or am I wrong?
I believe so.
I don't remember.
More donations coming in. Sigil with another $25 Canadian said, I want a triple dip of the tower. Darkness with a $25 donation says, go Fiery Blizzard, add Toilet Atma to it too. Also, Para faster than me at Worlds Collide, faster at chatting, and faster at donating.
That's a log swinging for 5k a swing with an Atma. So, I don't know. I guess maybe doing the Sid mechanics of killing or saving him might be the best punishment, because I don't think combat's going to be slowing down Taco.
No, indeed.
And then update for Fire Blizzard side, still at 5 characters, so this is going to be his 6th, and still, unfortunately, at 4 espers. So he is stuck in the rut that Taco was of trying to find those espers.
Yeah, unfortunately, you get kind of pushed down these paths of like logic where, well, this check is the faster one, so we probably should do that. Oh, Twilight Atma now in the menu for Taco Mage. That actually wasn't one of the conditions. So...
I feel like he knew that was going to be a possible thing. So he's like, I'll just get it out of the way.
Now.
I'll just full clear the tower, and then no matter what punishment you do, it'll already be done.
By the way, that was a vanilla. Oh, another experience act. Like they haven't had enough of those. By the way, that Marshall was a vanilla Marshall. We do have a flag in this seed sets that you could actually make it so that Marshall has different kinds of friends with him in this fight. So,
give him some dancers, some ninjas, some dragons. You can have all sorts of friends with him rather than some lobos.
Yeah, the ninjas are the scary ones, in my opinion.
Anytime I see a ninja or a samurai sprite, I don't know what they all mean, but I'm just terrified.
Yeah, first rule of thumb when fighting random fights in this Final Fantasy VI game, if you see a ninja on screen, run, okay? You just run.
I think it was last night people were saying that they wish that they could have double Siegfried in that fight.
No, I will give it to you. Yeah, I will give it to Golden Shocker. Ogres and Dwellers aren't a problem. Well, no, those are problems too. We're just saying in general, usually it's the ninjas that give us the most problem. By the way, Taco Mage doing a reverse run through in the tower, which actually saves time, is actually a bit of a trick that you could do if you're having to know you have to double run the tower. You can actually have that right side team cross over the middle platform there instead of going up to the statues. Cross over the middle platform and run backwards back down I believe it's the center lane, to clear out the dragon and the Atma check. So you're able to get all of that in one swing before going into having to run the tower twice, and you can do it with your full team instead of having a split up team of only 2. So that way you have a full more power, get more experience in all your party members, and able to basically be able to get through the tower a lot faster that way. Palador was flashed up so quick, I think it had Cure 2 and a couple of utility spells. So not great. Palador wasn't that great, so.
We have our first Stagiaire of Doom, who's not going to be long for this world.
No, not with a 6k per swing laser sword coming at him.
We'll see what the other Berserk boys do here. Oh.
Well, we have the blur on, unfortunately, from Doom with that effect, but Laser Sword doesn't care about the blur. It's going to pound right through it. Yeah. And that should be a correct power for that, yep. Yeah, I really find it interesting on if Taco Mage's characters, if they're staying in Berserk mode, how well they're going to be able to kill Kefka, because like I said before, Kefka, sometimes you want to kill him in a certain order. So
yeah, you don't want to leave that head up alive to have an earthquake you and all that.
All right, well, there is the warp back out to reform the party here. Actually, we don't need to put everybody in the party. We just need to put one person in the party for the reset. Because you just got to reform the party anyways when you jump back into the tower. The donations has been met. Yumaro donated to say that this is for Yumaro. So Yumaro's donating on his behalf. And Darkness also donated to Slay Steve, Sid, with another 15 Canadian dollar donation. So Taco Mage now has to back all the way out of the tower, anyways, because there's double running anyways, to go do one of our incentives, which is usually a competitive incentive that we do here for Worlds Collide. You either have to save or kill Sid. Usually it's a donation. Bidding war on which to do. But basically, Black Sid got turned into a black chocobo to go with his black heart, apparently.
Oh god.
What is happening?
Oh my god, those are terrifying chocobos.
Can he wait? Did he just glitch this?
Is it duping fish?
I don't know. I've never seen that. Oh, they were all fast-moving fish, so he couldn't pick those up because he's trying to get rid of Sid. Because the faster fishing swift, the faster fishing. Oh my god, I can't talk tonight. The faster swimming fish. There we go. I can say words. Will heal him versus the slow-moving one will actually kill him. So, or at least speed up the process. So that's why you saw the black chocobos popping out here.
Does turning Sid into does turning Sid into an imp count as killing him?
I mean, he's already sick. I mean, that's not going to make him feel any better. Goodbye. Oh no! Oh wait, that's better. Just Mog. That's horrible.
R.I.P. Mog. Ataka's done all sorts of stuff. He's done the opera. He's done the injured lad. And he's now killed Sid. So,
well, I mean, causing destruction across the landscape of Terra. By the way, Final Fantasy VI's world is also called Terra. I know it's weird, but
I guess it kind of makes sense because isn't Terra supposed to be named Tina or something?
Yeah, Terra's original name was Tina, which wasn't exotic enough for the American market, so they had to make it Terra.
Yeah. I guess it was exotic in Japan, but not in America.
Yeah, clearly. I mean. Oh, and apparently we're going to the auction house now. Okay.
There. I like Darkness's idea. I got him to go do the clock minigame also. Jesus. Got him doing all the side quests.
I mean, I don't remember that being a thing. What's the auction house setting?
And Fiery Blizzard has his Kefka skip at 15 checks. Still 6 characters, and 5 espers. So those last 3 espers.
I mean, were there espers in the auction house? I mean, that's my question. I'm guessing there was one. Okay, there is one esper in the auction house. So, according to our lovely restreamer Drinks Glue, who helped out set up this entire event for us for two great causes once again. For one is of course for St. Jude's Hospitals to help with their mission to advance cures and means of prevention for pediatric catastrophic diseases, and Interceptor Team, which is representing the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada Incorporated, which is committed to the rescue and adoption of dogs and to provide education on responsible pet ownership.
I think we just keep this run going and just keep getting more and more incentives for what Taka has to do.
Now you have to find the rest of the characters that were in the game. Now this is going to be the one where he actually has to make a decision, because now we're going to have to split our team and the 2 characters in the left lane and 2 characters in the right lane. Actually, no. Oh, he's got skipped. So, wait, was he supposed to run the tower twice?
Oh.
So these 2 characters need to go in the middle.
This just did. Taco might be going to have to go do Kefka Narsh. We'll see if he warps out here or not.
Did he do the skip in, I guess? Yeah, he did the skip in. Okay.
But if he has to warp out to go do Kefka Narsh, then he won't have a skip when it's coming back in. He's warping out. I'm pretty sure he's going to go do Kefka Narsh.
Yep, that's according to our coordination. If we hit $1,000, we'll take Kefka to Nars. I guess that. Wait, $1,000 for Team Interceptor?
Oh, maybe is he going to do something else? He's doing Kefka Narsh.
I mean, we're not near there. We're at 560 Canadian right now. 560 for St. Jude's. And we are at 510 for the Chihuahua Fund.
Just keep donating to keep making
Oh,
Taco do
yes.
random challenges.
So I guess Taco is going to do a pit stop at the Terra check here, which is not Kefka at Narsh. And that's actually, believe it or not, a French vanilla Tri-Touch, because that's where Tri-Touch is at the beginning of the game.
I do believe before it was considered to do Auto Berserk and Gao, it was wondering
Fenrir!
if it could be 100%.
That's you. Okay.
Oh, and then Genji Glove. How many checks has Taco done? Taco's up
Holy
to 23 checks.
Okay. Taylor Swifting. This is Taylor Swifting just donated $490 Canadian to the Texas Chihuahua Rescue in order for this to happen. We have met our goal officially for the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada with $1,050 total. So congratulations to our Team Interceptor side for supporting the Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada.
Yeah,
We still haven't met our goal for St. Jude's, which is also $1,000 American. So we are at 560 right now. We only have a couple of runs remaining in our event. So let's try to get that total up to the 1,000 threshold, guys.
Yeah, huge shout out to Taylor Swifting. That's massive. And I guess that's why he's doing Kefka Nourish.
And just a little rundown for St. Jude's. St. Jude's Research Hospital is leading the way. The world understands. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm messing this up. I'm so sorry, guys. Is leading the way. The world understands, treats, and defeats childhood cancer and other life-threatening diseases. Their mission is finding cures and saving children's families. Never receive a bill from St. Jude's for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on the most important thing for those families: saving their kids' lives.
Okay, so yeah, we have Taco doing his Kefka Narsh. Once again, shout out to Taylor Swifting for that donation.
And unfortunately, Taco not getting the slip through here either, so he's gonna have to fight all these soldiers here at the top of Narsh to really get through this.
Oh no, he's just gonna get more level.
Power overwhelming.
I'm very interested to see what the final levels are gonna be. We have lock swinging for almost 7k 4 times. You have the Genji Glove on Rescue, swinging twice. And then you have Kanda hitting for 7.2k with his Ragnarok. God damn, these Berserk boys are going. Yeah, there was a number 24 there, no longer there. So that is it for punishing Taco. We are now allowing him to go beat the game.
Yes, we will allow. I think we've tortured Taco enough.
Yeah, shout out to Taco for putting up with all these shenanigans. He's going into Kefka Tower to go finish the seed, and then we're like, nah, don't do that. Do all these things instead. Because what? Had to climb Kefka twice, which is gonna end up being a third time, and he lost his skip because he warped out.
Yeah, because he warped out. So now he loses skips. Now he's got to run the whole way through. Let's hope he remembers that.
Yeah,
and put up his party correctly, because now he's gonna have to put the one character in the right lane now because he lost a skip.
I guess you could just.
Actually, it's not.
I think if you just do different, like if you go to the other side versus like left side versus right side and like which order. Oh no, there
he caught it. He caught it. He caught it. Yeah, he just realized that too. So. Yeah. Fiery Blizzard in the race chat. Is Taco like level 75 now?
Wonderful, like save before. We'll save at some point, and we'll see what he's up to. Oh, there's 63.
63.
That's wild. I wonder what his non-EXP egg ones are gonna be. So yeah.
Well, Cyan's in the group at 53. So, okay. and level scaling on boss fights is capped at 40. So he's already like 23 levels above cap for boss fights.
Yeah. So quick tip: when we get to Final Kefka and we start guessing how long the fight's gonna be, guess a lot lower than usual.
Yeah, go low, people. Well, I mean, if he keeps the berserk effect on them, it might get a little funky.
True. It's either going to die incredibly quickly or some shenanigans are going to happen. He's going to have to fight it a second time. I feel like there's not going to be a whole lot in between.
Magic cast Muddle on Locke.
Yeah, and then he'll just have to fight the boss for a second time.
Or, better yet, Locke gets zombie punched by Tiger. Which actually wouldn't be a bad thing because he had 0 HP, but yeah.
Yeah. If you had VK, now that...
VK, yeah! Oh my god!
Now that's what zombies terrifying. Yeah. Or when you're in the middle of casting Ultima and you get muddled. Bosses can do some mean things sometimes, even when you're expecting it. Even when you're strong and you run into something like Ghost Train and he evil toots you and then you just wipe yourself. Some bosses just say no.
By the way, with all the shenanigans Taco Mage had to do, Fiery Blizzard's doing the dive with Skip.
Yeah.
So this race has now gotten a lot tighter.
Suddenly, very close. So yeah, I feel like gonna be going in Jets of Time very close here, which will make that run also very fun. Yeah, Blizzard, as Glue said, Heart of a Champion just put his head down and just, even though he was behind, he just went fast. Yeah,
of course, me being silly, so schedule around.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have 2 more statue fights and then final Kefka. So it'll be Spicy Chicken and Goddess. So we'll see which group goes against which.
Yeah, because I mean, you still got to get through the statues, Fire Blizzard side, and because of the experience eggs, he's not going to be that far behind level-wise. Yeah, level 52 Edgar. So his Edgar, in this shorter amount of time, is at the same level as Takamage's Edgar is.
Yeah, so I guess, like, maybe a love token on the non-offering side could be slightly annoying with Berserk. So I feel like Spicy Chicken is gonna be too bad, but Goddess could do some shenanigans with love token, I feel like, here.
That is very true.
Fire Blizzard's Lock also swinging a fair amount. So yeah, I feel like this ending will be pretty close, which should be fun. There wasn't a for it. I get the message area. Yep, we have Chrono Trigger Jets of Time coming up after this race. It'll be Turdsman back for his 3rd race. So Shadow Turdsman, and then Golden Shocker doing his 2nd race. So we got lots of people doing double shifts on games, so we appreciate that. And then we have one free Fits and Beauty and Discovery coming in to do comms.
Yeah, I was hoping to get the day off today to do one of the runs as a runner, but work decided to give me a 12-hour day today, so that didn't happen, unfortunately. So
a hot day. That does not.
It was an easy mode. I got easy mode days, so I got tasked with the easiest thing to do for all 11 to 12 hours of my shift. So not bad.
Okay, not bad. Oh, let me see.
What's Saka doing now?
He's murdering cranes.
Yeah, where did this come from?
Are the statue bosses not set to shuffle?
okay.
I guess statue bosses aren't set to shuffle. Yeah, because the other statues.
I guess they were
so.
okay, they were shuffled with each other.
It's just that the Doom being one of the statue bosses tricked us.
I guess so.
Oh, according to Drinks Glue, Phil will be filling in for Fitz. So, have Velociray and a Beauty and Discovery.
Yep, who are in the waiting room, so they'll be ready to go jump in here as soon as this race wraps up, which should be pretty close now. Thanks to the side trip adventure that Tagamaze goes, and as he steps on the final switches for Kefka.
Let's see, we'll write down his start time.
Also getting the Terra in the front there for the would be through the story conversation too.
Yeah, get your guesses in chat for how fast this Kefka's going down. It's gonna be pretty quick. I'm gonna say 5:35.
Oh, it's gonna take like.
It's probably gonna be faster than that, but I'm hedging my bet.
I'd say about 5:50. I'll go 5:50. And hope Gao has Fenrir on them, I guess. And they do.
Yes, there we go.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see if we get this in order, because the last thing we want to do is leave head up last. Which, with Berserk on, that's gonna be kind of hard to manage on which one is last, especially when Head has the most health on their character or the boss there. But so far, so much okay. Yep,
it worked out.
Wow. So yeah, we left Fist up last as we usually should, and that worked out.
Yeah, just let the Berserk boys go. Yeah, I was worried a Quake was gonna come out.
Yeah, I should say Texas Rescue Canada, channeling their inner Yamaro here. Now, in this one, we want to get Tiger down as quickly as possible, as Imp is going to go on missing, actually, Cyan there.
And I guess
Tiger's the big problem in this one, so... Also, Magic's not great either.
Yeah, the worry I guess here is just killing Magic and hit at the same time, and then getting to low health because of Magic dying and then punched to death.
Tools is dead. That was a quad 9 hit with a proc out of Cyan. Looks like Tiger died too. So Tiger and Tools are already down.
Hit,
and I believe Hits is still up. Wow.
Although that's... Oh, there we go. That's good. Magic will be the last one.
Ooh, ow, ow.
Could Gao get off Phoenix down here?
By the way, Fire Blizzard now in tier 2 themselves.
Yeah, not having that Berserk has a little bit more control over this fight.
I believe this will kill Magic before Cyan can get back up here.
Oh. I guess he's just going full on the Texas train.
Yeah, I mean,
he
double quad.
Because, yeah, he had the option there.
Yeah.
I guess he just believes in Texas and rescue. So, And I guess maybe one less high damage berserk that's slightly uncontrollable for trying to get sleep off at a proper time. Don't want to eat too many train or...
Well, not necessarily, because Terra's berserk and still can proc on her hit. Oh, that's Wild Wind. That is not good. And did we go back and buy the Mega Elixirs that we found?
Oh, we got one.
We have one. Unfortunately, it does hit Lock, so now Lock, this is going to be a pitiful set of swings. And we have to try to kill the girl in the back first. That's the floating feminine head there. Because if we kill Sleep first, she's just going to revive Sleep with life 2. So we need to hit the girl. Hit the girl. Hit the girl. Okay, girl is still up.
Yeah. Sleep is very close to being dead. I think he's taken like 35k damage.
Okay, girl's definitely down.
Was this gonna be a counter? Oh.
Okay, well, Fenrir gets off in time.
Oh, Fire Blizzard up to tier 3 also. He is keeping this close even though he has the less power, but he does have more control.
Oh, that's calmness. Yeah.
And that was just, even though he has 3 Berserk party members, the perfectly executed tier 3. Kill girl first. Get point low. Pop
RNG's is taking the wheel there, yeah.
Yeah. I guess RNG's has taken pity on him after all the stuff he had to do extra.
Well, Takamae's at the top of the heap there now. Did start at 0839. So he's actually, what?
Going pretty quick.
I said 550. It's close. Right now he's at 440 right now. Or 540.
What?
Oh, whiff from... Wow, Ragnarok whiff. You don't see that very often.
Going down anytime. We're throwing a Super Ball for the meme.
Maybe. Oh, well, it's a hyperdrive to Edgar who just shrugs it off.
Thankfully, it's not tax mistake in that, because it would reduce the damage, but this might be it here?
Yeah, Fiery Blizzard, by the way, does not have Fenrir, is going with Life 3 as their means of protection, as Crack Pow, Crap Pow.
Yes, that was a 530 fight.
Yeah, 530, all right. And there's our ever intrepid adventurer throughout the entire landscape of Terra. Now joins us in the room, Takamae's GG pal, as we start our Jets of time here for the Team Interceptor side. How you doing?
I was feeling really, really sketchy about my offense right there at the end, so I had to take a few extra checks just to get it up there.
Yeah, I see that.
Swinging hard enough.
Yeah,
No.
it was pretty dire. That Fenrir right at the end saved me, I think.
Next, we're looking at Fire Blizzard's side, who does not have the Fenrir. We'll see how his comments goes.
That's not the problem. The problem was the whirlwind that hit the 2 Atma users.
No.
Without elixirs.
Yeah, that would do it. Unfortunately. By the way, go ahead.
No, I was like, whatever. Edgar died. I don't care.
Your counter.
He wasn't getting it. I mean, I wasn't going to get healing anyways, so. Because I have no X potions, I have no elixirs, and yep. Oh. They made me do a whole bunch of things, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's killing 2 dragons, climbing the tower twice, which ended up being 3 times, killing Kefkat Narsh. It was an adventure.
Yeah.
It was killed, Injured Lad was done, Opera was done. So shout out to Taco for putting up with the shenanigans.
The timing of that donation to make me lose my skip was just
beautiful.
I was
wishing,
that one.
I could revert the save, but you know what? I was just going to eat it, and I was like, I'll walk it again. For that much money to great charity, I'll walk it again.
Yeah. As somebody watching, it was great. Probably as the person running it, not so much.
Once you walk KT a few times, it's not really that bad, especially once you've cleared out all the obstacles.
Yeah, and you also blew some people's minds with that hidden chest.
Oh yeah,
all the way down below. Yeah.
Like I had to show that off because that's one of those I don't think anybody who played this game in the '90s knew about. That's a Nintendo Power kind of chest.
Oh, the Aegis Shield.
Yep.
Oh, is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now you know.
By the way, Luca Frogstart here for the Jets of Time run here.
Ooh, that's spicy.
All right. Jeez. I'm just glad I didn't have to chase Go-Go.
Yes,
I was gonna be so mad if Phoenix Cave wasn't a character.
I pushed it up to 9 characters before I got my 5th Esper.
Yeah, something like that. You were struggling hard for those last 3 or 4 Espers.
Oh, GG's.
GG's. Because you did have that one that from Veltcheck where you had shenanigans with peace rings and you went in with the double berserk and punched the ghost.
Yeah,
at the
when I
start.
saw that was a ghost, I was like, I'm not coming back for that.
And then.
And then you couldn't. Then this game decided no more Espers.
Well, I'm typing into the race room as I'm looking for Esper 6, 7, and 8. I'm like, Lou, how many Espers are in the auction house? I'm like, I'm doing anything I can not to go to Zone Eater right now.
Well, it looks like we have Philosopher and Beauty and Discovery joining us here.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So do you either Taco or Fire, do you have any final shoutouts you want to do here after your interesting run of Auto Berserk?
I thank People's Wallets for bringing this relay back together and, giving Taco some things to do while trying to kill some time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everybody for donating, and keep on giving. These are great charities, and what we have right now is never enough. So anything that you can give, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, once again, a huge shout out to Taylor Swifting with a 490 Canadian dollar donation for that Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada, which does put us over the goal, the 1,000 Canadian dollar goal that we have for the Texas Chihuahua Rescue. But we're not done yet. We still have the Team Moplez side with the St. Jude Children's Hospital for that $1,000 goal for that. 560 currently. One of our, all we have is just a couple hours left of these runs. Let's try to get to that goal as we now turn it over to the Jets of Time. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. We are seeing Golden Shocker on the right side, already picking up the, or at least looking at it. I didn't see if he picked up the Bent Hill in the Snail Stop in 1000 AD, and the Dreamstone from the Carpenter check, which Tersman's about to pick up right now. Both key items as part of Go modes, but different Go modes. Jets of Time, very fun because there's actually 3 different Go modes you can get in this game. Also on Golden Shocker side, you're seeing that characters start off pretty much at level 1. So it does happen where they don't have any techs, right? And the techs are going to be randomized, so they're going to all learn the same techs, but you don't know what they learn, and so there needs to be at least a little leveling done. So for Frog, we're seeing Heal and Leap Slash, and then Flame Toss and Fire on Luca. So unfortunately, no screen clears, no level 2 spells from that. But Leap Slash is great, and Heal is phenomenal because there's not a ton of AoE healing in this game, and that is arguably the best AoE healing right there.
Both of our runners doing early checks in the game, looking for items. Got to find shelters, got to find some revives. Ethers are crucially important because Magic abilities are the strongest in the game, and they help clear the screen quickly, and we got to go fast because this is a speed run.
And then on top of that, doing a lot of early looting for the tabs. So if you're not familiar with Chrono Trigger, tabs permanently increase a character's stats. So you'll see magic, speed, and attack power there. So a bunch of them are available from you right from the drop. Very handy to go pick those up. Rolled rather generously. This is our Gato Cup flag seed. If you know FF6 Worlds Collide, it's the equivalent of the Moogle Cup, so it's the beginners flag set, so a little bit easier on the items, but in the interest of keeping this a nice tight race, we're also very generous with the tab rolls as well. So you're going to see some really phenomenal speed buffs and maybe even some of the double stars for maxed out stats.
Golden Shocker taking an early dip into Desert. There's a bunch of items in here you can get essentially for free, as long as you can dodge the mobs. So he's picking up a lot of strong items here. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, definitely. Silver Earring, phenomenal. 50% magic point reduction, or I should say reduction need for magic points. That's showing off the easy items flag here. Very useful for Luca because obviously learning Flare, hopefully early, cross our fingers here, it is 20 MP, so it can kind of make it a little more of a pain in the butt to roll with, and maybe only 1 or 2 per fight. Silver Earring will, of course, make it 2 to 4 instead.
I think you're talking about studs, not earrings. I thought earrings were the ones that increased your HP, not reduced the MP cost.
You were correct. I always get those. See, that's why I'm in the commentary booth and not running the race.
See, it looks like Golden Shocker will be the first into Minoria Cathedral, which is where we pick up our third character effectively for free. There's a fight with 4 Naga-ettes, and after that, one of them tries to jump you, but you're saved by your third character slot, which is usually Frog in the vanilla game. Let's see who we've got in the randomizer.
Yeah, Frog getting out ahead of it and already joining our party from the drop. And then this will also be a really interesting potential divergence here because at the back of the cathedral is only another character check. So you'll see quite a few folks choose to be happy with their party, figure they don't need that character, and then go ahead and dip out after picking up a little more loot inside. But then some will keep going, and there are a few key item checks gated behind characters in this game. Not quite as many as Worlds Collide, but it could make for an interesting difference there. Gonna give a shout out. We just got a $50 donation to the St. Jude's for Team Mobilez. Thank you very much for the donation. Phenomenal. Still looking for that 1,000 goal, so inching ever closer. And of course, Taylor Swifting in our last run doing a phenomenal, extremely generous donation to put Team Interceptor over for their cause, the Texas Chihuahua Rescue. All right, in Cathedral, Golden Shocker showing us is Ayla in our third slot. This is really a great team. Ayla and Luca pair phenomenally well. Easy to say because Ayla pairs well with just about everybody. Brock can do really great work as a healer, especially because he's got heal from the drop. So this could be the party. Very curious to see what our runners do.
I think the only thing holding anybody back right now is needing an AoE screen clear. We're looking for Frog to pick up his Water 2, or we're looking for Luca to pick up her Fire 2 or Flare. Looks like Golden Shocker will go to the back of Cathedral. Maybe to pick up more items, hopefully to scope out this last character, or the extra character in the back.
Kurzman, doing the fight for the Nugget Bromide, not useful in and of itself, but you turn that in a little bit later and it's going to give you one of each tab. So this is kind of that point where you'll see a lot of runners turn around and run out. So curious to see what they decide to do here, if they want to go ahead and go for the character like Golden Shocker is, or if they're just looking for those boosts. Sure enough, Tersman went ahead and dipped out, can immediately turn in that bromide. Do not blame them. More than once, I've definitely had that time where you go ahead and pick it up and are very well-meaning in turning that in, and then you just completely forget down the road.
One of the interesting things about the Jet to Time randomizer and the Chrono Trigger game in general is you can see a lot of the enemies on screen, and some of them have movement patterns, so there's a lot of fights you can just not touch the enemies and avoid the fights. Makes for a really interesting speed run, and some of the later dungeons will see some interesting movement tech going around some of the triggers on the map where the enemies would spawn. So we'll be sure to talk about and highlight those as well.
Absolutely. One of the things I really love about this game is that kind of movement tech, almost bringing kind of like something like A Link to the Past into the RPG realm, where you've got all those boss battles and stat balances and active turns you got to deal with, but then turn around and also kind of do some dodging, some bobbing and weaving to make sure that you stay ahead, because obviously it takes way more time to get into a battle and run. Golden Shocker showing us our first boss at the back of Chapel is going to be Golem. Very nice to see here. Golem, it can be extremely rude, kind of picks up on what you're doing and turns it back in kind, whether it be physical or fire. And higher level spots can do an absolute load of damage, so it's really great to get this out of the way early.
And we see on Turdsman's side, taking his early dip into Heckman Cave. This dungeon requires magic to get through, generally. So the team should be able to handle it pretty well, but this is one of those places where having a full screen clear makes the fights a little bit quicker, so it'll be a little bit slow, but there's a lot of tech points to be gained in here as well, so we'll see Turdsman picking up some techs a little bit before Golden Shocker would usually get them.
Yeah, definitely one of the strategies early on is how early you take Hecker in here, because of the amount of ability points it's going to give you. Now, thankfully, on this flag set, magic is unlocked. With that flag on, you are able to just kind of proceed through your tech list as you get ability points. Otherwise, with that flag off, you do have to end up going to end of time to unlock it, similar to magic in the vanilla game. So you can really take advantage in here, get all of the fights, and not feel like you're wasting any points once you hit those first three.
We did see Ayla with a kiss, and she just picked up Tailspin on Turdsman's side. And it looks like there's a Robo after the back of Cathedral.
That is huge for Golden Shocker. Robo, one of those characters that does gate a key item check, namely one that's open from the drop with the desert. So if that proves to be a very valuable progression key item, that could be a real disadvantage for Turdsman that they didn't go ahead and head back. Plus, Robo in this party is going to be really great too. Robo gives you the ability to do something like, say, Fire Tackle, and also does have Heal Beam, which is AoE. So kind of can replace Frog if you don't end up getting good gear, because Frog, very gear dependent with his swords, almost more than Robo even with his arms. And so I would not be surprised to see one of the runners go ahead and switch out that Frog.
Another positive aspect of Robo. Hold on, Golden Shocker's getting a Robo Ribbon from the chef.
Right on cue. Yeah, this bridge check right here in 680, very useful because it ends up being something that you can peek before you end up having to do the fight gauntlet and do the boss. So if it is a non-progression item, which technically Robo Ribbon is, you can reset out of it. But in this case of Robo in the wings, it's such a great pickup. Adds a ton of speed, adds barrier, so he gets physical resistance. It's really a great accessory, and once that goes on Robo, it's never coming off.
Yeah, especially since the speed tabs are +2. In the vanilla game, they're usually +1, which is a 1-point permanent bonus to speed. Speed caps at, technically it's 16, because you can count up to 15, then after that you'll get a double star, which is max value. So Robo having Robo's Ribbon, also being able to have different elemental types with his magic skill set, is actually pretty valuable this early in the game, especially if we don't see a Magus.
Yeah, Magus is a bit of a blessing and a curse. Doesn't really get the dual techs that other characters do to really maximize damage in the late game, but early game damage is phenomenal, and even his spell power is so strong that stuff like Dark Matter's ultimate spell end up being very viable in the end, even if maybe you'd love to lean in something like Fire Sword 2 or Blaze Kick or something like that with some of the other members that would do dual tech damage.
Looks like Luca picked up Fire 2 in her third tech slot on Turdsman's side, making the journey through Hecarim Cave that much quicker.
There we go. That's very much what we're looking for. Maybe would love to see Flare first, but Fire 2 is going to do what you need to do.
I'm pretty sure Fire 2 plus Tailspin also equals Fire Whirl, so Turdsman's got a lot of power between those two characters already.
Most definitely. Golden Chucker showing off those fights. All you got to do is hit Ozzy 3 times to make him retreat. One of the fun things, Ozzy is technically a boss in the game, so his drop table does retain the boss kind of lift, if you will. In this case, only dropping wall rings, which isn't that great, but you can really get some amazing stuff, especially on easy. Alas, Rando's not playing nice today in that respect, but we are seeing a Yakura here. Very easy boss. I mean, does a lot of group damage, which can be a bit dangerous, but we've got so much power already. 900 from, I believe that's Line Bomb.
And on Turdsman's side, he finds Son of Sun.
Ooh, Son of Sun could be really dangerous here. Thankfully, all you have to do is hit the correct flame 10 times, which we have found out already. Second try is very, very good, so that's one hit. This is going to be the second hit. Only going to have 8 more to do, but some of these spells they do, especially Flare, could potentially wipe the party at this spot. This isn't a super high level party. I think the benefit is Ayla does have a lot of HP, and so could probably resist.
Ayla does have Kiss, and Frog does have Heal, so there's at least 2 healing abilities, 1 full party heal and 1 single target heal. So Turdsman should be able to make it out of this with very little trouble. But like Beauty was saying, not having any of the good fire resist items does make the Son of Sun fight a lot more challenging, especially in the early game.
That being said, Ayla took very little damage from that, so I'm thinking maybe a red vest or something that's cutting that fire damage, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as I was anticipating, so Frog and Luca even stay up too, and with heal in the intro, only our second tech we learned, very easy to get back up and going, so this should prove to be easy in the end for Turdsman.
I just mentioned Fire Resist, and Golden Shocker, after finishing the Xenon Bridge fight, picked up a Ruby Armor, which is some of the best Fire Resist in the game. 80% reduction.
Well, one better is Red Mail, which switches over to Absorb, so great pickup for when they inevitably do Hecarim Cave, which flying to 1,000 probably is going to be the case right now. There you go, Turdsman's got it down.
So to get the key item after Hecarim Cave, you jump in the Whirlpool, which puts you out right next to Luca's house. Run inside, talk to Luca's dad, Tabin, and he'll give you that key item check. And it's a Grand Leon.
Ooh, that is phenomenal. We all remember Forging the Moss Moon, right? When we played this game. Well, the Grand Leon is the even better upgraded version of that, which then rolls into the key item pool in just a time. So now Frog has their ultimate weapon. It's only -1, which does kind of debuff it a little bit, but it's so stinking strong. This will do some really great work for Turdsman here. I mean, in this case, so one of the things we didn't necessarily explain at the top is that you only start with 1,000 AD and 600 AD available to you, and you can, of course, fly. You know, it's an open world randomizer, like we've been seeing throughout this this relay here. But you only have those two, and to unlock the future, you do have to find the pendant, and then to unlock prehistoric, you do need to find the gate key. The gate key also outright unlocks. I forget the name of it, 12,000 where Zeal is, which does have a Mount Woe check. So those are kind of your greater progression, if you will, where you're going to have to find one of those to be able to keep doing checks. And neither have shown up quite yet. We're kind of running out of checks here pretty quickly.
Pretty sure, based on where we are, there's only 2 checks left. Denadoro Mountain, which is a pretty quick climb if you know all the fight skips, and actually the desert check, because Robo is in logic.
Touche.
One of those two has to be either the pendant or the gate key to open up more of this game.
Oh yeah, and if Desert has that progression, that's going to be so big for Golden Shocker. Yeah, Gear Rando, very interesting flag. Kind of takes all of the gear in the game and kind of will either plus or minus it, nerf it, or give it a little bit more of a boost. Kind of makes it a little bit interesting because you can't just rely on, you know, the gear that you know always being in the order of power that you know best. And so it can be a real fun flag to change things up. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ray. I believe the plus or minus is 3. Or is it only 2?
For weapons?
Yes.
I don't know off the top of my head. I would have swore I'd seen some +4s, but that might be a little bit too much.
To the wiki.
To the wiki. All right, so on Turdsman's side, he's doing the fights in the desert, which are really good for XP and TP, so his party will get some pretty significant boosts here in levels. And Golden Shocker's making his way through Heckman Cave and will soon pick up his Grand Leon as well. Herdsman can't actually complete the desert because he did not pick up Robo. So he's probably just coming in here to get the experience, get the items, and then bail. Won't be able to get the key item because you need to be able to kill the boss. And after you kill the boss, you have to take Robo to Fiona and turn in Robo to do the 400 years of planting a forest, and you get the key item out of the shrine in 1000 AD after Robo's done his 400 years of hard labor. So to answer the question in chat, how much does each plus or minus add or subtract the stats? I don't know if it's specifically like a stat bonus. Like the plus will mean that something beneficial has been added to the item, and the minus will mean something has been taken away or reduced from the item. But I don't know if it's a hard stat. Sometimes it's an extra ability or something else like that. But I don't know off the top of my head exactly what the pluses and minuses add or subtract.
Yeah, that is randomized as well, and so depending on which way it rolls, there will be a percentage chance to increase, say, your magic power, your stamina, and then of course there's a roll for no boost whatsoever. So that is part of the randomization. We'd have to have one of our runners here go into the menu to kind of let us truly peep what it is. You know, generally though, obviously, you know, plus is good, minus is bad, but like a +2 speed, even on a weaker weapon, can be worth its weight in gold for some of those late game checks where everything starts getting really, really fast.
And Turdsman being the first to do the Denadoro climb, hopefully he's able to show off some of the skips here.
Yeah, Denadoro is one of my favorite dungeons because it's one of the open from the get-go dungeons in here. The boss can be a little tricky in the back, but this is the one where there's really only 2 required fights. The first one with Tata at the top, and then that one we just saw there. Pretty much everything else is skippable. So once you kind of get down the movement and know where all the tiles are that trigger the fights, it can feel very wonderful to run through this very long dungeon and skip just everything. Like right there, seeing Turdsman know that bird's going to drop out. Just got to dip a little low. Got to run fast there to get past that bird before he wakes up the troll or the goblin, and you're all set. Golden Shocker in the Son of Sun fight unfortunately did get the shuffle, which means they are going to have to find that flame that is weak again, but wouldn't you know it, already did the 10 hits, so the shuffle a bit too late for Son of Sun, and is through that fight. Going to get the Grand Leon in just a moment. Lots of blue mail. That's really good, especially being +2. That's going to absorb all water damage, and there's quite a few bosses that will do some very rude water attacks, especially if we see a black Tyranno from our Tyranno Layer Go mode. Golden Shocker looks like it went ahead and
deciding to
yeah.
buy the bent hilt from the Snail Stop. That's 2 out of 3 pieces for one go mode. So the go mode that it looks like he's going for is the bent hilt, the bent sword, and Frog as a character. You take both sword pieces to Melchior and 1000 AD. He'll reforge the Mass Immune, and then you can go through the Magic Cave to Magus Castle, defeat Magus's Castle, and gain access to Zeal, which you'll do Ocean Palace, and then fight Lavos at the end.
We've also seen that Dreamstone from the tools turn in our free item check. That's also part of another one of the go modes where you're going to get the Dreamstone, the Gate Key to go prehistoric, and then the Ruby Knife. And that'll let you go through Tyranno Lair, end up taking down Azala and the Black Tyranno, and that also gets you into Ocean Palace. And then lastly, our other go mode is the Pendant to go into the future, then getting your clone and your Chrono Trigger for the iconic scene, which will then unlock your Black Omen. Now, the Black Omen is such a long dungeon, and Death Peak to unlock it is also a long dungeon. We do have some cognizance of that and try to balance it out. So you end up not having to go through Lavos at the end of the Black Omen. You only have to defeat Zeal 2 there, and that will be end game there. So 3 different go modes, roughly balanced, though not quite equivalent. So you can definitely pick up some favorability if you get a faster go mode than your opponent.
Speaking of fast go modes,
I was gonna say, speaking of yeah, if we have a favorite go mode, definitely for me it's gonna be Black Omen. I think Black Omen has great grinding, phenomenal gear. It's a very fun dungeon because there's a good combination of skips and boss fights and everything like that. And if you don't feel super confident and you need a little bit of power and you're feeling like you need a little bit more, that will absolutely get you there. How about you, Ray?
So I'm gonna have the hot take opinion here. My favorite go mode is actually Magus's Castle, because even though it's long and there's extra boss fights, it's the longest of the go modes we have right now. If you got the movement down and you can get through it pretty quick, it's really satisfying to do. It's also one of the go modes where I would feel like there's less prep involved to go into it. Because you have some mandatory fights, you're gonna get the extra levels and things that you need before getting into Ocean Palace. So if you can get it quick and early, you can just get straight into Magus's Castle and potentially save some time here. So in this case, what I was going to say is if the Tapa Denadoro is the bent hilt, or the other piece of the sword, the bent sword, then we have a go mode accessible, and Golden Shocker can take it and run with it. And then Turdsman will either have to follow the same go mode, or go get Robo and go do Desert to find either the Gate Key or the Pendant. So there's a potential that we could have an early go mode here and make this a really quick run.
Herdsman, get to the top of Denadar, showing us a Ret Knight. Having the setup for it, Ret Knight, you do have to hit it with a water attack to lower its damage, but Herdsman took out the core, and once you take out its core, it gets really angry. So it's best to leave the core for the end, because as you can see, it turns on a dime and just really can eat your lunch as it did there. Golden Shocker right on his heels into Denadaro as well. Still a little bit behind, even with that white from Turdsman, but it's a really close race here. They've done all their other checks, even if they kind of mixed them up a little bit and did them in different orders. So I think we're going to see a pretty interesting convergence here, and it really is going to depend on if this is a pendant or a gate key, or if Desert has value, who's really ahead, or if we're still equal.
So the other play for these items that could lay out is Denadoro is either your pendant or your gate key, and then it would be really interesting to see if Golden Shocker goes into Desert, since he has Robo, and hopefully finds his broken sword there, which would get him Magus Castle Go mode, while Turdsman is off looking for something else. So the fact that we've got 3 different Go modes in a Jets of Time randomizer means that both runners could take completely different routes and still end up in a real race towards the end of it, depending on where they go and what they find.
And similarly, you think you got a leg up because you're like, maybe my opponent didn't do back at Chapel, and I've got that Robo. And it's, something throwaway like the Jerky, which is a non-progression, just gives you a nice piece of gear, which with easy items on and gear rando, not quite as helpful as, a harder flag set per se.
Looks like we'll have both of our runners in the same fight here in just a second. Gotta love seeing a mirror matchup. See, Fire 2 and Mega Bomb on that Luca.
Turdsman choosing to play a little bit more defensive here, tossing in some of the shields to give some physical resist.
Looks like Frog does have Water 2 as well. I think that's his 4th tech slot. I gotta see what's in his 3rd.
Without Water 2, this would be an extremely rude fight.
Oh, it's Cure 2. So there's plenty of healing in the tech space and plenty of damage in the tech space with this early team comp. Getting some of the best moves right out the gate. We're looking for Ayla to get her triple kick. That'll get her damage really good, really nice.
So we didn't really touch upon the pre-fight to the fight, which is where Golden Shocker is now. You do end up having to do at least 1,000 damage to one of either Masa or Moon to get through that fight. If you don't, they can do some really rude counterattacks and put you on your heels because you do not have an opportunity to heal in advance. Did do Confuse on Luca, which, as you can imagine, Luca could do plenty of damage to your party in that state, but thankfully was able to turn around a Leap Slash and chew through the rest of that HP. Golden Shocker into the fight now. Turdsman taking down the legs. That is usually where you want to start. Leave the top up last. And with the power we got here, the top should come down pretty quickly.
If you notice, both of our runners still have the Sight Scope equipped, which allows you to see the HP. Because this is a randomizer, the boss spot HPs are a little bit scaly. It really depends on the location of the boss, and the HP values are scaled up or down to make sure that that fight is relative for the difficulty in the vanilla game. So in some of the spots, like in this spot, if we were to have R series, the total HP value would actually be split between all four, not 6, parts of the R series fight. So some fights become easier or harder depending on where they are and where you find them.
Yeah, boss rando in this game is very interesting because from what I understand, I'm not a coder by any means, but from what I understand, a lot of these bosses, their sprites are actually background layers and things like that. So to randomize them into spots can get a little tricky, but they've done a really phenomenal job. Have to even sub some sprites sometimes, which hopefully we'll see some of the more silly ones, or maybe they're a little more compact and don't have every piece that you're used to, because they can't carry that over because it was actually part of, the environment instead.
Turdsman making short work of this Retinite after his second attempt.
Yeah,
Kudos
got
for
a
him.
little hairy there at the end, left the top up by itself, and it started doing its AoE shadow attacks down to about 50 HP, but had the power, got through, and gonna show us our key item here. Is this gonna be somewhere to travel, or are we gonna have to commit to desert?
It's a gate key.
Ah, indeed. You know, gate key is very interesting. It's going to unlock one more dungeon with one more key item, another character check that will come into the party at a higher level if need be, and a few other items and kind of gear check as well. Future ends up having more checks, so it's maybe kind of the one you'd like to see more in this case, where you've really whittled down what's available. But gate key, yeah, sure enough, turns to making a beeline. Not really many other options other than going back to chapel.
And the thing that everybody forgets when they get the gate key is that Mount Woe is unlocked, so it's actually 2 item checks you can get.
Including your commentator here. This is why I lose races all the time. Yeah, Mount Woe in 12,000. Really tricky dungeon, much later in the game, and those mobs will absolutely eat your lunch, so you got to be really careful when you go there. Usually the trick is you want to have at least 14 speed on one of your characters, so you get your turn first. And one of the fun things about Chrono Trigger is that if you are trying to run from a battle, the run meter that fills will stay filling if you are in the menu. So as long as you're on the wait setting, you can go into a menu, the enemies won't attack, the run meter will fill, and so as soon as you come out of the meter, as soon as you come out of the menu, you're able to just run right away. And so once you have that 14 speed for Woe, you can get away from pretty much everything because you will get your turn first, and so as long as you can menu into the menu fast enough, totally safe.
Yep, and now we see the divergence. Herdsman going in back to the past. Golden Shocker taking his gate key and saying, you know what? I got a desert check and a robo. Let me go knock this out really quick and see what's here.
And the other thing too from Desert, it's really good levels. You know, you can chew through these mobs and they give you okay ability points, but really the experience is great here, and especially in early water too, can be a really good shot in the arm to level up your party very, very well. And in this case, you're also seeing mobs drop full tonic, so that's full heals in your back pocket as well. So this is going to be very interesting seeing this divergence here.
Lapis for sale at the shiny store in on Turdsman's side. It's also interesting because I don't know if either of these runners know the quick way to get back to 6500 Prehistoria. So you're supposed to go through 1000 AD and you go to the cabinet and you go that way, and it puts you in the normal drop spot. But it looks like Turdsman ran out instead of running back through End of Time. But it also, he's got his Jets of Time with him, so it looks like it worked.
Very interesting there. I think, it's technically faster to go that way because you do avoid the mobs and you don't have to worry about running or anything like that. And then also sometimes you're unlocking End of Time just to unlock magic, or maybe you're thinking, let me go Mount Woe instead, and so it's much better to go that way. But sure enough, Turdsman running into Reptite Lair, which is our key item check here in prehistory. Drink Schooling chat mentioning the Hunting Grounds, a very meta play, a little bit of a meme play. Hunting Ground can have phenomenal gear in it, but you do have to commit and know where the mobs are to get the items to turn in for that gear. So not something that most runners do, but very fun.
And we see Massa and Mune, who decided that mountain life was not for them. They wanted to go to the beach, but they got lost in the desert instead.
Sometimes you gotta take a vacation. Still era appropriate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the spot has, a decent amount of HP in it, but with the power we've got in this team, not really a big problem to get through at all, especially with heal on Frog and a few other items. So this should be very, very quick work by Golden Shocker. There's the Firewall, 1200 damage, phenomenal, immediately took it down.
So one thing to note, with the Gate Key and the Dreamstone, we're actually 2 out of 2, how do we phrase this? 2 different go modes are 2 out of 3 items. So there's 1 item short for 2 different go modes. And Turdsman finds a Mother Brain back in the past.
Mother Brain, very interesting fight. You have the 3 screens that are going to heal the main body, the actual main boss. So you do need to take them down, but you can't take all of them. You do have to leave 1 alive, because otherwise Mother Brain will go absolutely off the rails and come after you real hard. And so usually the strat here is to take down 2 of them and then go ahead and keep picking away at the center, because at that point, hopefully you're able to stay ahead of the curve. But Mother Brain's showing it can be very rude. Gonna go ahead and cast Chaos on Frog, so you're gonna have to spend that time to heal up instead.
And if you were paying attention, you would have seen Golden Shocker suddenly go, wait a second, why didn't that work? When he talked to Fiora, he didn't have Robo in his party. So he flipped to the future, and Robo had not started working yet. So he had to go back in time and actually drop off Robo.
One of the fun thing about this randomizer as well is a lot of the checks have some sort of precursor, some sort of setup that you have to do, and certainly takes a little bit of getting used to, because more than once I've stood in front of somebody like that being like, why won't you give me the thing?
Now we can see a beautiful forest, and inside Fiona's shrine we'll find Robo again. We'll pull him down, he'll give us a key item, and there's actually a vendor in here who's guaranteed to sell lapises.
Yeah, lapis
along with
AoE
some other
healing.
cool items.
Yeah.
Be anything but a pendant, please.
Oh, pendant would be so spicy.
Prism Shard.
Yeah, that's interesting. That is another key item check, but you do have to have a Marl in your party to be able to do that check. So at this time, it's kind of dead for
So
Golden
Marl
Shocker.
could be on Dactyl's Nest.
Indeed. At this point, there's really only one other check to go. So Golden Shocker probably going to get their gate key any second. Or actually go
2 other
turn in
checks
their
to
gate
go.
key. Yeah.
2 other checks to go. One in
Yeah,
Reptite Lair, which Turdsman's doing right now, and Mount Woe. Everybody forgets Mount Woe.
I had forgotten that they had already done Denadaro, because so often you get that gate key and you're like, oh, boom, gone. I'm going to prehistory.
So one thing to note about every Jets of Time Seed, they are 100% completable. So we're not going to see the pendant locked behind itself. So it has to be logical for you to access all of the key items in the game and fully complete the seed.
Yeah, which kind of presents us with a really interesting situation, right? Because that means Reptite or Woe are going to have the pennant. And the other one, if it has something like the Ruby Knife or the bent sword or the broken sword, suddenly you could have some divergence here, where if Golden Shocker goes to Woe, they could get their go mode while Turdsman, say, turns in the pennant that they're picking up here in Reptite instead, and you get a real big difference pickup. So very interested to see how the rando played out here, because this could be extremely spicy.
Let's see what Turdsman gets. It's a Moonstone, which we can fully charge now. Nope. No, we don't have the pendant yet, so we can't pull it up from the future. So we're still short, but he's going to go drop it off and get it ready.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know where our pendant is, right? It has to be at Woe, because that is our last remaining check available. So it has to unlock some more checks for us. So you will be able to...
Desert. We've done Reptile. Yeah. Well,
This is
no,
it?
not necessarily. If Dactyl's Nest has Marl, then it could be behind
touche.
Prism Shard.
The variance is very interesting. Yeah, once again, Golden Shocker, not immediately obvious, but could still have that leg up if that Prism Shard, or that Rainbow Shell is really useful.
And Turdsman probably trying to figure out where to go. Thinking he's missing a check. Probably now remembering, wait, Dactyl's Nest has a character. Let's go see who's there. And I don't think either runner has peeked Burrow yet. So we know there's a character in the burrow, in Frog's Burrow in 600 AD. So that would give us some more info about who could potentially be where.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the character there, you do need to be able to forge the Moss Moon to get them, but it is really helpful. Once again, if that is the moral, it kind of tells you that Rainbow Shell is locked behind a go mode for you. So its value is not immediately, but significantly more muted, right?
Yeah,
like if you
absolutely.
turn it in and it gives you a faster go mode for you because you say don't know Magus Castle very well, there can still be value, but really presents an interesting situation where it's like, do you just take the go mode that's available for you? Do you keep digging for that one you prefer?
Golden Shocker's working his way through Reptite Lair, and we'll pick up his Moonstone shortly-ish, as Turdsman tries to figure out where to go next. Looking at the time periods, trying to feel like, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, there it is. Found his 12,000 BC. Wonder why he didn't just take his time machine with the wings.
It's so interesting. I'm so accustomed to just running it. I'm not entirely sure, but I do get an impression that it may actually lock it. Or it may lock your ability to immediately travel. But yeah, I think potentially seeing Turdsman run back in may have been a missed target on that warp instead.
Nope. He went to go get his time machine from End of Time and was like, wait, it's not there. Where did I leave it? This is a dude, where's my car situation in Chrono Trigger form.
All the more applicable because we're going across time here and not just locations.
Oh man, that'd be horrible. Imagine losing your car in a different time period.
Yeah, what arrow's in my car?
It's like, dude, where's my car plus Hot Top Time Machine, right?
Golden Shocker trying his best to sneak around that winged ape, unfortunately getting caught. It's not always about not touching the mobs, unfortunately. There's a lot of tiles that will trigger these fights too, and so that can be the trickiest part of learning is exactly where those are, and there's a fair share that are darn near pixel perfect.
Turd's been buying some shelters and revives, and now looks like he's making his way to Mount Woe. As he wandered the parking lot, clicking his beeper, found his flying car, and is now going to go climb a mountain.
Golden Shocker into the Reptite fight as well. Going to pick up that Moonstone in just a minute here. I think one of the nice things about that Melchior pickup in 1000 AD is, shops are randomized as well, but there is a guarantee for revives and shelters at that Melchior in 1000 AD, and so that can be really helpful because sometimes that's just all you need, and you're not, maybe you don't remember you did shopping half an hour, 45 minutes ago. So real helpful to know where your required or your forced items are. one of the other aspects of the randomizer too is there are a fair amount of forced fights. There's just no way to get around them. They are required. And then there's this other layer of remembering what is runnable and what is not. So Tersman had the cannot run away pop up. One of the other trickier things is like sometimes you're just going to have to fight your way through, and these beasts are proven to be the case before you can even get up onto the mountain. Got to chew your way through them.
I think Fight Your Way Through is the name of a song from either the Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack. No, I'm thinking of Those Who Fight Further, which is Final
Correct.
Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm. The boss theme. Very, very close.
Very close.
Obviously took inspiration from my saying.
Of course, of course. Which came first, Beauty and Discovery or Final Fantasy? Obviously, it's Beauty and Discovery, guys.
Not by much if we're going all the way back to the history of Final Fantasy, but just a bit, yes. Turdsman into Wowo, showing off the Rubble's very infamous fight in this game, especially if you did vanilla. They lock you down, you can only do physical attacks. They have incredible evasion stat, but if you can chew through their scant 500, they give you really great experience, and most importantly, 50 tech points, which is huge. And in this case, a Mega Elixir. Holy Toledo. That's a great pickup. Having a couple of those in your pocket is phenomenal. And so knowing where those are, I'm sure Turdsman's going to take a couple more of those. It's going to make the late game fights so much easier to know you have full party heal just sitting in your inventory.
Absolutely. Planned
Very
Mega
lots of play.
Elixirs going for the end game is a fantastic safety for the runners to have.
As someone who's breaking out of these these Gato Cup entry level flags and venturing forth into some of the more difficult flags, the availability of Mega Elixirs dries up a lot more, and oh goodness, you miss them so much when they're gone.
Right. Golden Shocker clearing out his Mother Brain fight, easy peasy, no deaths. We'll pick up his Moonstone and then try to figure out where he goes next. I don't think either runner remembers that there's a character on Dactyl's Nest.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Turdsman doesn't have the items to necessarily need the character up there, in this case, Moral. Golden Shocker does, though, so it could be a situation where Golden Shocker is much more motivated to go up there. So very curious to see if that is the decision or if it's straight to Mount Woe, do not pass go. Which looks to be the case because immediately flipping over to 12,000 in the time machine.
I kind of hope that the logical order is getting Marl from Dactyl's Nest and then following Prism Shard to get the pendant. That would be great.
Oh, that would be so rough for Turdsman because, that is one of those things that it can be hard to remember what you haven't done when you skip early game checks and you're almost an hour into a seed. So Golden Shocker having that knowledge, it would just be the worst case of randomization right there.
Oh, there's a Rock Throw and a Frog Squash.
Everyone loves Frog Squash.
So if that was the case, if Prism Shard was progression, then Turdsman would be at a bit of a disadvantage because he'd have to go back through the back of Kath to get Robo to then clear Desert to get the Prism Shard before he could even do anything with it. So
absolutely would one-shot the boss back there, so that's kind of nice, but you gotta take the time to run through, and when you're already halfway through at the beginning, always feels bad to have to run Cathedral.
So we'll see what happens. This item at the top of Mount Woe is going to be a pretty deciding factor for both of our teams here.
Right, looking at our HP totals, we're pretty equal in levels too. Looks like Golden Shocker does have a few more levels in this case, does have some higher HP totals. So I think there's an interesting kind of routing choice here where we're seeing Turdsman take a lot of these fights and lean into the levels that you can pick up here because this is a late game dungeon. But you could see Golden Shocker instead say, hey, maybe I feel behind because I did Robo, I did Desert, and all it gave me was a Rainbow Shell and a Prism Shard. Maybe I need to go ahead and just skip all these fights and just beeline it to the boss.
There is a possibility of that. So
And I think your comfort with your gear plays a big part too, because you get really great gear up here, and so taking the time to come for some chests can swing that tide too.
I'd be looking for gear-wise. We don't have any amulets, so gear-wise, protection against status effects is pretty important. So a Vigil Hat gets you protection. A Prism Helm, if you get lucky and find one, is protection. Nova Armor for males. The Amulet is the accessory item that prevents all status. So looking for one of those somewhere, definitely before late game. It's still a bit early, so both of our runners are okay. They don't really need it at the moment. But it's one of those things you got to consider, because there's some fights towards the end game as you're going through the final dungeons that can potentially wreck you and really make you have to stop and reconsider some things. So
who hasn't reconsidered their decisions mid randomizer run? Randomizers have a real unique way of doing that too, where you really think you know what you're doing, or you think you've got a beat on things, and suddenly you're like, oh man, maybe I do need to take a couple extra seeds to practice.
Yeah. Then you go into the one mutant that you need magic to kill, and you got a full physical party, and you're like, well, crap. What do I do now?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's an interesting thing about the Gato Cup, right? Our beginners league, is that it does have randomized bosses, and you kind of think to yourself, well, wouldn't randomized bosses be something you kind of learn further down the way? But if you get a Black Omen Goma and you have to fight all three of the mutants in succession, they are extremely rude, especially at those high level spots. And so it actually ends up being easier to do boss rando, because you're much more likely to not have to fight something quite as rude as, say, Terra Mutant right before Lavos or before Zeal.
I love seeing R Series, Rust Tyranno, and First Yakra in Black Omen. Easy. Actually, let's swap out Rust Tyranno for Golem Boss. How about that? There you go.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's go full free boss. Let's put Mud Imp in there, even just go with all of our kind of free bosses in the pool.
Yeah, you could. Oh man, rando gonna rando. Looks like Turd's been having a bit of trouble over there. That speed, when you're doing Mount Woe, if you're a little bit slower than your opponents, they'll get the drop on you, and they hit reasonably hard. So let's hope he can make it out of this fight without having to... Oh, he does get the run away, so he'll be able to heal and reset for the next one. Good on him for making it out. As we see in chat here, sometimes the vanilla bosses can be more difficult. Heckran's a boss that requires magic to kill. He's got high physical defense, only takes damage from magic, and Ret Knight's another one. So you have to know your bosses. You got to know your boss spots.
Yeah, shout out as was on our screen for One Free Fits, who was originally on the commentary crew. Ray, doing a great job here filling in. Thank you so much. But had something come up. Venerable member of both of these communities, Worlds Collide and Jets of Time, runs our Gato Cup over on our server. So, thanks to them for all they put up, and unfortunately missed them this time. But special shout out for helping bring this over to this marathon.
One Free Fits, named after a character in Chrono Trigger whose name is Fritz, who gets arrested for looking like Chrono, and we go save him usually. Let's see if we'll see Fritz this seed. Both runners on the same screen now, clearing out the same fight.
Yeah, Golden Chalker in here first, but taking a lot more fights. Probably going to end up more levels coming out the backside of this, but, hey, sometimes if you're feeling comfortable, less levels can get you ahead, right? Very John Madden piece of analysis there from me. Clean one shot there from Tersman's Frog.
Nice. Oh, and he got Slurp for Slurp Kiss, which is the only AoE heal. Well, in the vanilla game, it's the only AoE heal that restores status effects. In the randomizer, I think we made it so that Cure 2 also removes status effects.
Indeed, yeah. So that's the other thing with Jets is it's not exactly one-to-one. There was a lot of kind of quote-unquote quality of life changes that were made to help kind of facilitate randomization and speed running and just flow. So you know, it's not exactly what you would expect if you know vanilla front and back.
Yeah, so to respond to the chat, in the vanilla Chrono Trigger, Chrono is accused of kidnapping Marl. So they're, as the Guardia Castle, I guess, goon squad is out looking for Chrono, they find Fritz instead because he works in the market right next to the castle. They go in and they arrest him instead, thinking that it's the same guy.
Careful who you run with, y'all.
Careful who you look like, y'all.
That too. Speaking of our series,
oh,
here
our
they-
series. This will be an
Oh,
easy
man.
fight.
Yeah, you know, they can be dangerous if a fight does kind of drag on here, but with the levels we have here, they're just complete pushovers because, you know, a lot of HP pools are very much predicated on like the one boss having all of that HP. So when you take that spot and you split it 4 ways, suddenly it's that much easier to take them all down. Oop, a little bit of a hiccup here.
Timers are going. Videos are not going. Fortunately, our restreamer is here working on it. Props to Drinks Glue, who's been restreaming, I'm pretty sure, this entire Ultima Derby. He's been doing a lot of good work. Kudos to you, my friend.
15 hours in the hot seat. Phenomenal work. In the meantime, I think we could go ahead and get a good plug in for both of our teams, Team Mobilis and Interceptors. Charities here, St. Jude's Children Research Hospital for Team Mobilis and Texas Chihuahua Rescue for Team Interceptor. Both amazing causes. Interceptor has hit their goal of 1,000. But we are still looking for the goal for St. Jude's for Team Mobilis. So if you're looking to make a donation and really say thank you for the wonderful races that we've been seeing today, perfect opportunity to do so.
Thanks for bearing with us as we sort out some technical difficulties. So unfortunately, we weren't able to scope what the item was. Oh, it must have been the pendant because I see Turdsman turning it in. So we had to have had the pendant on the top of Mount Woe.
Oh man, absolute choke point at Mount Woe there. But really great to see parity here because, as we know, Golden Chakra has been putting in a lot more checks ultimately, but still keeping pace 1-to-1.
So the pendant turn in for Jets of Time, because it's not usually in the vanilla game, Chrono would get nabbed immediately upon going into the castle with Marl. But in this case, we just put an NPC just to the left of the stairs. Once you pick up the pendant item, you can talk to that NPC, and they'll just ask you if you want to submit yourself to go to jail and do the trial sequence. It'll take the character in your first party slot and send them into jail, which is not super bad. The entire jail sequence has not been scaled. It's still really easy to get through, but the boss does scale with the game. So
lots of fun movement tech in here as Golden Chakra showing off. That was always one of my favorite things as a kid because you figure out pretty easily, just don't touch the shields and you just thread that needle right through the middle and don't take that fight. Coming to the moment of truth here, Ray. Are we gonna see some Fritz saving?
I hope so.
I truly hope so too. We haven't seen a Chrono, so the logical reason to do it isn't there in front of our racers, but hopefully we show some love. Oh, get a pass from Golden Shot.
So if Turdsman skips Fritz, it's likely that both runners feel like they're behind the other runner, and they're trying to make up that extra time.
Most excellent. We're going to see a save from Turdsman. 1 for 2 ain't half bad. Actually, it's literally
50%
half
of the
bad.
Fritzes. We have a saying in our community that in every race, at least 50% of the Fritzes must be saved, so that one free Fritz can keep doing the good work that he does for us. So, you might think that Turdsman is putting himself behind with that play. I was going to try and spin this in the way that was positive, but actually, he hasn't done the back of Cathedral or the boss on Desert yet. So wait, maybe this isn't going to work out. But we don't know yet. So once they complete the trial sequence, oh, we got a slash on the bridge too. That's nice. They'll end up in the future in 2300 AD with a charged pendant. So they can open sealed doors, they can open sealed chests, and there's immediately 3 different dungeons they can go into, each with a key item behind them. So it's possible that if the runners decide to go different directions, they could find a different go mode item and then proceed through the game that way. So the Prism Shard and Marl may not even be required.
May likely not to be required. That's once again kind of that fun triple go mode situation, but nonetheless, I think its value is rapidly waning, unfortunately.
The only way it becomes completely dead is if Marl is in the burrow.
Indeed.
So we got a free character in Protodome we can go pick up. As Golden Shocker gets a Nova Armor +1, one of those items that already has full stat immunity to him. And it's a +1, so it's got some other benefit to it as well. Super nice.
Yeah, worth pointing out that it was original Slash, so the one that is actually in Magus Castle, not Super Slash, which is the one that's in Ozzy's Fort. Those 3 variants do get, or the Flea and the Slash variants do get randomized into the pool. So the originals are a lot more dangerous. They were meant to be more of a challenge rather than an optional dungeon. In this case, Slash has a lot more elemental resistances and even negations, I believe, for fire. So once again, kind of nice to see it out of the pool this early and not have it show up in Ocean Palace or Black Omen.
Yeah, the original Slash and the original Flea are some of those bosses where if they're in a stronger spot, their movesets and their abilities can wipe your party if you're not paying attention.
Golden Shocker showing off the flag for early pendant charge. So normally you'd have to go through just about the rest of the game to charge up the pendant and lock the special doors and chests. With that flag on, they are charged as soon as you use the pendant to go into the future. So we're going to see some really great gear pickups here.
That was a rainbow sickle that he found in that first check as well, with no Magus.
Yeah, Chrono can't have all the fun with the rainbow sword, so we are going to see a rainbow sickle, and I think there's some rainbow equipment that can be picked up for other characters as well.
So we see Golden Shocker dropping off the Moonstone. You got to drop it off in 6500 BC, and you can go pick it up in the future.
Now this is the one where I get a little shaky, Ray. So remind me, with the Moonstone, do you need to do the Prism Shard turn in to unlock the ability to turn in the Moonstone, or can you turn it in as soon as you charge it?
Yeah, nope. Because once you get it charged, the only way to get the key item from that is from Melchior in Guardia Basement after the Prism Shard. So you'd need Marl and you'd need the Prism Shard in order to go get the key item off the Moonstone.
Yeah, making it probably the least fun key item in the entire game, because you have to unlock the pass, unlock the feature, have the Rainbow Shell, or the Prism Shard, have the Marl, do that check first, and then after all of that, you can turn in the Moonstone. You're really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're actually trying to make that viable.
Golden Shocker taking a rest in the Enertron, getting that full HP and MP, but still hungry.
Once again, seeing some divergence here. Golden Shocker going into the Aerosdome, kind of the easier dungeon in the future with a key item at the back of it, kind of early game dungeon in the game. Tersman instead landing in front of the Son of Sun spot. That one's really nice check. All you have to do is be able to get through this boss. No dungeon involved, but it can be a tricky boss because it is, you know, an optional endgame content. And we're seeing the Elder spawn there.
Elder Spawn shouldn't pose too much of a problem. They've got enough abilities where they can just hit the head with some double techs and single techs and knock it out pretty quick. Who's Golden Shocker fighting? There's Rusty, Rust Tyranno, in the Aerostome spot.
Yeah, Rust Tyranno, arguably a free boss. It does just, it doesn't do anything before it does its 5 to 0 countdown. If you do get at a high HP spot, it could be a little scary if it does get all the way through that, but when we're dealing 2,500, nearly 3,000 per round, yeah, I don't even think we saw 4.
So we won't see the key item on Golden Shocker side until they pick up this from here, talk to the rat, and then run back up, and Doan is the one that gives you the key item. So we got a little bit of time before we see what it is. As Turdsman continues to chip away at this Elder Spawn, knocking it out pretty easy, and we'll pick up his key item here in just a moment.
Despite the beheading, the shell keeping a little bit of sentience, just enough to run away from you. And we're gonna get the clone. Oh gosh. Now we've got 2 out of the 3 key items for every single go mode, so it's a very interesting position where Turdsman now is really like first key item. That's gonna be go mode. I guess we still have Jerky and Thomas Pop that could be non-progression, but yeah, there's a lot of value just lurking in Turdsman. Turn around and go into Aerosdome 2 right behind Golden Shocker.
That Thomas Pop play, I can sense that happening.
Oh goodness, yeah, Thomas Pop unlocking Giant's Claw on 600, so another dungeon, another key item, kind of a chaining one there. Not your favorite to see, but at least it's progression. Now there is one more key item check, a 3rd dungeon in the future. That is going to be Genodome, but Genodome, once again, optional endgame content in very rude dungeon. You know, there's some really fun movement tech in there that can make it not quite as bad, but you're committed to a gauntlet fight in the front and then a pretty long dungeon in the back. Easy boss fight at least, but typically one of those dungeons that you see people really leave to the end because of how rude it can be.
Unless you're some of our meme runners, and then you do it first.
Yeah, well, once again, very meta play, right? You know, you kind of think, oh, my opponent's not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole, but if I do it, and that's my sword piece for Magus Castle, or my ruby knife for Tyranno Lair, taps forehead.
That makes sense if you haven't found the gate key yet, right? And you're going into this with a potential of making a big swing, but because we're 2 out of 3 for all 3 go modes, it's almost more beneficial to just do some of the quicker dungeons, right? Sun Palace is just walk in, kill a boss, and get a key item. So time-wise, that's a much quicker check than either doing Aerostome or doing Genodome. But we'll see Golden Shocker pick up his key item here. And there's the Ruby Knife.
Golden Shocker and Team Interceptor first into go mode with the Dreamstone, the Gate Key, and the Ruby Knife. Gonna be able to go to prehistory, go through the Tyranno Lair, and go fight Lavos. So that puts our first racer into go mode. GG's for Golden Shocker and Team Interceptor. Gotta close it out though.
And Turdsman will be right behind him. Once he picks up his Ruby Knife, he'll also be in go mode and will probably be following the exact same path. So, Desert not required. Robo not required. Marl and Prism Shard not required for this seed. But I do wonder, where was Marl? Maybe you had a quicker go mode if Marl was on Dactyl Nest, right?
Yeah, indeed. It's a very interesting proposition there for sure.
You could have just skipped all of Pendant. You didn't have to do Mount Woe to get Pendant. That's interesting. Interesting. I love the theory crafting of where things were and what was the fastest way to get to go mode, but we may never know. We may never know.
Yeah, gonna see some convergence here. See just playing out in such a way that we're gonna definitely see both of our racers go through Tyranno Dome. I mean, there's always that option. Maybe you keep digging. There's Geno Dome that's open to you, but I can't imagine this late in the seed wanting to keep digging, especially when Tyranno mode is kind of the fastest, if not, by a very slim margin. But if you see something like that, you can't help but think, man, did my opponent do that faster?
So a thing to remember with a Jet to Time randomizer is that you don't know which bosses are in front of you. All you know are the ones that are behind you. So you get the wrong boss in the wrong spot and you're not prepared, a single wipe in any fight could swing the tides in your opponent's favor. So now it's very much a matter of safety, execution, and the fastest way to go is to make sure you don't die. And Tyranno Lair being one of the dungeons that has, from my perspective, some of the harder skips to learn because I still have not learned them all.
Definitely, it's a lot of really skippable stuff. But man, it's kind of like, hey, we're go mode. We're gonna make it hard for you. I still think the skips here are harder than in Black Omen for sure, which is why I prefer Black Omen.
They're harder than Magus's Castle, which is why I prefer Magus's Castle.
There we go. Handshake and disliking Tyranno Dome.
Yep.
Perhaps is the hottest take of all.
As Turdsman makes his way straight into, remembering which switch to push, left or right. I always get them wrong because it's one in Tyranno Lair and it's the opposite in Giant's Claw.
I always really enjoy the Camp Specchio, the kind of beginners learning series, if you will, where I think it was Lord Batsy, one of the venerable members of our community, he noted that Tyranno Lair, R for right, Giant's Claw, L for left. It's a reach, but it works for me, all right. But speaking of our Discord, we've mentioned our Gato Cup, but we've had it come up a couple times. We are taking signups for the Gato Cup. It's our new player tournament. You're gonna get paired with a veteran of the randomizer, give them an opportunity to kind of help walk you through and learn on a little bit easier settings, learn what this is all about. So good opportunity to jump on over to our Discord, join us, and sign up and get to participate.
Golden Shocker having a little bit of trouble with some of these dinosaurs. Got a couple people sleeping. Let's hope he can pull out of this fight.
Ooh. Man, oh man, earning its go mode reputation there. That was a terrible fight.
Oh no.
Golden Shocker hasn't saved in so long, all the way back on Mount Woe.
Oh, that's before. That's pre-pendant. So he has to kill this boss, go back through the trial again. That's what, 15, maybe 20 minutes of time?
Oh, that is brutal.
That hurts a lot.
Man, I can't throw stones in glass houses. I think we've all done it. It's kind of the nature of a rando, especially in a race setting where you're going fast. But man, it's got to be palpable disappointment from Golden Shocker to see that
no.
load in.
Like, you just kind of learn, before you go into any new dungeon, always save. Twice. Just to make sure.
I'm a notorious oversaver. Because once again, I think early in my career I did that and had a really terrible time with it.
But hey, it's not over yet. Turdsman can wipe.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm all in chat pointing out that that Turdsman kind of taking a little bit of wrong turn in Albuquerque here, going not the progression way. But, you know, hey, that's okay. Once again, I think we can handshake over this dungeon being quite rude and not our favorite, so.
Especially because you do Giant's Claw so often in a Jets of Time seed. Sometimes you're like, is it left this time? Is it right this time? I don't know. Like, I don't even try to memorize which way to go.
Man, even the music's the same.
Yeah. And Turd's been showing off my least favorite screen in Tyranno Lair. The one where you can skip a bunch of fights if you know where not to step, but I don't know, so I just hit them all and run from every single one.
Very interesting. Golden Shocker, you know, kind of despite knowing where progression is, having, you know, been in Tyranno Lair, still chose to place the Moonstone. So potentially maybe saying, hey, I got that Rainbow Shell. Maybe, you know, Tyranno Lair isn't for me, and I'm going to go digging for that Marl instead. Because one of the other things we didn't mention, there is another character check in the future, and that's going to be our second to last check, other than Burrow, which, like you said, is kind of behind a go mode. So not exactly the best for progression, but curious to see where Golden Shocker is going to go with that Moonstone placement.
I mean, if he was looking for Marl, he could have just done Dactyl's Nest first. Again, I think both of our runners might have forgotten that there's a character on Dactyl Nest.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a good party. It's really, you know, from the drop, you're not really wanting for a character, you know, as we saw Golden Shocker side, even with a Robo Pull, didn't invite him into the party at all. So, you know, maybe a situation where, you know, hey, I'm happy enough with my party. Why would I do character checks?
But if he's hoping to find the Marl to turn in the Prism Shard, then he's hoping for one of the other go modes. Magus Castle might be a bit too slow at this point, especially since you know where the Tyranno Lair go mode is. So maybe he's hoping to get the Chrono Trigger, or Time Egg, and do Black Omen instead. Let's see what play he makes.
Magus, a famous lover of castles, finding the ancient prehistoric castle hanging out here. This is the North Cape Magus fight, so it's not the fight at the end of Magus Castle. It's actually where you would fight him with Frog at Toma's grave, or I guess at the North Cape in prehistory, or no, 12,000 BC. Been a while since I played vanilla, y'all. But yeah, so it's more akin to that fight. So the first half can be a little bit easy, but once 50% of the HP is gone, he's going to start countering every one of your attacks with an elemental level 2 spell, so it can get really dangerous really fast. Thank goodness for Frog and Heal, though.
Thank goodness for Luca and Flare.
Yeah, indeed. And some lovely levels that we picked up on Mount Woe along the way. You know, not scary at all. What am I even talking about? That Magus went down. Lickety split for Tersman.
You know, I was just thinking, there's one pretty important thing that I don't think either one of our runners have done. Maybe somebody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way for this run to count is if they go to Chrono's house and pet the cat.
Indeed, you must validate your seed. We have seed validation in Jets of Time, and that is, you got to make that pit stop in 1000 AD at Chrono's house and pet his cat and sleep in his bed. Not really sleep in his bed, but you got to at least pet the cat, dang it.
Yeah. We even include it on our tracker, which you don't see in the Ultima Derby screen here. That's okay. But we track it because it's that important. So somebody let me know if either of our runners pet a cat today.
Yeah, I think there's still some viability
You know what?
for it.
I'll take that. We were asked to try and find some reasons to donate. We got to go make these runners pet a cat. So I don't know how we set a donation incentive. But donation incentive to make them leave their dungeon and go back to pet the cat. I like that. Maybe Drinks Glue can let me know how the heck we do this to make them go leave and pet cats. Golden Shocker redoing the slash fight. Already knows how easy it'll be. Looks like that's a frog flare. I think that's a one-shot there, isn't it? Oh, that'll be a two-shot.
Herdsman on the other side, getting to the end of the Tyranno layer, going into the Black Tyranno fight. Gonna have to take Azala down first, which can be a little bit of pain about it. I believe it's only vulnerable to magic. And then once you do that, Tyranno, once again, we are playing a randomizer here, so the countdown from 5 to 1, or 0, the ultimate attack it does is randomized for its element. So it can be, once again, extremely rude if all of a sudden it pulls out something like, say, Hexagon Mist, which is the ultimate water move, which is incredibly strong.
I think Turdsman actually has the elemental males equipped, because I saw him when he was doing the Magus fight getting healed by, I think, both ice and by lightning.
Oh, that's right. We did pick up a Nova armor, correct?
Yep. So we've got a Nova armor, and I know we have a blue male and a white male at least.
What a pushover then. All right, down goes Azala. We just have the Black Tyranno left. Does kind of have to lower its defense, so you got to bid your time a little bit. Probably take an opportunity to heal up before you can start dumping the damage on.
The commentator's prediction, I guess. You say heal, and he goes to frog and does heal. There we go. I love it. We get $25 donation to either team. We will force them. Force Turdsman, only Turdsman apparently, to go pet Chrono's cat.
The injustice of having a donation to your competitor's team but having to take action on it.
Hey, I'm not the one who makes the rules. I'm just a commentator. Is cat breeding on the table in chat? I think the only way cat breeding would be possible is if we could somehow get Alphador, Magus's cat, from 12,000 AD, out of his time period.
I was gonna say maybe we need the Final Fantasy VII crossover with the Chocobos.
There could be something, right? You know, I gotta talk to some of our developers and see if there's a way we can get Alphador to show up somewhere else, and maybe like have Alphador appear in Chrono's house. I think that's possible. From the carnival? No. So the cat in the carnival is just a normal cat. It's the same color as the cat in Chrono's house. But Alphador is it's almost like the purple-gray colored cat that follows young Magus around. I won't say spoilers here. Young Magus around in 12,000 AD if you're playing the vanilla game. That cat's name is Alphador.
Golden Shocker back into the Eris Dome, taking on the Rust Tyranno there. So we are seeing Tyranno side by side, although just a floating head for the Rust Tyranno, because once again, that body, part of the background, so you can only carry the head around with us.
There was a way to get a lot of cats. Could you adopt cats from the carnival? Where did you get extra cats from? I gotta go. You know what? You're probably right. I gotta go look at that again, because I haven't played vanilla in so long. You do get cats from Beckler. You're right. Usually you only go to Beckler to get the clone in the vanilla game, if you're doing it the quick way. But you can get extra cats from there. That's right.
Oh man, we're cooking cat percent seeds now.
Cat percents. Dude, don't get me started. I would definitely play some cat percent seeds. right?
Turdsman through Black Tyranno off to 12,000. Gonna be going up to Zeal, so get ready for the jams, y'all. Corridors of Time about to play, and we're gonna have to get through a boss in the Zeal Palace. Hopefully stop and do some shopping, and then we'll be into Ocean Palace, which will be a final dungeon. So Turdsman with a commanding lead now.
Looks like Golden Shocker did not decide to go check out the Protodome location for a character check. He's just going to follow the same path, probably knowing he's behind now, but still going to put in the effort to try and make it through. Good on him. It ain't over till it's over, folks. So, if you want to make this a fair fight, all you got to do is just give us a $25 donation, and we'll make Turdsman leave the dungeon to go pet Chronos' cat. And I don't know if we can time it to tell him when, but we'll make sure it's right before the last boss.
Yeah, I think we gotta set some expectations here, because we can't possibly like have a donation come in at like Lavos 2 and make you have to wipe to go do it. That'd be too rude.
Our race organizer says about 60 seconds before he's past the point of no return. But you know what? He could walk all the way back. Wait, can he not get out of Underwater Palace when he's in it? I thought you could leave Ocean Palace.
I've never tried.
Yeah, that's the whole point, Drinks Glue. It is a very long walk. That's what we want.
Turdsman, they're showing off that new in it's not in Hassa. Which one is it?
Kahar.
Kahar, the Zeal City, does actually have 2 shops, depending on which side of the counter you talk to. So one of the neat things is we do guarantee amulets from the top shelf, or the top part of that counter, because Lavos does a lot of status elements and status debuffs. An amulet will protect against that. So it's a really great pickup, and pretty common to see runners pick up at least 1 or 2 there, because going in without protection to Lavos is not advisable.
Yep. No matter how strong your party is, if somebody gets stopped or chaosed at the wrong time, it'll completely throw off your rhythm, and you got to restart that fight. So having that status protection. Yeah, all 3 getting stopped is done. Oh no. Beauty, how do you know?
Because it stopped me dead in my stinking tracks. Anyways, Turdsman showing us Hecarim at the top of Zeal Palace. This is not a terribly difficult fight, almost more of a story-based one, but there certainly are some rude bosses that can roll here. But Hecarim, supremely weak to magic, with Fire Whirl, which is non-elemental and fire, full magic, 2,000 damage. Yeah, once again, we've got all the power in the world to just chew right through this boss. Golden Shocker on the other side, finishing Aristome, is going to pick up their Ruby Knife, so on their way back to Tyranno Lair, I'm sure.
Yep. So if you want to make Turdsman go out to pet a cat, now is the time to get in that $25 donation. The donation to either team will make Turdsman go pet a cat. So not only are you supporting 2 amazing charities, Texas Chihuahua Rescue Canada Incorporated or St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, we also get to, I think I see that $25 donation come in. So can we have our moderator let Turdsman know after this fight he's got to go pet a cat? Thank you so much for that $25 dono, supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. I don't know if we want to make him go get another cat, but we can make him go pet the cat that's in Chronos' house already. But I do really like this cat percentage idea. We may have to take this back to our Jet to Time community and be like, all right, folks, we got cat percentage. You got to go get some extra cats. I wonder if there's a way to hide key items behind cats. It's got to be possible, right?
Yeah, I was about to say it has to be, but once again, very ignorant of coding, so I cannot make any assumptions. But if they can make boss rando work, which I know I've heard quite a bit how difficult that was.
There's got to be a flag somewhere for the number of cats in Chronos' house. So you could just set the flag to if number of cats equals X or greater, right? then Chrono's mom would give you the key item. Maybe that's a thing.
There you go. There we go.
I got to talk to some of our coders about this and see if we can make this happen.
Seems
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much to Saray for the donation. And we've got Turdsman getting the news, immediately being lining out, not even going into Ocean Palace. We're getting 3, 4.
There it is. He's loving all over that cat.
Yeah, getting the cat dance and everything.
And signing shining the sun in Chrono's room. Thank you so much for that dono. Thank you so much to Turdsman for being a good sport. And I make him do it again.
Yeah, we gotta have a cooldown on that or something. If you're here for the last race, poor Taco Mage can't be the only one having to do a ton of extra.
I go ask about cats and flags. Let's go up here.
Golden Shocker into Tyranno Lair, making their way through. Showing off a lot of the skips, doing real good work on the skips. Probably going to remember because now here at the room, but no, going into the fight again. I think looking for revenge this time.
Probably. That would be.
Yeah.
If we can make cats happen, they'll join the Gato Cup. Well, I mean, I'm gonna start doing it because I want to see if that's possible. But come join our Discord community, and we'll see if we can make that happen.
Make it truly live up to its name of Gato, after all. Turdsman into Ocean Palace. Right here at the beginning, having to hit a couple buttons, route around some of the mobs. Unfortunately, do have to take this fight, but can run from it. But still holding on to that lead, even despite the cat pet. But Golden Shocker making really good work. I mean, helpful to know where everything is, but is going into the first boss fight in Tyranno Lair. So about halfway through here already. Perhaps Canon is Magus showing up, being like, guys, you left me behind. Bitter and upset about it. Oh goodness, Turdsman going for that treasure, getting hit by the scouts. Unfortunately, no Chrono in the party, so you don't have that lightning to hit that weakness from those scouts.
But you do have a Frog Squash and a Dino Tail.
Yes, which I'm sure we will see shortly. Very much looking forward to those elevator fights.
So in the Jets of Time randomizer, there's one fight in Ocean Palace, the third fight on the elevator going down to the basement. This is it's a notoriously difficult fight because the elemental scouters that you see on Turdsman's side, there's a blue one, a red one, and a yellow one. They only take damage from the element that matches their color. And if you hit them with anything else, not only will it heal them, they will respond with an AoE elemental attack, which could shred your party if you're not prepared correctly. So every runner is looking for, what am I going to use to get through that fight? Because on the elevator, there's a fight with 6 of them, 3 of each color. And it can be pretty challenging if you're not prepared for it.
Turdsman into the grind fight. So this fight easily repeatable by running back up the stairs. Really great experience, really great tech points more than anything. So if you're looking for a little bit extra of a boost, this is where you can get it. That being said, we've done a lot of checks here. We've done we've been through Tyranno Lair. Could very well be feeling comfortable, but wouldn't be surprised to see Turdsman take a couple fights here to give that extra little oomph before we go into the final boss. And indeed, there he goes.
Golden Shocker showing off the power of running away. In most of the fights in Jets of Time, you can just run by holding L and R. And that's actually quicker than doing the fights themselves sometimes. In most of the cases, actually.
Yeah, always tricky to remember which ones you can and can't run from, though, because there's no real indication until you get that can't run pop-up, and nothing's more frustrating than thinking you know your way through and seeing that pop-up and thinking to yourself, oh, crap, now I gotta dig my way out of this thing.
To respond to the question in chat, what does Turdsman have for Yellow Scouts? The best 2 moves he's got right now, well, 3 moves he's got. He could do Frog Squash, he could do Dino Tail, 1 by Frog, 1 by Ayla, both of which require that party member to have low HP to deal more damage. And then the third he could do is Tailspin, which I think is actually targeted in Jets, is it not? It used to be an AoE around Ayla, but I think now it's targeted, so it actually goes to the location of the target you're going after.
Yeah, indeed, there are some of the techs that kind of maintain the AoE around a character or a smaller, tighter AoE rather than a screen clear, but once again, trying to kind of fluff out the characters and make everyone a little more viable or perhaps even a little more fun to play with, depending on, you know, how you feel about some of the moves. So, but we are seeing Gold Shocker into the Black Tyranno fight, so this is going to be the end of the Tyranno layer for them. Hopefully not a commentator's curse there. I should probably knock on wood.
As we see Turdsman doing some grind, probably trying to pick up the last couple techs, as you notice, getting 80 tech points for a 1 ability fight and Hyper Ethers. It's pretty good. It looks like he's got Ayla prepped to drop some Dino Tails as he makes his way down. Maybe he's just being a good sport and giving Golden Shocker a chance to catch up. Are these typical levels for this part of the run? So you can do endgame being like the final dungeon and the dungeon before it, either Tyranno Lair, Magus Castle, or going into Black Omen. Generally like 28 to 30. It kind of depends on the items you have, though. If you have a strong item set, you can probably go in a little bit lower and be okay. If you have a weak item set, you don't have the status resist items, you don't have any good armor or magic defense, then you may want to get a couple more levels just to make sure your HP values are a bit higher. But most Jets of Time seeds will end somewhere between 30 and 35 on the level count. So not like your vanilla game hitting 50 or 60, but we get it done about in the mid 30ish range. So Turdsman setting up for using Dino Tail on that final elevator fight. Only the first person in your party takes the HP loss from these fireballs. So he's getting Ayla's HP down to a nice level where he can one-shot everything on these elevators.
Yeah, fun little fact on that one. It's actually based on how much HP you're missing from the total amount. So if you put something on, wait, I already mixed them up once. Help me out here, right?
The earrings
to boost your HP total. It doesn't heal you when you put it on, so it'll automatically give a damage boost, if you will, because it'll give you that much more HP, which puts you that much more off the top of your pool. So kind of a heads-up strategy to be able to do that if you do have them in your back pocket, or you don't already have a ton of HP that you don't need that little boost.
Yep. Golden Shocker doing some selling off some stuff he doesn't need to buy some stuff he does need. I see amulets and vigil hats. Picking up a couple elixirs. Those vigil hats, +5 magic defense and status resist, all really good.
Yeah, vigil hats are so great. I mean, normally, we talked about the amulet giving you your status protection. but it takes up the accessory slot, which can be better utilized by something like the earrings for bringing down your magic costs, or if you pick up something like prism specs that ups your damage output. It's really hard sometimes to forego those for the protection, but Vigil Hat will do that, plus give you great defense too. Turdsman into the elevator fight. It's going to have to go through 3 fights here. Thankfully, they are scripted, so you will be able to know what they are in advance. And has the perfect setup of a real fast Ayla, low HP, and Dino Tail. Absolutely chewing through those. This one's the only one where you gotta kind of do a little bit of extra because that Burkheist shield. But, you know, we've got so much going for us. It's going to be a pretty quick fight. For those that remember Vanilla, you will remember that at the end of Ocean Palace, you did have a dual golem fight, which can be rather difficult. Once again, just like the rest of everything else being randomized here, you are going to have those bosses randomized, and one of the fun things is it does pull from the entire pool. So if you've seen a boss before, it very likely can show up there again, so you can't really count anything out. And there are certainly some boss combinations that one of them is enough of a pain, 2 of them can really be a giant pain in the butt, because it can be very easy to lean into AoE attack, and if they've got counters or things like that, oh goodness, they can be very, very rude.
I might be wrong, but I think the double fight only pulls from a single target boss pull, right? So it wouldn't pull like Giga Gaia and give you 2 Giga Gaias, because Giga Gaia has like the left hand and the right hand. I don't think it would pull that. But any of the single slots like a Hecarim or a Dalton or a Golem by default, any of those I think is able to be in that spot.
Indeed, we do end up needing the real estate here. You know, a 3 sprite mud imp bringing in 6 sprites could be a little rude here. You know,
Man,
funny enough. Go ahead.
Imagine if that was the 6 sprite series and doubling that.
Just a whole room. That would actually be kind of fun, because it would almost be thematic, but gosh, that flare damage. Freeze the game with all those numbers popping up. In that elevator fight, one of the somewhat ironic and unfortunate things is we did have absorbing gear on Ayla, so the water blue scout ended up healing her, kind of nerfing her damage there. Heads up play from the scout.
Golden Shocker makes his way into Ocean Palace. Little bit behind, but still, it's anybody's game. We haven't seen what this double boss fight is yet, and if it gives Turdsman some trouble, we may be able to make up a bit of time.
Yeah, Lavos notoriously rude. You know, the first and second phases are somewhat known. You know, the randomization or the RNG rolls on the status effects can really change things up quite a bit, but the third phase is somewhat RNG heavy, depending on what the phase warp and the damage output looks like. If you get a really early phase into 6500 and get Grand Stoned, which is the ultimate physical attack, that can play very much against you, and so there is still opportunities here for Golden Chakra to catch up.
Looks like we got some slash. Is it single slash or double slash? It is the first slash times 2. This might be a challenging fight.
Yeah, slash is really gross here. It does very strong counterattacks. Obviously going to be really strong here. I imagine at these levels we won't see any one-shots, but you're going to be spending quite a bit of time healing. So you're probably leaning off those AoEs. In fact, Turdsman is going for Leap Slash and Blaze Kicks instead. Very smart here, because you hit an AoE and get a double counterattack. Ooh, it can get real bad real quick.
Looks like triple kick might have been Ayla's 8th tech slot. So some of that extra grind might have been to make sure he had triple kick.
Yeah, very unfortunate. You know, Ayla's ultimate attack, and that's really what unlocks the best damage there. You would much more prefer to see that earlier, but hey, Ocean Palace gives us that easy grind, so silver lining. Golden Shocker hitting the grind point here. Curious to see if they end up taking some grind fights or feeling behind enough that they go in at a lower level. Fairly confident one of those slashes are dead. You know, the one sprite does not fade away, so it can be hard to tell unless we see a AoE attack and it doesn't target one of them, but I'm willing to bet with the damage that we've seen so far that it's just the one slash that's left at this point.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Halo low on MP, so going for the bubble drop there.
Yep. If there's only one taking the flare damage effect, then the other one's dead already. And he makes it through a double slash fight. Pretty clean. Very easy. As Golden Shocker races to catch up.
Yep, no grinding to be had. Which is probably a good thing at this point, because Turdsman only one thing left between them and the end, and that is Lavos. Probably gonna see a quick heal, maybe a quick look at the inventory, and then right on into our final fights.
So I'm gonna bet that he's not gonna use a single Mega Elixir.
After all of them that picked up, that'd be so disappointing. It'd be
I
very
know.
classic RPG, right? You can't ever use those things. You never know when you need them.
Man, I was so bad at doing that as a kid. I gotta save all these items, but it's the last boss. I know, but I might need them later. But it's the last boss. Somebody needs to make a game where you get extra points or something for not using any items in combat. Ever. Post-game super bosses, right? So I was the guy who did Final Fantasy VII without using any items. And like, the post-game super bosses, Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon, yep, still fought those, didn't use items. Right, so Golden Shocker starting his elevator fight. Doesn't look like he has Frog prepped or Ayla prepped for it. He might be trying to do this the single target way. But he also might be prepping, take out the two yellow scouters, and then use Water 2 on the rest of them.
3,200 damage from that drop kick. Lavos phase 1 does have 10,000 HP, so somewhat easy to chew through, but does do plenty of damage. So you do have to be careful, and especially if you don't have the status effect protection, which I do believe that Turdsman does.
Oh yeah.
Also
Taking
those levels.
not a lot of damage from that Chaos Rain. Looks like it'll be a pretty easy fight. I'm pretty sure that Lavos is already at half health. Because he still has his side scope on, so we can track HP. Drop kick dealing 3,200.
There it is, phase 1 down.
Phase 1 complete. Now we go inside for phase 2. A save point.
Should we make him Petacat again?
Ooh, I mean, if it's allowed, I would send $25 right now.
Probably wouldn't go through fast enough, but that
Yeah, probably not.
portal's pulsing there.
The portal's right there.
Quick check of our accessories here. Wow, look at that. It's double stars on the Luca. Really great to have Luca be fast. Luca traditionally very slow, so great candidate for your speed tabs to kind of speed her up, because she is just so powerful, and that's what holds her back. So if you get her sped up, we saw Turdsman put speed belt on her. She's hitting double stars, so maxed out speed. Oh, you love to see it.
Does she need a speed belt if we've got speed tabs +2? I think he had to have used some of his speed tabs on other party members.
Possibly not, but you know, like I said, I don't think I've seen any prism specs or anything that would really be, I don't want to say necessarily better, but really would drive you towards foregoing that speed belt.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Yeah, despite all the good stuff we did find, we didn't find that good stuff.
Oh, I don't think we found any of the studs. So a silver stud would be 50% less MP cost, and a gold stud would be 75% less MP cost. So if we didn't find any of those, then we just gotta... The speed might be the best thing for her, actually.
Getting lucky with the RNG there on Turdsman's side. The laser bananas splitting their targets. If they double target, it's a very easy way to have a character go down. Those things are rather nasty. Down goes one arm.
Taking out an arm. Drop kick, taking out another arm, probably. The right arm does have more health than the left arm does, though, so that might take one more hit. Or not.
Golden Chucker into that septuple scout fight, and sure enough going with physical strats here, rather than leaning into any sort of elemental weaknesses. Really only has an opening for water and fire anyways.
The Golden Shocker really highlighting how this one fight can add so much time to your race. If you can get through this fight quickly, it saves you a lot of time. If you have to do it the slow way, then it costs you that much more time as well.
Man, Turdsman really dealing the damage there, putting out a ton of work on Lavos too. At this point, gotta be really approaching Phase 3 pretty soon. But Phase 3 definitely where it gets a lot more scary.
We get a new frame and some resizing. Looks like we're honing in on Turdsman. Going into the Lavos 3 fight. There is one last glitch he can do here. We have a menu glitch where there's a few frames where you can access the menu before starting the Lavos 3 fight, give you a chance to heal and freshen up before doing the final fight of the game.
Gotta be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the final boss after all. A little bit of a tight window, but there is a flag to make it a little more accessible, a little easier to work with. That is on with the Godot Cup, but you really want to look for it to go fully black there. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like Turdsman hit it.
He may not need to. He does have Mega Elixirs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we have double-digit Mega Elixirs, so a little less imperative.
And he throws a Hyper Ether. Not a Mega Elixir. I'll tell you, he's not going to do a single Mega Elixir if he can avoid it.
Golden Shocker doing some really great skips on those scouts in this kind of last screen here. You can get around those fights, and I do believe Turdsman took them, so perhaps a little bit of a time save here. Gonna need RNG to help, but
Turdsman doing left bit strats, it looks like, which is okay. So the left bit has the least amount of HP, but that center bit has the strongest damaging moves in the game. So leaving that up might potentially hurt him depending on what time zone they go to and what attacks we see. But he's already got Lavos' core defense drops, and he's about to start pumping damage into it.
yeah, left bit strats, the less common ones, the left bit will counterattack you if you do AoE spells. So by taking down the left bit, that does open up the opportunity to do AoE against center and right bit. So it can be really helpful if you've got characters that have a lot of the AoE damage. In this case, still sticking with Blaze Kick here. But the danger is in that center bit, so you'll usually commonly see people take down the center bit.
Golden Shocker doing his double slash fight. Single targeting with some triple kicks, making good work out of these slashes. We'll see if Turdsman decides to use a Mega Elixir.
It gotta be at this point. Fallen Star is not as bad as Grand Stone, but yeah, it's pretty much halving everybody's HP. Lavos can do a ton of damage, especially on a single attack physicals. Oh, interesting, using Lapis instead.
Lapis, not a Mega Elixir. If we can get him in here for commentary. or for a post-race interview, I'm gonna ask him,
Ah,
why
the
did he
Mega Boss
farm
Elite.
Mega Elixirs and never use them? Asking the hard questions here at the end of our Worlds Collide Ultima Derby. Is this the end? Is this the last race, actually?
This is the last race. This is the culmination. So Turdsman, if they close this out, this will be a win for Team Mobiliz.
About to bring it home for his team.
Yeah, doing phenomenal damage right on the cusp here.
I wonder if I could make like a donation incentive where his team has to donate for every Mega Elixir he didn't use, but that might just be unfair.
Time will end on the first fade out here.
Yep.
So we'll look for our first fade out of a boss sprite, and that'll be time.
So the final boss is actually the right bit here. If you got a left bit, a center, and the right bit's actually the core, which is a really great fake out if you're playing this in vanilla. Spoilers. But as soon as that starts to fade, I believe that's the first sprite to fade because it's the one that'll take the damage. That's when we'll call time.
Yellow went down, but getting her back up. Leaning into the single elixir. There has to be a gentleman's agreement not to use Mega Elixirs or something here.
That's 2 single elixirs that he threw.
Gotta make things interesting. Golden Chakra through the double slash fight. Gonna be going into Lavos 1 in just a moment after probably a quick heal. Definitely going in lower levels though, which makes things a little more difficult on their side. Still, like, well, level 33, plenty of levels to get it done.
Lavos' defense is back on, so he's got to drop one of the bits again to get him to drop it. HP's looking a little... not too rough, but he's got 2 people that are 1 hit away from death, depending on what ability the center bit decides to use.
Yeah, they're doing some great damage. It's got to be real close here. And there it is. Oh, wait.
Oh,
yes,
that isn't it. There it is. That's game. GG's to Team Mobliz. Turdsman bringing it home. Finishing with a
16, 17, I think it was 38, maybe 36 or so.
I don't know how to stop the timer.
GG's, what a great run there. Really well done.
Team Mobliz supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in this relay race. Doing a fantastic job. I don't know if I have all of the names of the runners on that team, but some of the ones I can see, we've got Dark Moon, Sarah's Rose, Tybalt, Fiery Blizzard, Leaf, and Turdsman all working together to bring home this win in this Ultima Derby. And it looks like Turdsman's teammate is requiring another cat pet. I don't know if he can do it right now because he's locked into an endgame cutscene.
Oh man, let's get a new game plus cat pet.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm for it.
N levels cat pet. Oh man, such a great. I haven't caught all of the marathon. I've been kind of coming and going, but to see such a tight race here at the beginning, or here after 16 hours, is just phenomenal.
Golden Chakra doing his Lavos 1 fight as Turdsman finished Lavos 3. That's not that far behind. The power on both these teams is really strong. It was really just that lack of save from Golden Chakra's side that was what cost him. If he'd have saved before that wipe, he would have been just fine. So I don't know if we're going to get Turdsman in for an interview. Pretty sure our race coordinator is doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. Once again, shout out to Drinks Glue, who's been restreaming most of this Derby race today. Looks like we've got Turdsman coming in just a moment. GG, Turdsman.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations. Bringing home the gold for Team Mobliz. How do you feel?
Pretty great. Glad that I could make up for some maybe less than stellar times earlier in the day. I'm not crazy, right? This was a weird one.
It was a little bit
one.
weird, yeah.
Okay.
It had a pretty decent choke point at that pendant, kind of, we all kind of split up and maybe go some different routes, but then it kind of choked at the gate key and then opened up a little bit. You had some variability and then choked again because you really did need that pendant to get your grow mode.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like it was going sort of in a sine wave. Like I kept thinking like, okay, it's finally opened up. Like I was shocked that it was like Denadoro Mountains or nothing at the beginning. It was just like, no, you're going there, sorry.
So what we don't know is if there was an alternate route, because Golden Shocker did have another check he could have done. Depending on where Marl was, he had access to the Prism Shard, and that might have been another key item for another go mode, but we don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I thankfully didn't have to go to Geno Dome. I was really worried about that for a little while. Like the whole time going through Eris Dome, I was like, oh man, don't make me go through the big dumb factory. I don't want to do a factory, man. It's already been an hour and a half. We got to get moving.
Common refrain.
So Golden Shocker starting his Lavos 2 fight right now. Not too far behind you.
Oh wow, same party.
Yeah, I think the difference there is, despite the same party, did pick up Robo at the back of Cathedral, which is not something you did. So, did you have a thought at all about potentially going back and checking for someone like a Marl or a Robo back there, which has a gating key item, or you just go?
Yeah, I absolutely kept it in the back of my mind. I was thinking about it going in because, like, this is a party where all the good dual techs are kind of focused on Ayla. You know, like Frog Flare's pretty cool, but like Ayla's going to be the big damage dealer when she gets triple kick. So I was kind of thinking like maybe I want to swap out, one of the two. Probably would have done Frog for somebody. I'd still get Blaze Kick and then might have a little bit of extra utility on the side with a different character. But I just kind of kept it in the back of my mind in case I ran into like a Prism Shard or, something like that.
The Prism Shard was in the desert, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
So you would have had to have gotten Robo out of the back of Cathedral and then done desert to get Prism Shard.
Got it.
And we had another $100 donation from my co-commentator, Beauty and Discovery, going to Team Mobliz and St. Jude. Speaking of donations, I have to say that one of your fellow teammates in Team Mobliz was the one to help donate for you to go pet Chronos Cat.
Hey, that's okay. It's perfectly fair. It wasn't that big of a trip, honestly. I was kind of surprised how close Zeal kind of is to heading back to Chronos' house, but I made sure to play with the cat a little bit, open up the curtains because it's a nice day out, get some of that natural sunlight in.
Absolutely. So the main question I have for you is we noticed that you took the time on Mount Woe to fight a bunch of rebels and get a bunch of mega elixirs, but you didn't use a single one.
I was planning on it, and then Vigil Hats showed up, and I was like, well, none of this is more important than Vigil Hats on 3 people, so I noticed that I had 6 of them, and I was like, I got heal. We'll be all right? And then I got super lucky that
had you sold all of them before the Lavos fights? Is that why I didn't see any?
Oh yeah. Oh. I sold all 6 of them to buy 3 Vigil Hats.
That's what I didn't notice. Okay. Well, then I was right. He didn't use a single mega.
So no, I didn't. I sure wish I had them during a couple spots there, but I don't know. Frog's heal does pretty darn good with like these kind of levels. I guess if I had like earrings on, it wouldn't be full healing everybody, but.
Yep. Now we're just watching Golden Shocker work his way through Lavos 2. So I think Golden Shocker was, let's see, when did you guys sync up again? Which boss was that where they were synced?
I know.
Whoa.
They were on, yeah, it was on Woe.
It was on Mount
Okay.
Woe where you guys synced up again. So
Yeah,
he had done back a cathedral
Mm-hmm.
and done desert. I don't think so you fought things in desert, but you didn't
Yeah.
actually fight the boss in desert.
Yeah, I poked in there to grab a couple levels because I didn't want to get completely stomped in the Hecarim Cave. And I knew that I was going to have to get, like, at the very least, a really good spell on Luca. Thankfully, Fire 2 showed up pretty quick. And I just needed to find Triple Kick wherever it was on Ael's line.
So you guys were synced at Mount Woe, and I think he took the lead a little bit. But unfortunately, he took a wipe going through Tyranno Lair, which put him back to his save on Mount Woe.
Ooh.
So he had to go pick up the pendant again and do the entire pendant trial scene to get back to the future.
Oh, that's a bummer. Man, that's a really rough. Cause I was actually kind of surprised. Like some of the Tyranno Lair stuff has like I took a couple stray hits and just like okay, no, don't do that again, please.
So speaking of Tyranno Lair, was that your preferred go mode, or was there a go mode that you were hoping to see and Tyranno Lair was more of a bummer for you?
Tyranno Lair, I was only a little worried because I don't run into it a lot, so I didn't have the map. Like, I didn't necessarily know the optimal route. You saw me go and grab those chests. Like, remembering at the last second what happens in the vanilla game when you do that. Just having to take a little bit of a walk around, but I don't mind that one so much. I was kind of hoping to find the other part of the Masamune at some point. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Magus's Castle, but seeing that bent hilt super early on and having Frog in my main party was like really exciting. It's like, okay, where is it? Where's the other piece? Where's the other piece?
Yep.
Nope.
So neither of you checked the character on Dactyl Nest. Neither of you checked the character in Protodome, and nobody went to the burrow to see who was there.
Yeah, really.
I don't even get to speculate on what the other options were because I don't know.
Yeah, it was really just that Robo and Desert play that separated. Otherwise, extremely similar routing.
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it did feel like a really linear seed, and I thought that there was a pretty good chance that Golden Chakra would be taking similar paths to me because all of the progression was on like the long one, right? Like it wasn't on Zen and Bridge, which you're not going to do first all the time, but like the way forward was on the one that you're most likely to pick last. I think in both of those bottlenecks, it's like, who's going to go to Mount Woe first? Like, probably, I mean, I guess if you're trying to make a play, but yeah.
Yep. And Golden Chakra getting the menu glitch between Lavos 2 and Lavos 3, able to re-equip some things on his party, heal up, and now doing his Lavos 3 fight.
All right.
So, how do you feel after doing 3 different races today?
I'm relieved. I'm very glad that I'm done with this one. It was a lot of fun. I got to commentate on Final Fantasy V earlier, so it's like twisting my mind in like all these different directions. It's been a lot of fun. Crystallis is hard.
I don't know what Crystallis is.
Yeah, that's been one of the randomizers that's been a little more intimidating for me, if only because I haven't played Crystallis in like well over a decade.
Mm-hmm. It does feel like, I know that's not the game that we're playing right now, I'm sorry. It does feel like you're kind of figuring it out, you know? It's just, it hasn't quite sunk in yet. But that's not Chrono Trigger, sorry.
That's okay. since this is the last race and the end of this amazing tournament you guys have put on, I think it's okay to talk about all of the experience you've had through this tournament. So
that's fair.
Yeah, in fact, maybe a good call out and maybe a good opportunity while Golden Shocker is wrapping up here to maybe toss a highlight for your favorite moment in the tournament for you personally.
Well, I guess aside from Chihuahua, that was pretty good. I was watching. Okay, this is maybe not fair because I don't watch as much of it, but I really enjoyed watching Link to the Past. Like in my head, that game is so slow, and it's just kind of neat to see like moving through, like people just kind of effortlessly grabbing a glitch where now you're walking on the water, or like all of those little teleports over walls and stuff like that. I really like kind of how glitch heavy it is. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely a lot more different than just the straight RPGs, even though with Jets of Time you get almost a little bit of that with being able to dodge encounters.
That's true.
Golden Shocker wrapping up here. Been doing lots of damage, though taking a quick heal. Not a bad idea to play a little defensively in this moment. Lavas has already once shown how rude they can be.
I find actually Lavos 3 is probably where I end up screwing up if I'm going to. As I kind of underestimate a lot of the pieces of it.
Yeah, definitely. And the RNG of the time warps from center bit can be really devastating. If you get a very unfortunate, poorly timed prehistoric Grand Stone, I don't even think I can count on one hand how many wipes I've taken for that one.
Mm-hmm.
we are being raided by Possum Morpheus.
Hey, Possum.
Hey, welcome in, Possum and crew. Catching the grand finale here. Got Turdsman from Team Mobiliz, our winners of the marathon and of the rally, with Golden Shocker on Team Interceptor wrapping up.
Not too late to donate, though. Both teams supporting amazing causes. Team Mobiliz supporting St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, and Team Interceptor supporting Texas Chihuahua Rescue in Canada. I think we're all winners here. And both of these amazing charity organizations will be winning with the donations by all of you. Thank you guys so much for supporting Worlds Collide and our runners and our teams.
Oh, here comes that middle part again.
Still have a little bit of an opening before the defenses go back up on rate bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing it safe, though, trying to make sure that...
I wouldn't even get sneaking one-shot it. I'm gonna turn around with a frog flare.
Not bad.
Ah, man.
There it is. There it is. GG's to Golden Shocker.
Hey.
Team Interceptor. Finishing strong.
16, 34, 21, maybe 22. Wonderful finale from both of our teams. That's some fantastic totals, too.
Really amazing work by everybody involved. Hopefully we can get Golden Shocker in here for a short interview before we wrap up and close up this tourney.
Congrats. A wonderful $725 for St. Jude's. Been a great day overall, and a good opportunity to shout out once again Drinks Glue, our restreamer, who put this derby together, has been restreaming the whole stinking thing, really putting on a fantastic show. And of course, all our runners, Team Mobiliz, Team Interceptor, raising just so much money for two great causes. It's been fantastic. I've been dipping in and out, seeing some great races, seeing a lot of different randomizers. So great finale to bring us to a close. And we're joined by Golden Shocker. GG on wrapping that seat up.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
So know you had a little bit of a rough go of it in that Tyranno layer, with kind of not having a save as current as you probably would like. Kind of curious if you had any thought going back in, if you were just going to go ahead and stick to the same routing which you went ahead and did, or if there was any temptation to kind of see if there was another option for you out there.
I mean, I didn't think that I was like, that fight was just, I didn't know how to deal with the guy that did all those counters. I mean, that was the only thing. So I ended up just eating it when I probably shouldn't have. But no, I didn't really think about rerouting it. Once I found go mode, I was going to commit. It didn't really matter what it was.
Yeah, I think the other thing that was really interesting is Turdsman did not end up going back and finding that robo, and you did, which then turned out a prism shard too. Was there any temptation to go looking for that Marl to be able to turn that in and kind of leverage that difference there, or that check, I should say?
Honestly, I don't even remember. That didn't register for me at all. To be completely honest, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I was just trying to do the things that were on my tracker that I thought I could do.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I was just focused on that. I wasn't really thinking about anything more than that at that point.
Well,
Definitely.
Chat was on your side because we had a couple donations making your opponent go do some extra things, petting cats, leaving dungeons.
Add a petting cat.
Both teams raised a whole lot of money for some two awesome charities. So kudos to both of you guys for all of the hard work you guys put in making this thing happen.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was awesome. Just being a part of this. I mean, I'm as thrilled as could be, just being involved with it and, doing a couple races against Turdsman and, just the whole event was awesome. So just happy to be here and take part.
Yeah, likewise. I was very, very happy to be a part of the show today.
I don't know if our restreamer wants to say any final words or if he trusts us to close this out. So as you can see on screen, we're showing off some of the lovely puppers that you can find at the Texas Chihuahua Adoption Shelter, one of the charities we were raising money for. So if you're interested in adopting a dog, you can go check out their website, take a look at them. Thanks again to both teams and all of the runners, and again to Drinks Glue for doing the restreams and all the stuff behind the scenes, making this an amazing, amazing relay racing event for everybody involved.
And an absolute pleasure to bring this final race to you of Jets of Time. GG's again to Team Mobiliz for bringing it out. Team Interceptor closing out as well and hitting their funding goal. Thanks to all of you wonderful viewers. Any final word from our runners before we wrap up for the evening?
No, I can't think of much. You guys covered pretty much the whole thing. Thank you. Just again, thank you for letting me be a part of this. Thanks to the restreamer tonight, Brings Glue, doing a great job. Everybody for watching.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I mean, Glue, it's a lot of work to put this together, do all the restream, everything else. So, yeah, a lot of credit to Glue for putting this all together, and I think it was an awesome event. So, again, just really happy to take part, and hope everybody has a good night.
So, Team Interceptor, we have Danny, Christopher Walken, Possum Morpheus, Judge Joe, Sawyer, Sigil, Golden Shocker, Taco Mage. Team Mobliz, Dark Moon, Series Rose, Tybalt, Fiery Blizzard, Leaf, Turdsman. Doing some excellent work in this amazing run. Thank you to everybody involved, and have a good night, everyone. We're signing off.
Have a great night, everyone.